Welcome to Topstep TV.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We'd like to welcome you to, Topstep TV. For opening call, he's Sherlock, I'm Holmes. Congratulations, you solved the puzzle. You're at the right place at the right time. We got an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today, and throughout the week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that says, buy a Powerball ticket. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market trading know-how. Game plan ready? Good. Checklist ready? Good. And, of course, we've got our good friend and the master of disaster, John Hoagland. Good morning, Sherlock.
Good morning, Holmes. Elementary, my dear. What's the Powerball up to?
$435 no, 435 million. But we're going to talk about that in a little bit.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Yes, welcome to Opening Call Tuesday, December 5th. Always focusing on context, good risk management, and patience in our trading today. What do you got going on, Eddie?
Well, I'm wearing that Packer gear. I think this might be the last day I'm wearing it because it's just it's too much to bear. I've gone to confession. Hives, confession, sacrifice. But anyway, let's get to the news. We got a lot going on here today. TradesByMatt's going to be with us here today. It is Tuesday, and he'll be with us every Tuesday. So, U.S. stock points lower as market gears up for some fresh job openings data. It's going to serve as the precursor for the Friday anticipated non-farm payroll report. Elsewhere on this big blue marble, Reserve Bank of Australia leaves interest rates unchanged. And in China, private survey showed the activity in China's service sector that has expanded faster than expected in November. So we've got the Dow down 0.1%, S&P down 0.2%, and the NASDAQ down 0.4%. So investors seem to be turning somewhat cautious with the release of the key monthly U.S. job reports. Also, I was mentioning that Bank of Australia, they're holding their rates at 4.35%. That's today, and that Chinese sector grew more than expected and showing a sign of the stimulus measuring from Beijing may be helping boost local demand. So, Johnny, what do you got?
Well, as far as economic numbers this morning, we're not looking at too much that should be too impactful. We've got at 8:45 Central, the PMI composite. This is the final number. The ISM services index at 9 o'clock Central, as well as the JOLTS numbers, job openings and labor turnover numbers. Now, the big focus this week is on employment as far as economic numbers are concerned. This is our first look at how the employment situation is shaping up here in the U.S. Don't forget, we have ADP employment tomorrow, jobless clams on Thursday, and then the big one on Friday, the unemployment number due out. So not a lot to focus on as far as economic numbers this morning, but doesn't mean there's not good opportunities.
You got that right. Well, hey, oil prices rose today. Once again, those tensions in the Middle East. But gains were tempered by uncertainty surrounding the OPEC production cuts. We've got U.S. crude traded 0.9% higher and Brent 0.8%. Now, OPEC, mentioning yesterday also, agreed to an additional voluntary output reduction of 900,000 barrels last week. So watching crude here today, might have some good plays. Mentioning that Powerball, 435 million, and the next drawing is going to be tomorrow. So get your ticket. And hey, if you're living in Florida, anybody living in Florida near a gas station in Kissimmee, Florida, there is a $44 million ticket that has not been claimed and will expire in just a few days. Yes.
Ouch.
So,
got to check those numbers, man.
You buy the ticket and you're like, I ain't going to win. You never know. And before we go to our charts, our top step tip of the day. What is it? What do we've got today? Continuous learning, and that's why you're here, and that's why we're here. Markets are dynamic and evolve over time. We do see that each and every day. Stay curious and continue learning. John, what's your take?
Well, one thing I know for sure is when you finally get the right answer to the markets are going to change the questions. This is an opportunity to learn for your entire life. There's no destination. There's no I got it now in futures trading. Things are always changing. So definitely stay curious, stay nimble, stay creative, stay centered. All of those things we always say. You got to just remember things are going to change. That's futures. And you got to embrace the change. So learn every day.
You got it. Well said. Well said, my friend. Well, Johnny, let's go over to charts and let's see what we have for our contestants.
All right, starting as usual with the daily and the S&Ps. Yesterday, here's the daily. Let me get the right chart up here. Yesterday, we had a good test of the weekly kickoff low, kind of the low of the balance area that we tried to break out of last week, failed to do so yesterday. We're back in a range-bound market, and we're going to have to trade that strategy until proven wrong. This looks like it's already been day 2 of testing the weekly kickoff low. Again, that number for 45.55. And again, we are, for the time being, back in an area of previous balance. On the 30-minute chart, look what we have here. All right. So overnight inventory is short again. We were short in the overnight inventory yesterday. We had some early continuation. We did have a rip back to the upside at the end of the day. And there are a few things that I can mention about this. Last Thursday, we had really deep negative delta, and we had the late spike that was created at the end of the day. That indicates some possible longer time frame buyers down here. The move continued up on Friday. Yesterday, we kind of came off. We had a lower close. We closed lower by 24.25 points. Settlement we see is 45.76. The market opened here at 7 o'clock, and it's currently trading lower. So there's where we come up with the idea that we've got some overnight inventory that's holding shorts. Well, they're holding shorts against an important level that was supportive yesterday, an area that we think we saw longer time frame buyers down below that. So this weekly kickoff low here, 45.55, is going to be pretty much, again, pivotal for us today. If we can't accept below it, we may see another move or an inventory adjustment back towards settlement or where we opened last night. Where do we open last night? We opened at 45.73 even, 45.73 even. So that would be a target for an overnight inventory adjustment. Now, one thing that we have to notice about yesterday is we had a little bit lower volume. Volume did not really come in real strong on this down move that we came across yesterday. That's not necessarily exciting for shorts. Not only that, we have a P-shaped profile in the 30-minute chart and on the profiles. A P-shaped profile indicates short covering. Is that supported by the change in open interest? It is. We lost 23,000 in open interest on a daytime frame push to the upside. In other words, the profile was very thin on the lower half, and we got it real chubby and a lot of time spent in the upper half of the profile. So that indicates the potential of short covering. Well, short covering, as we know, takes buying power away from the market. If you're short and you want to get out, you have to buy. It's initiative activity, but it does take those shorts that are currently holding shorts in the market, gets them out, and that buying power is then removed from the marketplace. So when we look at this, we've got the high here. We're putting in lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. Are we starting to create the potential of a bull flag? Well, a bull flag usually comes after a big move to the upside. You get a short time frame pullback, and then you get the extension to the upside. This just puts us right back in balance. So watch the overnight, watch the weekly kickoff low and the overnight low. Looks like we're going to be opening below value. So if we reaccept inside of value, we could feasibly see a move back to the high of value from yesterday. So we're going to be looking for opportunities today during fast markets. I'm sure we're going to find some decent kind of levels. We don't know how we're going to perform. We don't know what's going to happen, as anything can happen. ACH, we say it all the time. We do have some minor numbers coming out. The JOLTS number might be something we're going to really need to pay attention to at 9 o'clock. That may change things a little bit. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of that. Now, when we look at the S&Ps have been able to hold weekly kickoff low. NASDAQ, not so much. NASDAQ is telling us a different story. The high market cap tech stocks yesterday were the ones that brought the NASDAQ lower. We closed below the weekly kickoff low of 15,872. Settlement is 15,869, just barely below it, but we did close below it. We lost 11,000 in open interest yesterday on a little bit higher volume. Well, that little bit higher volume may indicate an acceptance outside of the previous area of balance and could bring us a continuation back to the downside. Look at all the space we've got down here. We got a lot of space to fill the gap. Here is the gap. One other thing I wanted to kind of mention is, with the NASDAQ in its current situation, if the equities come into some sort of pullback, if the S&Ps accept below the current area of balance, if we continue this move to the downside in the NASDAQ, it's going to be the NASDAQ that's going to take the S&P and possibly even the Dow lower. It seems to be set up for that. We've got the breakout from balance. We got a loss, however, in open interest. Is it long liquidation or short covering? Well, overnight inventory is short. Now, we do have a day session profile that is P-shaped, which would indicate price got cheap enough where some shorts decided they were going to cover. And again, short covering takes buying power away from the market. We've still got this huge gap yet to be filled. We got into it yesterday. We did not fill it. Overnight inventory is again short, but we're now below an important level, which is the weekly kickoff high. It's going to be, again, another interesting trading day. If we do see overnight inventory adjust, could take us back to value high, which takes us right back to settlement and the weekly kickoff high, and sort of in the area of last week's low. This is a really target-rich environment up here. If we get an opportunity up there, we should certainly be looking for an execution or some sort of opportunity. And again, that can be in either direction. If we reject below weekly kickoff low, we've got space above as well. We did see some short covering. That should take some of the buying power out of the marketplace. But if new business comes in, as we always say, anything can happen. And the profile, we had a P-shaped profile, again, in the NASDAQ, which indicates short covering, which is supported by the loss in open interest, taking a little bit of that buying power away from the marketplace. We see on the daily chart here in short time frame, we are in a downside trend. Lower highs, lower lows. Keep that in mind as you're looking for your opportunities today. Let's take a quick look at crude oil. Crude oil is a freaky little market these days because the fundamentals should be leading us higher, right? We lower inventory here in the U.S. We've got, some geopolitical uncertainty overseas. We've got OPEC talking about cutting production. Where are the fundamentals, the fundamental buyers that we would kind of expect to be down here in that situation? They haven't shown up, at least not yet. Weekly kickoff low tested again last night and yesterday. That's going to be pivotal for us today. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So, all right. So there's our test below weekly kickoff low yesterday. Here's our test below weekly kickoff last night. It happened last night. That's kind of a recent new low, isn't it? We know the market doesn't like to leave like recent highs and recent lows or all-time highs or lows in the overnight session. Something to think about. But we didn't really have much as far as overnight inventory. We did get a little bit short here. We see that the market has come back into range, back into value. Stay patient. If we didn't catch this opening move back above the weekly kickoff high, look for opportunities as the day goes on. As Deanna says, you may want to wait now until after the establishment of the initial balance to look for good opportunities where you can limit risk. It's all about being able to limit risk. Think about that. If you're out there too early, you don't really have an idea of or direction of the market. If you wait until the initial balance and work those extremes, it allows you to limit risk. And that's what the name of the game is. We're always talking about context, risk management, and staying patient. And we may have to stay patient today to look for better trade locations as the day goes on if we've missed this rejection below weekly kickoff low. Again, another rejection below weekly kickoff low. Look at the one yesterday. We looked below it and pow. We looked below it and pow. I don't know how many times that's going to work, but it does give us at least some ideas, some context, and some possibilities. Again, in short time frame, we've got a little bit of a breakout below this level, this trend line. We're seeing lower highs and lower lows for now. So again, in the short time frame, we've got some downward momentum, if you will, some downward possibilities. What about last week's low? Could be an interesting spot because we've got the 200 session. The 100 session moving average coming right up against it. Take a look at gold now. And so, boy, oh boy, did we leave some excess at the high up here yesterday. That big jump to the upside, putting in a new all-time high, and again in the overnight session, probably not going to last forever because it did happen in the overnight session, but we really brought some sellers in. We had some profit taking. We lost 14,000 in open interest on this move. That could still somewhat be a function of rollover, but I'm kind of leaning on the idea that when everybody saw this excess on the high yesterday, we had some long liquidation, and that's supported by that loss in open interest. What are we looking at today? Well, we're an inside day. We had a big day yesterday, big volume. Are we going to have a hangover day today, as our good friend Dan likes to call it? You get a big day. Sometimes that following day just kind of sits and absorbs the new price levels. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. Wow. Bam. All right. So we've got our weekly kickoff low down here at 2013. It has not been able to reach that level just yet. We're kind of back in this potential bull flag that broke out to the upside. Now we're all the way back down to the lower trend line from that, and look what our overnight low put us at, right at that trend line. I look below it here, but I haven't moved this trend line because we've got 1, 2, now 3 points of contact. Overnight inventory, we didn't really see much as we were coming into the open here. We're in range, we're in value. We had a double distribution trend day to the downside yesterday that just kind of held here, giving it a P-shaped formation, which is long liquidation, again, which is supported by the drop in open interest. Again, stay patient. I'm focusing today on the overnight low and the overnight high for my opportunities in gold this morning. Not seeing anything tremendous here. We kind of opened indicating potential repair between this high volume node and this high volume node. kind of coming off of that now. So be watching that overnight low and overnight high initially for my opportunities. I like the overnight low because it lines up relatively well with value low from yesterday, as well as the regular trading hour session low from yesterday.
Cool.
So take your deep breath, ladies and gentlemen. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And by all means, please remember several times today to pray for peace. We need all
Pray
the
for
prayers
peace.
we can get.
You got it. Johnny, we got a little time here. I got a couple questions before we take a break here.
Of course.
Talking about the overnight inventory, how do you know if it's long or short?
Good question. How do I know if it's long or short? Well, here, let's take a look at gold. Okay, the market opened last night right here. Let's just call it 2048 even, right? Well, the market opened at 2045.75. So there wasn't a big price change in the overnight. So there wasn't any one side that was moving price here in gold. Let's look at the S&Ps now. All right. So let's look at yesterday. Market opened, it opened at right all the way up here. Let's call it 4603. All night long, price kept going lower and lower. Well, who's participating in the overnight session? Not the big long time frame banks, funds, traders, anything like that. It's the short time frame pea shooters like me that happen to be trading in the overnight, just continuing to sell into this market and bringing price lower and lower. So that overnight inventory is something that we look at and we say, okay, well, if they don't get what they're looking for on the open, which would be continuation to the downside, at some point they're going to bail and bring price back up to close to where the market opened at 5 o'clock last night. Now we have the same situation today. The market opened up here, let's say 45.73 quarter, and we've got traders selling into this market, pushing price lower over time, and now we're right up against an important level, or an inflection level, as I like to call it, that weekly kickoff low. So on the open, if we don't see sellers coming in and continuing price to the downside at some point, possibly relatively early, our overnight inventory is going to get nervous and they're going to cover those shorts, bringing price close to or to where the market opened last night. Great question.
Thanks, John. Real quick, I got another question here. This is from Michael Halstead. Short covering takes buying power away from the market.
Right.
But to cover shorts, they need to buy. Doesn't that increase the buy side?
It does until they're done. Whoops. It does until they're done. So if we had short covering yesterday in the S&Ps, which we are suspecting is true because we had the P-shaped profile, all those shorts already covered. They no longer have to buy to cover those positions, and that's what takes the buying power away from the marketplace.
Okay.
Makes sense?
Right. Makes sense. If they cover, they've already bought. When the shorts are all covered and everyone else is long, who is left to buy?
Right.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, John. Thank you, Hoag.
Exactly.
When the shorts are all covered. All right. We're going to take just a couple minutes here. And today, just a reminder, hey, we're broadcasting opening bell to closing bell. We'll be here till 3 p.m. And what we're going to do is we've got a type of programming to help traders better. If you can't help us, we're going to put a link in the chat. And if you can, fill that link out so we know what you want. Let's see here. Trades by Matt coming up here with Fast Market. Hoagland Dakota will be taking questions during group coaching. And we've got some new on-air personalities. Mike from the support team lead. Tyler, a support representative. Dan and Coach Jack Sr. Is going to be back. So stay tuned. Stick around. Sharpen your pencils. Make sure your crayons are working. Ink in your pen. We're going to take a few minutes. We'll be right back with Fast Market. And welcome back, as promised. And as promised, Trades by Matt here every Tuesday. And gosh, where'd you get that cool hat?
Right? It's a little Topstep hat.
What up, TBM?
What's happening?
We got Andre and Michael with us. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Ready for Fast Market?
What's up? What's up? Yeah, well, I'm ready.
Let's do it.
All right, let's get our ponies in the gates.
Yeah. All right, Matthew Miller, you wait 15 minutes, as I recall from my notes the last time we traded.
That's right. Yeah, about 15 minutes.
What's good? What's happening?
Dude, not a lot. It's been it's a good weekend. It's my dad's 60th birthday.
Nice.
So traveled a little bit, and then now we're back at it.
Very cool.
Thank God he's old.
Yeah, I could be your dad.
Ho, can you help me out with some points of control, some naked, what do you call
Well, if you look at my chart here, our overnight low
Yeah.
in the NASDAQ, 15,761 and 3/4, 61 and 3/4. I'll be looking at that level. We've got a little bit of a consolidation going on in the overnight, which puts the high of that consolidation at 15,870.
Oh, here we go.
Anything inside of there is kind of no man's land. We are still bordering on trying to accept and move to the other end of the gap 2 weeks ago that takes us down to approximately 15,590. That's a substantial move.
Yeah.
Completely kickoff low.
That is it.
We had a short covering rally yesterday during the regular trading hour session day.
Oh,
Away from the market.
Hello.
And we are now open.
go.
All right, Matthew Miller, what are you looking at?
I was just looking at everything. I mean, pretty heavy close. Obviously, yesterday was heavy just in general with a nice rally. I'm watching for being inside yesterday's value area and to kind of see just what happens. I don't really like a VWAP open like we just had. Typically ends up chopping a little bit. So just to be patient, kind of see if we can get upside expansion into yesterday's value area, in which case then I'm watching point of control from yesterday would be the 820s. And if not, if we kind of reject off VWAP, then obviously watching for a sweep of the lows. Continuation.
All right, guys. He said value area. Let's put a glossary in there. Hopefully we have the glossary. Value area. And then he also said VWAP.
You're trading NASDAQ, right?
Yeah, I'm trading the NQ. That's right.
So that should help. And if you guys want in the chat, if you could help too, that helps out the noobs here. And noobs, we were all there once.
Yep.
So technically, we're inside PO value in the NASDAQ. Volume value, we've got to get up.
Volume is what I watch.
824.
Right.
824 is value low.
Yesterday's value area low for me is 804 for volume.
804 yesterday?
Yeah.
All right, so we came up to 09.
I'm using 70%.
Tens. If you say like 804, I mean 10, like 810s, right?
It's the same thing. Yeah. I mean, actually, yeah. I'm not going to be like a top tick, bottom tick kind of guy on this.
Everything's zone.
Yeah. I saw a golf quote that I really like for this type of conversation, which is it was Max Homa saying, "Position over perfection" on for
I
his
like that.
thoughts. And
That
kind
makes
of
sense.
Very good.
same concept here, right? On like, who cares about 804? Like, give up 5 points and get in at 810 or whatever.
like
it is.
Hey, John, question from Lance.
Yes, sir.
Do you plot a volume profile for the overnight and the RTH sessions?
Generally, no. Generally not. My focus is on the overnight low and overnight high. Sometimes I will look for a point of control from the overnight.
18-point range.
All right, so kind of quiet out of the gate.
Yes, it is. What do we got on the schedule, Eddie?
Well, in
PMI?
quarter two here, we got PMI, correct.
Yeah.
We got some speakers also this morning. And of course, in about a half an hour, Jolt's job openings will be here.
Thank you.
Probably before your time. Before your time, Matt. But did you ever have the soda or cola Jolt?
Remember that stuff?
No,
Oh, my
not.
goodness.
Yes.
I've not had it.
I think the old Coca-Cola lab just threw everything as a
Cola.
what they used to
It's
call
like
it.
the Red Bull. You know?
What you used to call when you go to the fountain drink, you just go on each one of them.
Or we called it a suicide.
We call
That's
it
what we call
suicide
it,
too. I don't know why.
That's still popular with the kids these days.
Is it?
Still doing it?
You see them at the movie at the cinema. They just like take a little bit of everything and put it in their cup. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
that's gotta be bad without any vodka or rum in it.
Yeah.
Well, you never know. Maybe they might have that.
All right, Matt. Here's your 04s.
Yeah, I kind of want to see, like, so again, I like the first 15 minutes, so that kind of is what matters for me. Right around here, the VWAP opens like this. I just don't trust. I don't trust any like move that's within a handful of points. It's just so rotational around it.
Yeah, I hear you.
Slow.
S&Ps haven't even left the opening range.
Sure haven't, John. I was just going to say, no.
It's a 3.5 handle opening range,
Yeah, it
and it
was.
hasn't left.
Wah, wah.
like Deanna. Wah, wah, wah.
Wah, wah.
Brandon Hall says naked point of control and the ES is 45.71 quarter.
The overnight.
Hey, I took your 03s or your 04s, Matt.
Yeah, nice little slap. I mean, yeah, 15 points.
Just a quick little hold. I'll take that 225 off the table. 255.
Get it.
All right. Little dab. Little grab. Well, this is what you do as a trader is grab money off the table, right? Before your hand gets slapped or cut off.
Hopefully the table's not like hot and it burns you.
You got to learn some way.
I mean, there's a lot of conditions going on. Playing that game, aka trading.
I'm not touching anything right now.
Yeah, tilt 50-50, nothing showing.
Nothing showing. Fiddling in the middle.
Balance.
Yeah, if you're looking at the 30 minutes right here in the middle. So, guys, when we say right here in the middle, you can look at a 30-minute bar chart, hour bar chart, hell, even 15-minute bar chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bars deep and hasn't really moved much. 50.
I think on days like this, it's just so important to identify it quickly, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Identify what's that, Matt?
like just identify that we're just kind of in the middle
Oh,
of shopping, like,
definitely,
and dead, dead so far.
Yep.
Here's a question from Joseph. Mr. Hoag, how many licks does it take to get to the center? No, wait, that's not the right question.
The answer is 3.
1, 2, 3. How do you know if the NASDAQ is leading the S&P or vice versa?
Good question.
You guess.
Where's that coin? You got that coin, man?
Well, I look at the change. I mean, just I don't know. Like right now, it's down 0.4% and NASDAQ and 0.3% S&P. So I'm like, I don't know. It's kind of a little cheat code for me.
No, for a real answer, we looked yesterday and we saw. I said yesterday on the opening call, I said if this market heads lower, it's going to be led by the NASDAQ. Yesterday during the day, we looked at all the big tech stocks, and they were all lower.
Yes.
That's why the NASDAQ closed below weekly kickoff low. S&P's closed above weekly kickoff high. If we head lower, the NASDAQ is going to lead it. If we head higher, I think it's the S&P that's going to lead it. But it's like everything. It's a hypothesis. We never 100% know. We can only hypothesize.
There's that push into yesterday's point of control.
Yep. Point of control from yesterday was what? 17?
28 that I see
28.
on mine.
Hey, John, what'd you come up with the 17s for yesterday? Or today? You picked
Look here.
17, didn't you? I might have heard it wrong.
NASDAQ leaning heavy.
Okay, NASDAQ broke out of that overnight kind of area of balance. 72 was the number yesterday. 872, remember? 17 was, I think, was somebody in the chat was talking about that. 717? 720?
720. Yesterday was the 872s where that was a big number.
Right. And that's the weekly kickoff low that we found resistance at yesterday.
It was right. Also, like settlement, I think was right there or right around there.
We did settle right there, 869 last night. So we did settle below it, but only by 3 points.
Yeah, so we did a return to settlement. Or yesterday at the close, we did a return to settle. Or sorry, not a return to 70s, right? 870s.
Yes, we went.
Which were
all the way back up.
Yep.
Put in a little weak little high up there, a little excess high above it. We did the same thing in the S&Ps above the previous regular trading hour session high. That was that squeeze.
You and Andre,
both Andre and I caught that little pop at the end of the day during the power hour last night.
That was pretty sweet.
Yeah, good job.
We had a lot of traders take that trade. They were like, "Thank you."
Yeah. Glad we could help.
awesome.
Hey, Matt, I got a question for you.
We might have that same setup today.
We're not suggesting that anybody do the things that we're doing. You know, that's on you. But I'm glad it worked out for everybody.
Matt, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
This is from Matthew Johnson. How do you psychologically handle closing a position in green for a win? That it continuing to going in that direction and you would have made more money?
Yeah.
What's your advice?
I mean, there's only two options, right? You're either going to close a trade and it's going to continue to run in the money, or you're going to close a trade and it's going to dump and you're going to be great, right? Once you kind of figure out that there's only two options and you can kind of work through it a little bit better. At the end of the day, like Mike was talking about, just like getting some bread off the table or whatever. I like the phrase also, it's about like breadcrumbs, right? I don't need the whole loaf of bread. If I get enough breadcrumbs, it ends up making a whole loaf of bread.
Yeah,
And same concept, right? Just be happy with a little piece of the pie. It adds up. Stack them.
I like that.
We call base hits win ball games, and that's like a baseball term, you know. So those are little bites, and you're
So it depends. I mean, if your plan was to take 15 handles out of the NASDAQ on that particular trade and it goes another 40 that direction, it wasn't your plan to do that. Your trade planned out as you expected. You should never feel bad or feel like you left something on the table. If the plan was to take 60 points out of that trade and you only took 15 and it made it to 60, then maybe you should think about being able to stick with your plan.
Yep.
Right. Well, like I say, take what the market gives you.
Yes, sir.
And just learn, right? Learn from it. Either way, like you're either learning that like things are going well and that you should, keep on keeping on, or learn that you might need to be able to hold a trade a little longer. But markets are going to move.
You got it. All right. We got
5 minutes remaining.
Yes, 5 minutes remaining.
I want to say what's up to everybody again. We got a lot of what's up in the chat room.
What's up?
Hello.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Hello.
It's easy.
All right, PMI coming out here. We've got a previous 50.6. The hypothesis is a 50.8, and we're going to see what's going to happen here in about 5 minutes.
And then the screws are going to start moving, right?
Maybe. Did y'all grab any of gold yesterday?
Gold?
Yeah.
Eddie was all over it.
Yeah, I had a nice trade, but the thing is, I caught it on the wrong direction. I was lucky. It was a lucky trade.
I heard gold was ripping around yesterday.
Andre, the opening range is still the high of the day in the S&Ps.
Okay. What does that mean?
NASDAQ has traded both sides.
All right.
Well, I mean, right now it means it's rejecting value from yesterday on this platform. Andre, here's TPO value low. Look what the high of the day is. One tick from it.
No kidding. How
The
about
opening range is the high of the day. It looks like it's pushing away. We're going to see what happens.
Matt.
This is a little bit of repair here where this open here and then coming up to this point of control up here seems kind of logical. But what's logical in markets?
Right here, yeah. No, it's good. Okay.
Matt, question here. Why do you wait 15 minutes? How many minutes after the open do you wait is a question, but I mentioned earlier 15. Can you give me your why?
Yeah. It kind of started, years and years and years ago. First 15 minutes are volatile, and markets are typically, I feel like it's very sweet. Like when I say sweepy, I just mean like it's just going to brush out random levels on both sides. It'll be a little bit movie. I think it's very hard to be like super precise on the first like open personally. And so once I discovered that I like either would end up having a massive day right off the bat or a very, very crappy day right off the bat on the first 15 minutes, I just decided to just pause. And then it ended up just being like, I'm not deciding my entire day right now. I'm able to like live to trade for the whole session as opposed to just like shooting my shot immediately and then getting stopped out because the Nasdaq's going berserko. Everything's kind of chilled out a little bit on the Nas. Like that's like a 20-point opening range, 25 like for the 5-minute candle, 25-point opening range. That's like honestly nothing. But like you got to think back in like, COVID, whatever, like we were talking 100, 150-point opening ranges. And so when you're trying to trade the first 15 minutes on that, it was absolutely insane. And so now it's just kind of a habit of like, let me just like take a breath, figure out what the market's trying to do, map out the areas of interest that I care about and see if the market will go trade up there. And if it doesn't, then I kind of know like we might be in a little bit of a choppy rotational area as opposed to just getting chopped up immediately. So
my policy for trading in economic numbers. I've had great days. I've had horrible days. If I add them all up, I'm even, so I don't even bother.
Right.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, inside a minute here on our PMI.
And I think you can make a ton of money, FYI. You can do great trading the open or whatever. It's a personal preference on like emotional capital and not being stressed out for the whole session.
All right. Trading on our highs right now, NASDAQ.
Yep.
For the day. Or for the opening session.
So to me now, we're inside value from yesterday in the NASDAQ. We show acceptance upside.
What shows unacceptance?
Rejection. If we can't like close the first 30-minute bar inside of value, that's rejection.
Okay, so if you close within the in the value starts where?
That begins acceptance. Yes.
Around 840.
In the NASDAQ, to me, well, I've got volume value low on T4 at 824.
824. Oh. All right, 70%.
TPO value low is much lower.
Well, what was the level again? The value area from yesterday?
Value low from yesterday in volume was 824.
Okay.
Matt, you have a different number there, right? I don't know what platform you're looking at, but
I'm at Sierra chart using Denali feed. Also, my value area is 70%.
PMI comes to 50.8.
My value area low from yesterday is 804-ish.
Eddie, was that to expected, the PMI? Guys, we just had
pretty close to it. Anything over 50.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and I love it is signals of improvement. So basically, we're riding the same trail.
yeah, exactly what they were expecting. Exactly. Well, a little bit higher on global services.
Just a wee bit.
Yep.
But let's see here. Okay, we've got that number coming up at 9 o'clock. I've got a cutout. I got a loss in the family. I apologize.
Yeah.
I will be back Thursday. So
tell Michelle
please.
much love.
Yep.
Much love. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All the best to everybody. Trade well, stay healthy, and listen to what these guys got to say, because you know what? I learned from them. We all learned from them. And have yourself a great rest of the couple days. I'll see you Thursday.
Thanks, everyone.
See ya.
Eddie, we'll be praying for your comfort. Michelle's the whole family.
Thank you, brother. All right. Love you guys. Take care.
It came down to your 20s, 24s.
Yeah, this whole area is just like, yeah, Anytime we're like hanging out in the 20s and just hanging, like the VWAP open, has such a high strike rate in my opinion of just like being such a mellowness for like a long time. Choppy.
Yeah, it's just
Yes, it is.
it's ripe for chop.
Yep. 85% long on crude oil right now.
That's pretty heavy.
Really?
Yeah, guys, that means in tilt's an indicator. It scrolls across the top of your screen, but you're going to have it in real time like Matt does on Topstep X, that he is able to use that indicator as one of his pieces of decision making.
We got the graphic up. Good job, guys.
Oh, opening
Starting to look a little long.
dead low in crude oil. Right down at weekly kickoff low. Makes sense that it's popping.
I got volume up here.
Guys, for today's card, do we have we go all bell to bell now? Bell to bell. Today's card is when our broadcast is opening call all the way down to you're in fast markets with us right now.
Yes, we have opening call, which we already did fast markets with us until 1 o'clock, 11 to 12 power players with Jack, Andre, Mike E, and myself. 12 to 1. We've got group coaching with Dakota and myself. Dakota's going to be going into 301, his thing about stats, and then for the second half, we're going to be answering questions right from the chat. Then it's back to the futures with JD, Dolby, Tyler, Jack D Sr. Don and his dad will be there for Back to the Futures from 1 to 2. Then from 2 to 3, it's the Power Hour again. Dolby, Andre, our good friend Dan is going to be joining us. I'm so excited. And then me, of course. So we got a great session, great day, all kinds of great stuff coming at you. Stick around. We will.
What Dan?
Hodgman.
Oh, Hodgman's coming in for Power Hour?
Yeah.
Nice.
We got to bust his chops about something, John, if you remember from yesterday.
Yeah.
We got to get to the bottom of that.
We will.
I'm short crude, just one off of volume, point of control, 95.
And what is it? I don't have it up until I watch the S&P and the NASDAQ. Is it still heavy? Long?
Yeah, it's still at 78% long.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking for a little scalp here. Nothing too crazy, but
Dip your toe in the water?
yep.
Yeah, light and tight, Mikey.
Light and tight. I did one of those out of the gate today, and I'm glad it was tight because I got out of that one, and then the market rallied pretty viciously up to the upside.
Yeah. I already have a break even stop. I'm not gonna lose any money. It's tight, man. Tight, super tight. Because we got a 130 block right above it at 74 flat. So I'm either about to just get filled out for my $140 or take a break even.
So where are you short from?
95 volume.
Okay.
We're going to have to wait these S&Ps out, Johnny.
Mm-hmm. I just X'd out my tilt.
Okay.
We got a 9 o'clock number?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think there's another.
ISM. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Counter trend. All right, guys, you and every trader here in the chat room, maybe share some stuff you're looking at. This is us talking, but we want to team it up with you also. If you got levels up here, I took a trade from the Legendary yesterday. Trader, I think Legendary. I forget.
That's right.
That one made me like 500, 700. So thank you for that. And it's nice seeing you guys' levels in here. I look at them, then I go back and I look at it on the chart and see if I agree or not. And I won't come back in and say I disagree, but it'll be definitely something I look at. So please share. A little bit long in the heavier long in the S&P and the NASDAQ.
I ended up getting stopped out on that retest at point control. I took $10.
Yeah, that's fine.
$10.
Yep.
Lunch.
Not bad. Not bad. You kind of be focusing really on the overnight high in crude oil to see if we can pop above it and come back inside.
That's exactly why I had it so tight. I'm like I don't know, 74, big number, big block, overnight highs right above. Not going to mess around with letting it have too much wiggle room there.
Last week's low is right there, 73.93.
Yeah. A lot of stuff.
Yeah. God, these equities. I'm so glad I did not take the opening range trade today.
There's nothing there. It's just,
Nothing.
all good.
I think we're waiting for jolts, number one, and lots more economic unemployment numbers coming out the rest of the week. We get ADP for ADP tomorrow, jobless clams on Thursday, and then unemployment on Friday. So
We'll ramp
with
up.
no talking Feds, what are we looking at?
It might be range bound today.
Be patient.
Hey, you guys are talking.
That's right.
You guys are talking in the chat about a lag. What's lagging? This broadcast? Because we got a handful that's saying lag.
Try refreshing your YouTube, worst case, also.
You're the YouTube guru, Matt. Is that true? Can you just refresh?
Sometimes it helps it out. Yeah. Sometimes it does not.
YouTube lag.
Okay.
I mean, some people watching here says it looks fine on YouTube, so I don't know.
No lag here. All right, cool. Back to these exciting markets.
Yes. Remember how patient we were yesterday, Andre?
Yep, 100%, John. I'm willing to do it again today. Put money in our pocket.
Oh, like after 2:30, and then when the market started to move, we said, okay, we're going to adjust that delta, and we did get a decent trade out of it.
I like it.
855. I got to get your trader or your username. Somebody just shared a level 855. That is our high, or close to our high of this morning session so far. Yeah, what was going on yesterday, guys? Power hour, end of the day. We're going bell to bell, and you guys were. Seems like you guys are having a good time, or something happened. I mean, John, you're sparky with it.
It was fun.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a situation that was high confidence, and we talked about it. Andre and I kind of slacked about it before. I think the day before, or 2 days before, we had a nice move off it, so we did it again yesterday. It wasn't as big a move as I was hoping for, but it was a pretty confident move because we had that divergence in delta again. There was a lot of negative delta. The market wasn't breaking, and we got the pop at the end of the day.
Yes, we did. It was short. It was pretty much a short squeeze, and we saw building, going into the close, and right around 2:30, 2:45, the shorts had to start getting out, and boy, did they ever! Didn't rip higher, but it certainly went higher.
Yeah.
Speaking of higher,
you probably saw that happen on last Thursday, right?
That was the ultimate one. That was
a good delta divergence.
Yeah, well, that got up to like minus 25,000 or something.
what's the delta?
What's 33,000 at one point?
33.
What's it right now? Hug?
Delta in the S&Ps is negative 3,300, and the NASDAQ up 3,300.
Okay, cool.
Conflicting.
All right, we're coming up to our overnight highs.
Yes, we are.
Pretty far away.
Overnight high, it was that first 30-minute bar was 15,863.
63s.
863 and a quarter is the high. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what it looks like when there's an overnight inventory adjustment. Overnight inventory was short. They didn't get what they were looking for early. They've taken price back to where it opened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of interesting stuff here, though. Hopefully, it will be a little exciting off of this 10 points.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've got settlement, we've got weekly kickoff high, we've got value high, all right in that neighborhood up there.
Yep. It's a lot
Kind
of
of
good
high
stuff.
target area.
Yeah. Imagine a lot of people want this. So
Eyeballing that.
yeah. I would be if I was long.
Yeah, and when people are looking at a level, they have a tendency to make price go to that level. Okay, there's our overnight high right there. 63 and a quarter. There it is. We just took it out.
I'm sure.
We can't hold above it. That's interesting to me.
Let's show from 62, half.
If we can't hold it, okay. Yeah.
Very, very light and tight. Very, very light.
Till starting to show some longs here, both 70% ES and NASDAQ.
Yeah. There's this return to settlement play we always talk about, guys. So that'd be the 69s up there, the 15,869s in the NASDAQ. Return to settlement. Settlements were closed yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It's important.
Now I like this area, but probably gonna wait the 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Jolts for me.
Yeah, when Jolts is coming out, right?
Yeah, if it's right about here right now during the jolts, I'm jetting from the jolts. But if we get a pullback, Matt, do you ever keep anything on if into an economic release?
No. I guess it actually kind of depends on what. If I had something on like right now, if I was like long from the 20s or something, I probably would keep it on if I was still looking higher for the 80s or whatever. But like FOMC or something like that, never. Yeah, never.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I literally just don't trade anything like that. I never trade CPI. I'm never like at my computer that early.
2 minutes.
I got out of that one.
That was a good trade, Michael.
10 handles. Yeah, I like.
Hey, no, it was good. You couldn't hold above the overnight high. You got short. Bam. Nice job. That's a good trade.
Quick
Thank
pay.
you, buddy. Make me feel good, Johnny. John D.
CL did yoink, huh? Dang. I got stopped out right before the yoink. Oh well.
Okay, John. Well, we have the jolts coming out, guys. We have some questions, but I don't want to get to it before. Well, can you explain the delta in like 30 seconds, John?
Yeah. The delta is in any product, the number of contracts that trade on the offer would be positive. One contract using a buy market order to lift the offer adds 1 to the delta. If you use a market order to sell 1 to the bid, that's -1 in delta. You take the number of contracts that trade on the bid using buy market orders, subtract the number of contracts that trade on the, you take the number of contracts that trade on the offer, that's positive delta, minus the number of contracts that trade on the bid, which are negative delta, sell market orders, and there you come up with your delta.
Yep.
Got it.
Very simple, not easy to understand, but when you think about it, it's not complicated. But you know, at times, and I know Matt, you look at it, it can be wildly helpful.
Yeah. And I look at it different than you do, which is fun. Like I'm looking at it on like a very, very tight time frame, and it seems like you kind of keep a larger picture of everything. So
all right, jolts are coming out, guys.
Yeah,
I don't have the countdown.
10 seconds.
10?
10
wow,
seconds,
look at you. You have one of those in front of you. I used to have this. Yeah.
Hurry up.
I have my bar closed on all of my charts. Make it easy. My time of day.
Ooh, what? Something came out. Wow.
Wow.
There it is.
There it is. Where'd it go?
The hell's Jolts?
Wowza. He watched
Look at
Jolts
that
on
ladder. Are you kidding me?
Look at the ladder,
The ladder
guys.
is just totally empty.
How are you trade this shit?
Right.
Look at my 22 range chart real quick. Look at this. This is just unusable.
All from Jolts? This number never used to mean anything. Yeah.
So it came out much lower than expected.
Okay,
so
sorry.
they were looking for 9.3 million. It came out 8.733 million.
What's that mean to you, John? Wow, that's
Well, it collects data from employers about their job openings, recruitment, hires, and separations. So it not only talks about the number of the number of jobs that are added, it talks about the number of people who quit. Reading stronger than forecast is generally supportive or bullish for the U.S. dollar. So we'll take a look and we'll see what the dollar has done here.
Got 200 sitting at 900 on the NQ. 220.
Nice shout.
200 sitting at 900.
Yeah,
The
we got
dollar had
200
been moving
at,
higher. I would suspect it's come off a little bit.
S&P's 200 sitting at 75.
Yeah, I'd imagine that 220 gets filled out, but we'll see.
So
Right back above that 872 level here, Michael.
Yeah, I'm short. I just got 5 handles. After I hit the 99, it's a big fat round number. I got short. So it's really right here right now. But it looks like it wants to race somehow.
Yeah, there's a 200 that just got filled out at 900. 230 there.
What numbers do we have up here in the 9 handles? 15 900s? Anything up here?
Well, we're looking at
35 got filled.
Hang on 1 second. Let me look real quick here. So we've taken out yesterday's high. The point of control from Friday,
Yeah.
TPO is up at 16,080. 16,080 all the way up here.
16.
Wait a minute. 16,008. I'm sorry. 16,008. All the way up here.
Rocket ship to the moon, Whelan says.
Yeah.
What's up, Whelan?
I got
That's the comfy level that, that prices tend to seek.
I got short 16 quarters.
Got a volume at 910 now.
3 lots. So let's see if we can get a pullback here. It got heavy long. So I don't know. I'm looking for a little extension play.
Oh, it's heavy long, right? Okay.
I know,
What was the number, Michael?
I know I'm fading you, Patrick, right now on to the moon play that you're talking about.
I like the fade as well.
It's light again.
Michael, in that last section, I couldn't help but to be reminded of Allen Iverson, the way you guys were talking about it.
Yeah, what?
Well, James, throw it up there.
What do you got?
We're talking about jolts.
Oh, we're talking about,
We're talking about practice.
Practice? No.
We're talking about Jolts. Seriously, man. When does Jolts ever move the market like this?
Exactly.
Whatever, I'll take it.
That's funny.
We're talking about Jolts. Dude, the meme's been great coming out of production lately.
Yeah, guys, thank you.
We got Dolby Good yesterday.
Yeah, we did. Jack did, we should say.
There's a stop out. Back to scratch on the day.
Taking a little short here at 26 and a quarter.
Value low from Friday.
Yeah, really, I was watching the price action there. We had like a massive sweep and then a couple hundred blocks just threw into the 20s. So I'll be watching for like a rotation back to 10 and then 900 potentially. And then
Beautiful.
950 is like Friday's open, I think, right? So right around there.
Yeah.
So coming into all of that stuff.
As they're mentioning in the chats, 9 o'clock was also U.S. ISM Services PMI, and that's probably the bigger mover.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Jolts.
Oh, yeah,
Get
Jolts.
that out of here.
Miss me with Jolts.
How does anybody decipher these numbers and be able to respond to them as quickly as you have to?
Gosh,
For computers.
I'm not a computer.
All right, NASDAQ or S&P's pulling back off settlement.
Yeah.
I got short with you. At 20.
I'm out. That's 15 points for me.
All right,
I just got out of volume. So that's
Matt,
sweep of the highs into point of control.
I followed you. I got short 23s. I'm just kind
Nice.
of.
Nice
Yeah.
trade.
We did pile up a bunch of volume up here.
Yeah, a ton of volume. Sitting on it right now. And then, man, that sweep of the 20s was. If I wasn't watching the DOM, I wouldn't have seen it, but it was pretty nice.
All right, Matt, why'd you take that trade just so everybody in here knows?
It's one of those ones that's really hard to describe. Literally on the push through the 20s. You know what I'm talking about? Like where you just like you see it and you know. It was
Your 20, is it your 80-20
Yeah.
play? 80-20 play?
It wasn't super big on that. It was really like we had a surge on the break of the highs. So we broke the high at 20. And then the DOM is what I started kicking over into. And I saw block after block after block through the 20s. And then we had this really weird sweep up through 28 and a half with immediately a couple hundred blocks getting shown at 26, 25, 24 on the bid.
When you say
immediately-
shown, what do you mean by shown? Just so
Flashed on the DOM.
Okay.
So like I saw orders on the books at 26, 25 and a half or 25 and a quarter, somewhere around there. So I immediately just market sold into that off of the sweep of the highs. So yeah,
You said 10s. Did you get covered 10s?
I covered 10. Yeah, which is point of control. So that was my target. So sweep of the highs into point of control retest.
So you basically processed all that as the markets were doing its little fluttering and moving and dancing. You're kind of processing all that. You took your short. You're decisive. 14, 15 handles out of the gate, and that's picking up breadcrumbs, right?
Right. And this is also like not a trade I don't do that type of trade a ton. I prefer to have a little bit more like ironed out levels or something, I guess. But sometimes it's just in your face. And if you watch it long enough, sometimes it just happens to be in your face. So gotta take it.
I took mine only because you took yours. No, they're very long in the tilt. Bias is very long. I do like watching the 20, 80, 20s. We talked about it. I don't know if you tune in, but we talk about you and your 80, 20s quite a bit.
I love the 20s and 80s.
Yeah, it plays. I see it.
It plays a lot, man.
It plays a lot. Yeah. So if you're a roulette guy or a whatever gambling guy, and you're like, hey, this number hits quite a bit, which
Right.
Whatever. 80, 20s. That's the 80s, guys. Like 15, 9, 80, or on a pullback. Let's just say there's a pullback right now. It'd be 15, 8, 80. And right now it's 15, 9, 20. So 80, 20s is just an interesting area. Watch it. Take your own notes. Put your own little marks on there every time it hits it and makes pivots, pauses, rotates. I don't know. I see it quite a bit too. Things to note.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt, do you have that breakfast again today?
Every day, man.
Amazing.
I haven't missed that breakfast in like 4 months.
Well, it's just an animal. I love it.
You got washboard abs now, or what's going on? I mean, you noticing a difference?
For sure. I used to not eat any breakfast, which would then make me not like, I would just like not eat breakfast because I thought I felt sharper in the mornings.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would get too distracted to eat lunch. So I was really like unintentionally doing the fasting thing.
Oh,
and now I'm just eating food and I feel so much better. I feel way sharper in the mornings after eating breakfast, actually.
Funny how that works.
Months. Yeah.
I come in and I have water and then I have a coffee and then I don't eat all day until 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
So that's what I was doing.
Intermittent fasting. That my wife's like, I do it intermittent. I go, I've been doing that since I was a kid, man. That's called intermittent fasting. Just like loading up at the end of the day, and I don't know. Breakfast in the morning makes me feel.
That's how I was for a long time, but now I don't know.
That's kind of a light breakfast. Andre will be eating or drinking, I should say, drinking an egg here very shortly. Is that today or when is that? When you get back?
I believe that's going down tomorrow.
Someone said I'm sharp.
If
on
I don't eat for like an
Zen.
hour, to me that's an intermittent fast.
I will say, like, I do have caffeine after I eat, though, for sure. Like, I mean, I'm drinking an Alani, and then someone's talking about Zens. I'm not a huge nicotine person, but tons of mental clarity on that too, apparently. So. Yeah,
I load up right when I get home, 5 o'clock, loading up.
Yeah.
Eat for like literally about an hour and a half, like just graze. And
my rule around food is just never eat more than you can lift.
Well, for you, John, it's probably herding cattle's in every day.
I was gonna say.
Your body. Speaking of herding cattle's, we got Stetson hat Jack coming to Matt's one of the traders in Matt's community.
Yeah,
nice.
It's en route, presumably to Florida.
Nice. He can get away with it in Florida too.
Do we have a picture of it? Can we get a picture of the hat so we can all start to get jealous?
Yeah, give me a few minutes. I'll see if I can find it.
And he's going to throw it on, right? And send us a pic, I would assume, as a nice guy he is.
I'll make him.
Wow. I like how you work your community over there.
All right.
They have some great names for trades.
Okay.
Matt used to be scrawny before he realized he needed to start eating food. Yeah, I've gained literally 30 pounds in like 5 months.
You gained?
What do you
Gained
eat for
30 pounds.
Matt, what do you eat for like lunch and dinner then?
A pound of ground beef and rice.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah. I'm on my health journey right now for sure.
Respect.
Good.
Trying at least.
Okay. Do you feel like it helps you trade better when you're eating like this? Are you doing this? Are you doing this for your trading, or are you just doing this just for
Here's
just
the
health?
thing. I was not doing it for trading, and then I realized that it helps me. Like I just feel so much more energized and clear and sharp. I don't know how else to describe it.
It also is conditioning your discipline skill, right?
And for sure.
Yeah, and I think that bleeds over anything in your life. In trading, you have to be disciplined, not grabbing another donut or even a donut or whatever, sticking to your regimen on eating. Have to be disciplined. Brushing your teeth twice a day. So people like that's the first thing I'm always like when I use the word discipline. I'm like, do you brush your teeth? Yeah. Okay. Well, you do it every day. All right. Well, that's the first step of doing something that's good for you, that takes effort and time to think about, stop it in your life, and it's a delayed gratification.
What about making your bed in the morning?
Yeah, it's like the Navy SEAL thing is making your bed in the morning.
Another one. Yeah.
Michael, you make your bed in the morning?
I do not.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't either. I suck.
I arrange. I know you do, Andre, every morning. Yeah.
I do.
I arrange. I'm not tucking shit in. No.
Yeah.
I just throw the comforter just right back over, like
That works, man. It's awesome.
Also, you get back in exactly where you got back out. I like it.
right. All right, right back up into volume.
Yep.
78% short here on the NAS.
Ooh.
Well, hold on. Where you got?
Oh, wait, it just flipped. Now it's 44. So it was 78 for a hot second.
I did not see that. So speaking of hot second, it was 72s and 73s and whatever up there with both S&P and NASDAQ were long by 72, 73s. When Matt took that 15.924 short, and see how it just rotated? Matt, you really it was 28 was a high, and you were short 24s.
Yeah,
and then when you got short on your Y, I got short because the till was heavy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got short at 26 and a quarter. I literally almost top ticked that. I was close to a top tick as a market entry would let me.
Yeah, pump the brakes, bro. I know, carving up the market. That's pretty good. Yeah. 2 ticks off the high, 2 handles off the high. Yeah. That makes you feel good when you look at the high and you're like, my entry, and then you're like, oh, then you look at your fill and it's like 2 handles off the high, 2 points. Yeah. Mine was 24, almost 25. And I liked how you explained it really quick, and then also super, super long bias. And when both of them are super long bias, it did rotate pretty damn hard. But I mean, you would have picked up 30 handles on that trade on a one lot. That's $600. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, if you rotated to the lows, 30 points, 40 points.
I call it carving up the market. If you're catching that, like you're short,
selling eyes, hell yeah.
Turkey time. Anybody got any leftover turkey?
No.
Still?
That would be kind of old, wouldn't it?
Mine got tossed out.
I don't know. Yeah, what's the time period on how long it can be in the fridge? Anybody in the chat could help us out?
I'd go 3 days. That's it.
3 days, huh? It starts tasting different?
Well, I wouldn't try that.
It's looking different, too.
No, it goes out on Sunday after Thanksgiving. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday it's dead.
Mike Mash says 6 months is fine. 3 months, 5 days.
What I like to do is take the carcass and make some turkey broth with it and freeze it.
The move.
It's great to cook with.
That's the move.
Boiling carcass, Johnny.
Yeah.
Andre, are you still flat on the session?
I'm still flat. I'm still sitting in my hands flat. Why? What do you got? You got a trade for me?
No, I just was wondering. You too, Hoag?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't done anything.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the waiting game for a little bit, which I'm cool with.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. Didn't have anything on the opening range trade. Didn't want to trade into jolts. So now we just kind of see what plays out here and see if we can find see if something finds us. That's more what I'm looking for today. Is I don't want to go looking for trades because I know I'll find them. I want it to come to me.
Free information. You ask if I had when did I have turkey last? Very good question because I did not have it this year for the first time in like I don't know since I was born. I was at Legoland and they had like slop in their cafeteria because we stayed at their the castle part. No, we stayed at the Legoland pirate. There's castle in a pirate hotel, like literally. And man, they had the worst breakfast in the world. It felt like I was in a cafeteria. I swear to God. But there was tons and tons of kids. It was like literally you're at school with them. That's how the whole thing.
And they were all high school lunch ladies.
Yeah,
They're not getting anything good.
My kids like it.
Danny in the chat asked if we would trade Bitcoin futures. If it became a thing, Bitcoin futures are already a thing on the CME.
CME's got them, yeah.
Just to educate a little bit.
I think it's been pretty successful too over, hasn't it, right?
Okay, I'd say it's okay.
Yeah, it's all right. I wouldn't.
It's thin, right?
Oh, okay. In terms of volume, I don't know. Is there volume over there? I wouldn't know.
You can get in and out,
Gotcha.
but it's not like you're gonna. I would say it's more like core positioning as opposed to like it's gonna be hard to scalp it super well over there. My opinion.
Gotcha.
Ooh, so far the trade of today was those 26s that you
Yes,
sold.
it was.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm glad I took it, but I wish there was something else. I'm up 15 points on the session. I want more.
Hey, Hoop, you took your family to the pirate ship wing? So did I. Did you go into the elevator where the elevator shuts and it turns into like a disco party and the ball and everything? My kids just started dancing. It was hilarious.
What?
Yeah, the Legoland hotel that's at Legoland. Hoop was there. He just goes in here and said he took his kids to the pirate wing. There's a pirate wing and there's a castle wing. We're in the pirate wing as well, so everything is pirate. Like their carpet looks like you're on a pirate wooden floor. There's Lego pirate people on the walls. I mean, it's pretty trippy. But
Is it made out of Legos, the hotel?
Everything looks like it's either made out of Legos or it is made out of Legos.
Saying they're missing a big opportunity if it's not made of Legos. I do have a Stetson to share. This is the one that our
Cool. Yes.
our cattle rustler picked out.
Oh,
That's a good looking hat.
Wow.
That is a good looking hat.
That is pretty.
6X.
I like
Dude.
that a lot.
Good taste. Yeah.
Tan. What is that? A tan? Look at the what is it called? The thing around there, tassel thing or whatever they put around it.
Yeah, that's like the hat belt.
That's a real cowboy, Michael.
Yeah, that's a good looking hat.
That's what happens.
All what is it? All hat, no cattle or something.
Like some for some people.
It's a nice hat.
Good for him. I feel like you need a legit cowboy hat like that. Like you got to pick one like that if you're gonna be the cattle guy. You know what I mean?
If you're gonna sling cattle contracts, you better have your hat on.
Right.
And you better be able to say, yeah.
What would be like put a tire down like like NASDAQ? What would you wear for the NASDAQ? I feel like you're like a club with a shiny shirt, like Dance Party USA type thing. Yeah.
Bitcoin.
NASDAQ's a little bit more of a suit and tie to me.
What's S&Ps?
Yeah, or sorry,
S&Ps are suit and tie, all the banks.
Yeah, S&P suit and tie. I feel like the NASDAQ you need like a freaking like hockey helmet on or something. It's just like so aggressive.
Right?
Pads.
Yeah.
Feels like you're in the middle. For me, it feels like you're in the middle of a dance floor at some club, but the lights are at 2 a.m. It's crazy. Where everybody in Vegas.
All right.
And everybody's rolling.
Yeah, it's just like let's trade NASDAQ.
NASCrack.
NASCrack, yeah.
Right.
Nazi Daddy.
Nazi Daddy.
Speaking of stocks and such, I have a few observations to share here from the world of news. Starting with November being the largest monthly decline percentage-wise in the Goldman Sachs U.S. Financial Conditions Index, indicating that conditions have got a lot looser. What's interesting about this index I believe, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, is that the number there is a hypothetical rate cut. Like the loosening this month was the equivalent of almost like a full point cut in interest rates. So something to keep an eye on. It's moving quickly. Wow. Also, though,
Interesting.
For the next one, I think that we have been so long just looking at the market through the guise of anything that we think makes the Fed cut interest rates is going to ramp markets to the moon. However, some people are wondering now if we're really thinking about what that would mean, right? They're not going to cut interest rates just for the hell of it. It probably means that the economy is slowing down. So that reality might come into focus at some point. This third thing I have, though, is the most important. There's a story behind it.
I was in queue. Sorry.
You ready for this?
Who is that?
This is sent to us from one of our viewers, Robert, who said the other night he saw this guy at the Jazz Corner in Hilton Head Island. He was playing the drums. Quote, "This ain't right, but all I could think about was if Hoag and Eddie could have a child."
Oh shit!
Go on. Hey, I took a short right up there at
Nice
36.
That's a great short off the sweep.
Yeah, I got 34s.
Yeah,
I'll take it. I'll take that one. There's a quick 800. Oh, I took a 3-lot. Damn, I thought it was a 2-lot. No, hold on. I got double clicked.
Nice trade, dude.
Solid trade. I was even.
Sitting.
Yeah, that's good.
Sitting there waiting. Jack, go ahead. Talk. I love it. Oh, you let me be patient while you were talking. I'm like, be patient. Listen to Jack. It's kind of interesting. It's pretty interesting.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, patience. Good trade, Michael.
Thank you.
Got 130 sitting at 910. Down below.
130 sitting at 910. So guys, down there at the 15,910 in the NASDAQ. Matt's seen on his bid probably, right? 110.
Yeah. And then 120 now, and then we got 70 up at 24. So we still got a lot of size up above. Makes me think that we probably get pulled, but I wouldn't be shocked for like a quick sweep lower.
Would you see how heavy it got up there at the 20?
What was it? I wasn't. What was it?
Well, here, really quick. So I'm glad Jack was talking because he helped me. I'm like, I want to pay attention to this, but I'm also going to look at the markets, and it's getting the things are starting to line up. And I'm still paying attention to him because he's like, it was interesting. So Jack, thank you. And that's what TopstepTV should be about, is keeping you patient enough that there's interesting
Just real
enough.
quick, there's 1,600 offered.
Yes, there is.
45.
Holy cow.
Holy
Yeah, I've never seen this in a long ass time. Johnny, great catch. 45.76 even. Guys, look at the dome. Can we go to Johnny's?
Yeah,
dome?
check this.
Right here. I'm going to add one.
Shout out to Jay. He's the one that pointed it out. I was
Nice
looking at
job.
NASDAQ.
Should we get with it?
Watch this. I'm getting in front of it. This is what I've
Get
done.
in front of it? You're going to short in front of it?
Just watch it real quick because I've done this before where you just get in front of it because it's so big. I'm not saying a
Are you doing
word.
it, Michael?
I got a 2-lot short right here. I'm going to pick up at the 50.
So did Andre.
There, I just got mine. And now, so I got mine. I'm already 2 ticks in the so I'm leaning on.
Short,
It's called leaning.
75 in the orders.
Yep. It's called leaning on a huge position. I'm leaning on a big position. Or a big
There's 200 there, so
Big
we're
order.
stacking offers in front of it too.
Big orders, yeah.
What's that 45.70? Is there still
Was it
something there?
70?
Yeah.
That's
Was
what
there like
there's
670?
a big order.
I didn't see. I can't see it.
On the ES, excuse me.
That's an
We're running away from the 60. I mean, they're going to try to fill this thing, aren't they?
I would
If there
imagine.
was a big order in the pit, the locals would load up a tick below it.
Yep.
So they knew if it went, they'd get a piece of it. They'd only lose a tick.
Yeah. All right.
Yep.
I'm a quick scalp. I'm up 100 on that one. Let's try to do it again.
I'm going to hold on to this one a bit because
Are you? Oh yeah, we're running away.
Tilt's been really long.
And
And
if you want to
Nice
listen
catch.
to join,
Who caught that?
you're
Good, nice
the robot
freaking
voice
catch.
right now, apparently.
Jay Cook got it. He
all right, I'm getting out of one of them. I just picked up 4 handles.
Nice job.
I got another one. Guys, that's called a lean. Everybody, a lean. When you see a huge order, you get, like Hoag said, a tick in front of it, and you lean on it, and you're there. What does that mean, lean on it? I got short in front of a huge order that was right behind me by a tick. Markets sold off hard. They knew something, or they wanted something. That big of order, they wanted something there. So now I'm
orders that big usually.
yeah, I'm gonna get out.
Oh, I haven't seen that in a minute.
Yeah, I picked up 9 handles total on that one.
Nice trade.
Nice
And
job.
that was to me a risk-free trade. And the reason why John just said it, we used to get in the pit, huge order behind a tick behind us. You get a tick in front of it, and you just lean on it. And it was kind of a, like, why would you do it, John? You just do it because it's a low risk, right?
Well, because if it was
Risking a quarter tick.
you're in the pit and the broker had a big order and you sold in front of it, you could sell 100. And if it starts to turn, you turn and say, buy 100, you only lose 1 tick.
Yep.
Yes, you only lose 1 tick.
Against you.
And you could size up.
NASDAQ heavy short. NASDAQ heavy short 80%.
Okay, I'm gonna get along when it's at the settlement. I'm getting long on one guy. It's down at Matt's 80s.
Yeah, I snagged along just a second ago. I got one more down below at 65.
There's something really slippery about this market though right now.
Super. I mean that 910 block that I called out that got zapped. I should have jumped in there with you on the short side, honestly.
Yeah, that was just a decisive move. I kind of even want to just be like tradertainment, like an entertainment play to talk about a lean, but like there's something slippery about this market right now. I don't know. It sold off pretty hard.
Well, I'm long at 75 and a half. I'm
long
another
at
65 and a quarter if I get it.
Yeah, I'm long from
Looks like I probably
75
did.
as well.
You guys are carving this shit. I like it.
Delta's heavy though, so it'll be pretty tight for me.
I mean, if the settlement right here holds, so far I'm not liking this trade. It just feels slippery. I don't know why.
We don't usually see that kind of size. I mean, that's something you don't see. It's unusual.
Who pointed that out?
Yeah, shout out to them.
Yeah, shout out to them, honestly.
Who?
Jay Cook.
Jay Cook.
Yeah, GG.
Man, I want to like give away like, hey, free month on Topstep or something like, but I can't do that because then everybody's like, well, what the hell?
Well,
I said it
Jay's
too.
a coach here. He slacked that to me.
Oh, well, there you go. I didn't. Yeah, Coach Jay. Oh, Coach Jay. Yeah. Coach Jay. Is he in the chat? Coach Jay, you in the chat?
Offer's still there, I'm hearing.
Well, I didn't get filled literally just didn't get filled. It went down, tapped me, and I didn't get it on my second entry. But I'm still in my single.
Still there.
I'm here with you on the 75s.
Yeah, long 75 and a half, looking for mid 80s, 88, 75 ideally for me.
Jay's here.
One at 65 and a quarter also, and it literally went down there and tapped. I just was too far back in line, I guess.
All right, I'm gonna get out on a 10 handle move just because I'm just like to be dancing. I'm gonna actually get out right now. Okay, you can hold on to that one, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like right about to get filled right
Take it off the table. Come on.
now. I'm just gonna go take it off. I'm at 520. I'm happy.
Yes. This is just guys that are in the chat and watching. This is just chipping away job right here. It's like base hits, and then now Matt is up 500. Andre's up. I'm
coming back up to these 76s.
Yeah.
Topstep, oh, it's still there.
And then it's like what? Like then you start deciding, Matt, is this what you do? Because I started thinking, okay, how do I want to end my trading day? You know, is it coming to an end right now? Do I like 1300? Do I like?
Yeah, Topstep. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's still there.
Still there.
It's still there.
I will say, Michael, on days like this where I feel like I'm seeing the market pretty cleanly.
Yeah.
I do not like to walk out on the morning session. I will take a break, like 10 to 11 o'clock, go move around, look away from the screens for a little bit. But when I'm seeing the market cleanly, I like to trade all day.
Okay, see, talk about
trade again.
What's up?
I'm gonna do it again. But it's gonna be really light.
Mac. What's that, Michael?
I'm gonna do it again, but it's gonna be really light, guys. I'm leaning again on this.
Are you working with the orders?
Yeah, and then just right above settlement.
Yeah, shut that thing up. It's awful.
Who got in right now?
We
No,
got
I'm just working an offer.
Andre.
I'm working an offer. I'm working the
120 at 90 again on the NAS.
Great chance to point out the Topstep X will show you 100 levels in the dome.
Yes, it will.
Hey, you guys see my screen? It only shows you 10 levels deep. So, and then I don't know about other ones, but like 100 levels deep allows you to scroll up, scroll down on the DOM and be like, wow, that's a huge order. Like right now at 45.76 even on the S&P. You can see it on my dome right here. 1,600 are on the offer. And you're like, well, is that big? Well, look at all the other bids and offers. They're in the 90s and the 100. This is 1,600. Just something to note. It's good to note. It's good to know.
It made me had to pull up my ES Dom so I can follow along with y'all.
Let's all do this trade.
All get in front of it.
All right. I'm risking a quarter tick.
Nice long, Matt. 75, 74, whatever.
Nice
Didn't
trade.
you try to get 69s or something?
I was trying, dude. I tried to actually look. I had this literal bottom tick at 65 and a quarter.
Yeah.
It just did not get filled.
And this move paid us pretty quickly, which is great. I love moves that pay you quickly.
Yes. Fast is good.
Yes. Left a lot on the table, but I wasn't looking to do too much. I'm taking my bites where I want to take my bites.
Would have been hard not to make 10 points on that sucker.
On that what?
On that short.
Oh, he said effort.
Level.
I did.
I thought he said effort. I'm like, what? That was casual.
No, it was an S.
CP77R. You're short from 920s. Nice. 15,920. So you've held that all the way down. I don't know where you're trying to get out, but you've had 50 handles into that, into the money. Because we pulled back to 70s where Matt was looking to get long. He got long 74s. Made 40 points on the short. Brandon, nice work.
Well done.
Nice.
Are y'all okay if I answer a question?
Hey, Chuck, if that order gets pulled, watch out. Agreed. Definitely watching to see if that order gets pulled.
Yeah, Matt,
That
take it
changes
away.
everything.
Someone had asked for an explanation of the wick test real quick on the body of the candle. It's a strategy that I talked about with Hoag at one point. I look at the body of the candle.
Yes.
So 50% retrace of the body. So like this one would have technically classified, and it worked for a few points. But the whole wick test idea is you go back, retrade the wick off an engulfing candle, and then the stop is at the high, and you're looking for like a 1-to-1 move, ideally.
Nice.
Sorry, that's a very singled person question, but
No, that's what we
We wanted
wanted.
that question too. I'm glad you explained it because I was wondering the same thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that dude is just chilling with his
Sure is.
1700.
Yeah. Are you looking at Topstep X, or is that where you see it?
No, I'm on Sierra
Gotcha.
on Denali.
$1,700 now.
Unbelievable. What are they trying to do?
And we do have divergence. I mean, we're negative 8,700 in S&Ps, and we're just coming off the highs.
Okay.
Okay, let's do a poll because somebody just called me out. Renee just called me out for not having a poll day.
Well, yeah, Michael, get on your game, bro.
I know. Okay, right now is where we're trading right now. I do want to know this because we've rallied all day, really, these last 90 minutes. Or, I got 3 30-minute bars. Hour. Fine, an hour. Will the market end higher or lower than 15,900? You've already got 5 handles in the money on this trade. 15,900 or 1571 even in the S&P. So pretty much right around here. Will we be higher than that in an hour? Let's just go an hour. Like an hour from now, do you guys think we're going to continue higher, or does this top out? At least it helps us all get an idea, because I know right now it's 50-50 on the tilt, so the bias isn't really strong one direction. My guess is it's going to be 49.51 with you guys.
I think higher. How about this guy? How about they get filled?
I personally think higher.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
That's just me.
I'm with
Higher
you.
than 900, right? That's what you said?
Higher than 15,900. Yeah, they already have
higher.
14 handles in the money, but still, it's an hour from now. Poll
Higher.
the poll guys, 15,900. Will the market in 1 hour from now? Will the market be higher? Thank you. In 1 hour. Wow, you guys are good.
15.
Yeah. Will the market be
God, I love TopstepTV, man. That was sick.
15,900? Got it. 15 for 45. Okay, so I'm putting my thing in here. Wow. Okay, 66.34 so far.
That dude is still chilling there, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's wild.
Yeah, it is. Was it 76s, right? 76.
Yeah, 76 flat.
Yeah, while you guys are doing the polls, if you could hit the like, let's get this likes going. Help us out a bit.
Yeah, we got a lot of folks here. If you like what you're doing or like what you're seeing, just had a great trade for you. You gave us some likes.
Yes,
you guys
sir.
were asking about Bitcoin earlier. The Bitcoin futures December contract has traded 4,067 so far today. Not very liquid, but bids and offers are 5 to 7 ticks apart.
Interesting. Thanks for that, John.
Thank you, John.
Mm-hmm.
Binary options at Topstep. Yeah. Hey, has anybody ever traded those event contracts at CME?
Yeah, I have.
What are those?
They're literally binaries, but they're not.
Oh,
They're
okay.
not classified as binaries, but they are binaries. I traded them. I did like a sponsored section when they first dropped.
Man, you've traded everything, haven't you?
I mean, at some point, I feel like I have, honestly.
That's awesome.
I traded weather on.
I love it.
Kalshi does event contract. They kind of started it, and they did weather, like FOMC breaking news events, and then CME dropped their event contracts. I don't even know if they still have theirs. But
So gangster.
Who just got in?
Not me.
not me.
That was nobody. That
Was it you?
was a slack.
Yeah, check your position, Michael.
Long 100.
Yeah, they took down the site where I used to dabble in political and event betting. But
Well, you can do it on Kalshi now.
oh yeah, there's plenty of places you could do it. I don't know if it's some road I want to go down necessarily.
All right.
Yeah, like elections and stuff you could do it on.
Oh yeah, but then I gotta tell my wife that I'm betting on like a Rhode Island Senate race, and it's just
Trading weather was fun at the time because it was still pretty like illiquid, and so I literally would just put these resting offers on at like noon, so I would know when the high, like if the high of day was already in on weather, and you could like it was like trading New York weather, so it was like a couple hours ahead of me, so I could put a resting order at noon, waiting for someone to get out, and then it like settles at $1, you know, because it's a binary. So it was crazy. It was fun for a couple months.
All right,
Hey, we got Daniel. We got Daniel Inskeep in the house. What's up, Daniel?
What's up?
How you doing,
All right,
buddy?
we're coming up to those 76s again.
All right. Well, do we lean? Because this is where I've seen it just take a blast off move.
Exactly. If it gets filled and gets pulled, it's look out. I mean, it's to the moon, right?
I typically I feel like what happened earlier, I hardly ever see it really like get yoinked off like that. I feel like it always like flushes super high on a big block like this. So it's cool to see it play out
This is
the
very
way that
cool.
y'all had talked about it. In my mind, if we go up and test this again, I feel like we absolutely are going up and testing like 78s or whatever or higher.
I mean, the first lean, it's crazy how quickly that pulled off of that. When we all got to 1600, I mean, it pulled off of that
8 handles ish.
8 handles, man. Like you got it within 2 minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we want to go back to that well.
Yeah, I think
Eventually,
it's,
it
I
dries
think it's a
up.
blast off scenario.
I think everybody just wants to know if it's actually there.
Well, I'm chopping the bit to see if this thing gets filled.
Hey, Matt, I have this like harebrained idea that I want to be the 100 lot trader in the Nasdaq. So when you see a 100 lot, you're like, oh, that's Michael over there at Topstep.
All right.
Because there's another 100 lot guy there too. Now I got to get my my game up there so I can psychologically handle it. But there's
Right.
a lot of there's something itching at me to do it by
Take your
starting
time.
in next year. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. What about like the 50 lot guy? What?
Well, you can't.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'll probably start there, or I'll probably work up there. But the whole point is being able to see it on the DOM and be like, oh,
Every time you flash, right?
yeah, be like, oh, that's my. We used to like in the pit. Gish would put in huge orders. I mean, he was working big stuff too, and you'd be like, "Is that you?" He'd cancel them all, and it'd go like the what's working would evaporate to like 100, and then he'd put them all back on. Yeah,
A little spoofy action.
some would call it that, but he was all intentions of trading.
Of course.
Yeah,
Right.
he had 100% intentions to trade it out, and would have because it would have been electronic. So spoofing is always a little interesting. I get it if you like get your algo to do it, but like if I put an offer in there and then I pull it.
Market conditions change all the time.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
a little
How do
bit.
they prove that you didn't intend to have it anyway?
exactly. I think that's the hardest part. But
For the
they
record, everyone, 16. The nominal value of 1600 NQ futures is just over $500 million.
God bless.
are you serious?
Yeah, right. 20 times
Wow, that's probably right. Yeah.
1,900 times 1,600.
It's in the S&Ps though.
Yeah, it's yes.
Oh, well, let me go back here. One sec. Enhance.
What is 1600 a point? Let's see. What's 1600 times 50? Someone who's
1600 times
fast at public math.
50. What's
I used to have to be. I've burned out on that.
Yeah, I don't do public math anymore. I'm an idiot.
I got shorted 8 lot at 75 half right here. A little 2 ticks in front of it. I'm still gonna put my stop right behind it. And this is one of those
Everybody else stops.
What'd you
Yeah,
do? I
but-
missed it, Michael. You got short.
Oh
front of
yeah, I
it.
know, Johnny. If this 1600 gets filled, everything above 1600, there'll be a stop run for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's only $85,000 a point on the ES.
Maybe
for this
double
guy.
up on it.
Yeah. The nominal value is something like a lot. 366 million.
Oh, I just got filled.
What happened?
It got taken out.
There's the
We
pop.
got taken out. And it popped.
You got filled or pulled?
Looks like it got
It
pulled.
got filled.
You got filled.
I got 76
yeah.
quarter. I got 76 quarters on my 8 lot. I'm happy with that fill on my stop.
Hell
John.
yeah. Wow, that got filled?
Yes, dude. I got 76 quarter. Totally happy with that.
Absolutely.
All right, what's tilt? They're getting a little long. 1600 now just got filled.
I should have taken the wick test on the NAS. I was spooked because it was like dead center of the range off volume, but juicy.
Okay, now somebody's short 1600.
Yes, they are.
So
And he's down 160 grand already.
Yes, it's taking bad heat.
Yikes.
let's keep an eye on this. 45,
There's
76.
liquidity above this market.
There's what?
There's liquidity above 99, 79.50. There's 300. There's 300 at 45.80. I mean, there's still liquidity above here.
Very happy with that, Phil. Very, very. I thought it'd be like at least a handle.
Yeah, that's not a bad puke at all.
That's the S&Ps, baby.
Yeah.
I know. If that was the NASDAQ, it'd be like 100 handles
God.
higher.
You're still short with just the NASDAQ.
This is about to be new highs on the session. Testing IB high here.
Yeah.
On the NAS.
Yep. Old
There's new
1600.
highs. Quick sweep. We got 950s or somewhere around there as Friday's open, and then we got like a fat block at 16K. We got how much is in there? 100. Oh, it's only 140. Looks bigger than that.
What is what's levels do you guys have up here? I mean, like in the 9 handle, 15.9. Guys in the chat, I'm asking you too. What levels do you have in here, and why? Just like I like 15.9, blah blah blah, because of helps.
200.
Train 8 stopping. Patrick Whelan says a train 8 stopping to the upside.
All right.
It is definitely strong enough that it lifted and 1600 lot on the offer.
Got 950 as Friday's open. Ish, 950-ish,
950-ish is Friday's open.
which is an interesting spot. 55 maybe. And
Choo
then
choo, baby.
other than that, I think it's 16K, right? 980s and 16K. Unless y'all got something super interesting.
16,008 point of control from Friday.
All right. Above IB is good for continuation. My delta is literally straight up, like vertical.
Yeah, since that number, right? Since that got taken out.
Yeah. Just
That's a pretty strong positive delta, 1,600 in one shot.
Yeah.
While there's a pause here, I was thinking we could honor yesterday's best P&Ls from Topstep.
Cool.
What do we got?
Here they come.
Hughes.
With the big day in the live account.
The ever elusive Hughes.
Hey guys, I'm short of 5 lot from 53.75.
I was just about to take that too. Trade. God.
3 handles off the high. 3 handles off the high.
I was literally flipping around about to take that, and I'm too slow.
I'm gonna keep 2 of them.
Great trade again, Michael. That was 77 on the tilt.
That was you, buddy. 77 on the tilt, and he liked the 50s, and the 50s was the blah 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 from Friday.
Yep. Friday's high, or Friday's open. Excuse me. That 55 level, and I think it literally smacked 55, right? Yeah.
It smacked
God
55. Yeah. 5 lot. Here we go. I'll take that.
Good 20 points.
Carving this shit, dude.
25 points.
2,800 yesterday. 2,000 today. Skied yesterday and today. We'll be skiing today. I got a 100-day challenge to myself on skiing, and then trading every single day I ski, and then see how if I paid for my ski bum life by the end of the 100 days. Matt.
Oh, I like it. I would imagine that you do pay for your ski bum life unless you're getting new skis like every day.
Yeah, I did.
Right? How much is a lift ticket for the for the season?
2,700.
I was gonna say $3,000. So that's
well 28. Yeah.
You're already there. No, just don't go crazy on the downside.
Yeah,
Free ski season.
Now you just got to pay for beers at the top of the mountain.
Exactly. Good call, Matt.
No, hottie toddies or hot toddies or whatever they are.
I like a hot toddy.
Oh, Irish coffee, you can't go wrong. Get there.
I go for a hottie toddy.
Yeah.
I ski in Aspen and Snowmass and Buttermilk and Highlands. Those are the 4 mountains right here in Aspen. World-class skiing. It's incredible. I know.
Well, on long, 78.
Nice.
Trying to take out this liquidity up above here. I'm not going to risk much on this.
Long 78. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Nice.
I hate paying higher, but you have to do it sometimes.
Yeah.
Right. Were you long off this most recent sweep lower? Or have you been long for a while?
No, I took the sweep when we went through it, made a few bucks on that, and then got a little bit of a pullback and got long again.
Yeah, I like it. Nice. Good trading.
I'm not a scalper, but I'm having fun right now.
Yeah.
It can be fun.
Every
I'm
now
not
and
a
then.
scalper, but I play one on TV.
Right?
All right,
So like that guy earlier who asked how we handle leaving a lot of money on the table. I mean, look at this. Look at my long, right? I literally tried to bottom tick this long. I was talking about this guy who asked how we like handle leaving a bunch of money on the table after winning trades, right?
Yeah.
If you look at my screen, I literally left 80, almost 100 points on the table on the NAS off a bottom tick, or almost a legit bottom tick at 65.25. Me and Michael both took this trade, right? And it's just like you take the money and you move on.
Yep.
No complaining about winners.
No.
Right. And then if you're Michael, you snag another top tick.
No.
And then
I'm riding your coattails of
Through that.
you can't. It's pressing back on the highs right now. It's back where I entered, 53.
yeah. Little delta divergence too, actually. So it's kind of an interesting spot for me.
You know, another reason why I like that one, because I was looking at my 30-minute and that 200 period moving average is right there. I like moving averages, 50s, 100s, and 200s. They just, I don't know. I've always used them. So I always say get comfortable with your indicators, because sometimes they're really on and sometimes they're off. And then it's good to be comfortable with them, because then you know, or in tune with them, then you know when they're off.
Right. All right, chat. Michael dropped a 5 lot short at the highs, and we only have 1,000 thumbs up. So
Yeah, guys.
I mean,
Damn you guys.
at least another 690 thumbs up in just instant. Maybe another 1,000 thumbs up instant.
That would be nice.
3,000 people in here. It's possible. Free stream. Click it.
Is.
As
I'm gonna
punishment,
guilt trip you.
We're gonna take
Do
a
it. We're gonna game this YouTube algo the best we can.
Yes, we will.
So MP, we're doing some tech work on the back end, so you guys might see the overlays and scroller disappear for a little while, but we assure you we are all okay.
I'm short one. 48 here.
Short from 48. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the 50 area.
Right. I'm just seeing a delta divergence here at the highs, so I want to take it for a few points, ideally. And if we pop new highs, then
So
I'll
you
be
short?
out.
God, I was just thinking that.
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was just thinking that to look for a little bit of a short for a pullback here, but
Yeah. Yeah, delta's just kind of heavy off the highs here, so we'll see. Anything comes
Yeah, I
of
would
it.
like to. I mean, they were pretty heavy long up here, around here. You know, it did fade off.
All right. It looks like I probably will get stopped out here, unfortunately. A little
yeah,
sweep,
we're headed towards
probably.
liquidity.
I mean,
And I'm out.
I just got stopped too.
Yep.
John, you still long?
No, I'm up.
Okay. Nice little scalp.
I took 7 points there, 8 points.
7 or 8 points. I mean,
Got the liquidity I was looking for. Now it just keeps kind of loading up with liquidity above 84 is next.
Yeah, definitely not trying to fade this over and over again, but
No.
if I see it, I want to try and take it, but it's a
Hey, Hoag, you want to rejoin real quick?
Sure.
We're having a real day on the back end here.
okay. There's strength here. Choo-choo, baby.
Yep.
Keep going higher.
Here's a question for you, MP.
What?
When do you think we're gonna have another all-time high on the Nasdaq?
What would that price be?
I don't know. I haven't looked at it. I don't even know. I gotta look.
18th. What was that? I don't know. Hold on. Let me go back to here.
Yeah, Michael, what do you think?
High was 16,264. Is that right? July 2023? No. Yes.
I thought it was higher than that. No, but maybe.
I'm looking at the S&P. Sorry, no. So I'm looking at the NASDAQ December contract. Let me go. Sorry, active contract. Michael. Where are we? Yeah, it is higher than that. Sorry. 16,706. 16,700.
I hope I lost the robo voice.
16,700 and 16,767. That's what I'm showing. You guys see
Not
it?
far away, actually.
Right, dude.
You're saying 17.5.
Yeah, that sounds more right to me.
17.5. Hold on. Well, cash market or futures? Because I got my active.
I thought November 21. Look back in time. November 21. Sounds about right. Pull it up too. All that to say, I feel like it's been so long since we've had an all-time high. So
Probably if they start cutting rates again would be my guess.
we go to the continuous, the monthly.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm doing. November 22.
21.
That's when all the free money was floating around still.
Well, 21 or 22.
Oh, yeah, that's 16,765. October 20 or November of 21.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking cash is what you guys are watching when you're watching the news channel and they go, the Dow was up, the S&P was. That's the cash market.
We're close. Close-ish.
Yeah, we are.
All is well in the economy.
Nothing to see here. Yep.
Nothing on tilt.
Nothing.
Nothing. Somebody just asked me, what makes you have sunflower seeds or a pinch of the dip? When I'm down money. When I'm down money. That's what this segment is brought to you by David. They're the greatest sunflower seeds out there. I would get them in ranch as well, but this is the original. And this one's by America's Best. They had to change their name, just like the Washington Commanders had to do. It used to be that, and it's America's Best now, which is a great chew. Those are two things that I dabble with when I'm getting a little fidgety.
Big old lipper.
Little horseshoe.
Yeah, right.
Top and bottom horseshoes, baby.
Oh, yeah. That's what you guys call it.
That's the style.
Which one does more damage to your mouth than B?
Which one does?
Which one? I can't eat sunflower seeds because it's like gargling glass or something.
Yeah.
Right.
You do it
Gets
long
pretty
enough.
raw.
Yeah, it gets pretty raw.
What brand of chew do you have?
Well, I'm getting asked to take a chew. I don't think
Just put in a wad,
I
bro.
don't know why not, right?
All right. I'm a grizzly kind of guy. Sometimes winter Copenhagen. Yeah, wintergreen Copenhagen every now and then.
I can't do that. I'll turn stark white. This is
Try it
leaves.
once. Go ahead.
This is just leaves.
That grizzly.
Just leaves.
If I'm in a little bit of a sweaty trade, that's when I crack open the can, but very rare.
Yeah, and I don't like going from my coffee to my chew because I don't go back to my coffee.
Right.
All these, traders, you sit here all day long, you build these little stupid habits, and you know exactly what, I mean, you're sitting here watching the paint dry all day long.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Markets.
That's why baseball players do it.
Right?
Pass the time.
God, that game needs to reinvent itself.
They're trying.
Grizzly wintergreen all day. Yeah, that's literally what I got here.
Yeah, if you know, you know.
I can't see you
Boy,
guys.
cigar smokers. I am not a cigar smoker, but there was a lot in the board of trade. What was the name of that cigar shop down there, Jack?
Jack Schwartz.
Jack Schwartz, still there. That's you see all the high rollers smoking them stogies.
I got a stogie on my desk for some stupid reason. I would never smoke it inside, but I got one here.
Yeah, that place was cool. It's just those guys just look cool in that place.
Yeah, Tom and Brian, that's what I'm chewing right now. And I don't know if it's appropriate to say that anymore, but that's why I call it America's Best now. Even though, I've been chewing that for a while. I don't know, it makes me feel more country, Andre.
If you say so.
Don't forget where you're from.
That's right.
That's like not only. I prefer to dip in the winter because it's hunting season, and there's just something about.
You strike me as a duck hunter.
I love duck hunting. It's my favorite.
Yeah, I don't think. Are you a deer hunter? You don't strike me as a deer hunter.
I'm not a huge fan. I have a deer trip first week of January, but I don't really like it. Yeah.
Anything with four legs, I don't like to shoot. But if it flies, I was a pheasant hunter.
Yeah,
Flies, floats, or
waterfowl is the best, in my opinion. Most fun. Do you hunt ducks?
Me? No, I never have.
Oh.
I know hunting blinds in like Nebraska, you go in there and you'd sit literally forever too. And they would have things in there like magazines and things like that. That guys, it was just like Nebraska's and coffee pots and the whole like kitchenette and all that kind of stuff to kind of like pass the time.
Right. Yeah, I got a first week of January. I got a deer trip into a hog. So it's like 2 days of deer, a day of hog, and then a duck, ending with duck. So I'm traveling all over for a fun little week.
Yeah. We get this comment all the time. and
just address it.
Has anyone ever told you remind me of Dave Portnoy, but like the trading world version? You know what I do like about Dave Portnoy? Dude's pretty real. At least he seems real.
One bite, you know the rules.
To do a pizza review and to be, well, what's he worth? 500 million?
Yeah, maybe more because he bought back Barstool for like $1.
For like $1, he's going to
That's the best trade potentially 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 all time, right? I mean,
he just went back to doing what he did before.
Yeah, he sold it for 500 million and then buys it back for $1.
Yeah.
Like, that's just insane. Man, we are totally flat here, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Davey Day Trader. I remember when Davey Day Trader came out and he was hammered as hell. And I remember watching this, and because he had to wake up every morning and he just got bought out, and then he put all his money in there. COVID happened. And I remember him like waking up. He had that stupid thing
Hammer.
Hammer.
He had a hammer in his hands.
Guys would be like, he looks wasted as hell. And he looked like he's been partying all night. And he had to be up early in the morning because he had thousands of people on just wanting to see how his $4 million position or whatever it was moving. It's crazy.
Goals.
Goals.
I mean, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, if you can do it, why not, right?
Right. I'd love to sell something for 500 and then dick around with
Hell yeah.
some pocket change.
Yeah, that would be. I mean, that dude grinded it out, though, quite a bit. I mean, he's been doing that bar stools for 20 years, right?
Yeah, they started with an actual physical newspaper. So, they've been doing it for a long time. I mean, even now he grinds content because he's on a bunch of different, he's the host of several different podcasts. Mm-hmm. He does his one pizza thing. He runs a company. Mm-hmm. He gambles like a madman. That is stuff.
Oh, he does gamble?
Oh, yeah, man. He's a massive sports bettor. Like
consistently losing or doing well or what?
I don't know. I don't track him. I have no idea. But I just see his little memes. They have a little they have a movie room where they all watch the books because he's got Barstool Sportsbook or whatever. But
would you ever sell Topstep? Man, everything has a price tag on it except my family.
Always true. Dad always said that.
Yeah, my dad always said that too. Yep, he would always say he collected cars. He did have one, but he's like, Junior, give me the right price on that one. Yeah, take it.
If somebody has to have it, they'll pay for it.
you know Alex Hormozy?
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm not long anymore. I made a little bit of money, and I'm kind of ruining the fact that I got out because we have a successful upside auction in play here in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps. We'll see if we get a pullback, we get back in.
Yeah, it went quiet up here, didn't it?
Yeah, this feels like rolly to me, but I've already given it a shot, so I don't really want to try over and over again.
This is one of those rolly ones that, and guys, rolly means, I think, it starts to calm down, cool off, and starts to roll.
And then
Roll over, right?
Roll over, sell off. But to me, it's going to trend. You're going to see a lot of these 5-minute bars right around here. I don't know. Do a little head fake to the upside, then do your roll.
Right up in a 980.
Your 80 play, 80-20.
Right. Yep. Mm-hmm. I would like it, but the last 10 minutes are just dead. 20 minutes.
Nothing on tilt. Hey, did we ever get the poll on 1 hour from now?
We did, actually. Oh, where is it? Yeah.
62%.
6,000 votes. 62% said higher. So far, so good. Has it been an hour?
When did we put that vote in there?
I don't think it was an hour ago. Yeah. So far, they're
Yeah, probably 30 minutes ago.
yeah, they're starting to look like they're right.
Well, while we're waiting for something to happen, I have a few more items to share. Now, the Ant server's down, so I don't know how you're going to see these photos, but I guess do you
I got YouTube up.
Okay, cool. So I'm going down my series of exotic pets that people have sent in.
Yeah.
And the first thing I'd like to show you here is JT's Indian ringneck bird, Bluebell.
Oh, I want to see this.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do we got? Hold on.
YouTube.
Oh, that's pretty.
Whoa, I've never seen.
Cool.
What is it called?
I believe it is called. Let me go back over here.
Never seen it.
Wow,
Indian ringneck.
that is cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's a good look.
Is it loud? It looks like it would be like a loud.
I don't have the video, but yeah. And then Christmas season is upon us, so I got this picture. I went over the area where I live back in the day. Had a lot of mobsters there, and the biggest done-up house on Christmas is Tony the Tuna Accardo's old mansion. So I stopped by there.
Oh,
It's
cool.
now owned by a new owner who's still keeping it alive.
Keeping
And,
it real.
Keeping it real. It's quite
Very
something if you want to check it out. Also, this is like the first year where my son will kind of be into the Santa Claus thing. So I like this observation someone had about Occam's razor here. Basically, which is likelier, that Santa is real or that millions of adults are in a global conspiracy to fool children into thinking he is?
Oh, Michael.
I tell my kids, I go, they say something about Santa Claus. I'm like, well, he might not be real. And I kind of leave it open. I'm not lying.
Chill, man. You don't know who's watching this.
Yeah. As long as they, all the time as they do, they'll watch a commercial, be like, they'll pause it and be like, can you put this on my Christmas list? Can you put this on my Christmas list? And I have to go there with my camera, take a picture of it. And I got like all these pictures of every imaginable toy that they've ever seen in their life in my phone. That's all on Santa Claus's Christmas list. So Jack, you'll be happy. I mean, it's right around the corner. Same with you, Matt.
Yeah, this is my first year as well with my oldest being into Santa.
Well, what are you gonna do? You gonna flat out lie to him forever?
What are you talking
No.
about?
So here's the thing. I heard this. I heard this weekend. Actually, I really like this approach. To tell your kid that there's a very special secret about Santa, but not tell them what it is. And so that, like, over time, apparently, your kid will approach you with secrets, like whatever, more magical, if you will, and then eventually, they're like, "Wait, Santa is, brand new secret for the."
Right.
I don't know. I think it's very special right now with her being so young, so I want to keep it going. But
Okay.
Absolutely.
we'll see.
Oh, the sitting on Santa's lap and all that stuff. Yeah.
Right,
that's
literally this morning she asked to go take a picture with Santa. So we're
Well,
like,
yeah.
okay, this weekend we'll do that. It sounds fun.
We gotta do that, yeah. So we do have a special visitor coming on. We do have Santa coming on, guys. I know I talk like Santa doesn't exist, but we do have Santa. We will be having Santa on Topstep TV this year. And Santa's joined Topstep every Christmas since Topstep started. And you might kind of look at Santa and think you've seen that individual before. But there's a certain somebody that plays Santa, or that is, let's just say Santa will just be here.
Are you gonna sit on his lap, Michael?
I'm going to ask him for a present. I know that.
Big news, Michael.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. It's not for a while, though. Or maybe Santa joins us every day. I don't know. Quiet up here. Here's your 1, 2, 3, 4th 5-minute bar of
See
quietness.
this. Look, you're talking like seeing a possible rollover.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
still like it, but I would prefer us run these wicks at 60 or whatever that is. Like, I want to see us kind of clean that top up and then roll over.
I love that. Clean that top up. Me too. That's what I'd love to see. I don't really want to play this right here.
Yeah, it's a little tough for sure to want to play, but
Clean the top up. I like that. Get all those rust. Do a little nice stop run for us.
right.
Throw a wick up there.
Excess at the top.
Right. I'm a big believer that wicks get run, and so like we have 4 or 5 wicks all in the same
What does
spot.
that mean, Matt?
Wicks get run.
Yeah.
Like are y'all looking at my screen? I can't really see. No, but so like on the 5-minute chart, you see all these wicks that are just stopping in the exact same spot.
Yeah.
A lot of times you're gonna see a stop run or whatever you want to call it, because it's like,
I got you. Okay.
where are people gonna put their stops if they see 4
Above
wicks?
the
all-
wick.
Right, and so you get a little like you finally clean it out, and wicks get run by putting in that excess, or just straight up running through it and continuing the trend.
Thank you. See, it's like we're all talking about the same thing. It's just like different ways to say it.
Exactly.
I'm starting to learn. We're talking about the ODN yesterday. We're talking about the exact same thing, but it's just different terminology for it.
Right.
I wish there was less of that in this
Yeah, I'm down to try and figure out other people's terminology.
What Matt's talking about is a weak high.
Above there, okay.
Yeah, you want access at the high. We're seeing weak highs.
Do we have weak highs right now?
I'm sorry, Matt. You cut out on me for a second.
No, you're good. Do we have weak highs right now at the highs? Are these weak or considered?
Oh, you got robot voice again.
You got to rejoin.
Yeah, we do. All right, I'm out. I'll come back.
All good. One of those days.
Technical day.
One of them days. At least we're trading all right.
Yeah. I think we got the morning really nicely.
Yeah,
so,
there's a lot left in the day though. Be sure to tune in for that closed power hour.
Power hour.
Fun stuff happens there.
All day long, guys. All day long. So after we're off, we'll cut out here in a bit. Then we got new folks coming on.
Yep.
They cut out. Got group coaching. Then they cut out. And then we got power hour, last hour. Mm-hmm. Matt, I think I wouldn't say we totally got it from you, but you said it. Power hour.
Oh yeah, I will not take any credit on that.
I know it's pretty common, but he said
super common.
Like last week.
Yeah, but I do love power hour. Every 2:00 we get a bunch of like power hour gifts in my Discord.
Deal.
People love power hour. I can't stand trading power hour personally.
You can or cannot?
Cannot stand it. It's not for me.
Why is that?
I don't know.
Just like how you don't trade the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, like there will be times where I try and trade it, but a lot of times it's like think of it this way. It's like I'm going from like super volatile at the open, and then it tapers off right into like 10 o'clock. We start slowing down everything. Right. And then we have it pretty mellow, pretty rotational, typically from like 10 to noon. And then everything starts to obviously pick up a little bit after lunch. Mm-hmm. And typically on that pickup is when I stop seeing things super cleanly. Like a lot of times I should just be done at 1 o'clock because like my brain works well going from high volatility to low volatility, like playing those rotations. Then switching it back up to where we're no longer rotating or we might be trending or something like that is where I just like,
so it's the stop, or it's the start, the stop, and then try to start up again.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. It just doesn't
lie. Matt, you talked about rolling over. It is rolling over. It didn't polish the top off or whatever you called that.
Right.
But it's rolling over. So
yes, it is.
Yeah, into the 20s. So like in this case, I would think that we probably run highs again. In my opinion, I would imagine that there's more upside here. So
I concur.
It's good to see us rolling over, and I would say that we are now going to be given an opportunity to get long at some point. Yeah. Period. For us to then clean up these highs.
I'm a little early at 17s. 10s is what I really like. Sure. So I just got in at 17. I got this volume node down here, Johnny, at the 11s. But it's just does this count? The 11s and the top of it all off, NASDAQ got short. NASDAQ folks got short 70%.
Michael, everything that I'm hearing is real sketchy. There's something going on with either my computer or connection. I don't know what's going on.
Allow me to make an announcement here while we're having pause. So the issue is that the virtual computer that we use for all the overlays and to do a lot of the encoding is down. And we can't get it back up right now. So there's no tilt or cry on right now. Hoag, if you're having issues with that, maybe at the next break you can just restart your whole computer.
Right.
I got out of that one just by the way.
Router too, probably.
Right into volume here.
Yep.
I got out of that one.
Did you catch it, Mike?
No. I was long 17s, and I covered.
Okay.
Then I covered 18s. Then I got long 10s. Then I covered 05s. It still seems slippery. There's nothing on tilt helping me.
I'm actually I'm long one right now.
That's not a bad idea.
It's not.
We're seeing Delta push up here, which I like. So I don't know how long I'll be long, but
yeah, the evens I'm liking. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm looking for a trade. So I'm saying,
are you forcing it or are you letting it come to you, Michael?
Looking for a trade is forcing it, correct. So sit on my hands now. I'll watch Matt. Matt's up 10 handles already. 8.
Watching like kind of high 20s for me, potentially 30s.
That was a good line. You get long 10s?
I got long 11 and a half, yeah.
Yeah, that was the area I liked earlier.
But kind of rotating off 20 so far.
It's trying to firm up a bit, but
I went ahead and just took a break even there.
yeah.
On to the next. Don't want to lose money.
Capital preservation, guys. Very, very important.
I still like it. I think we might see another little push into 900 potentially.
Okay. Well, it is pushing down there. Here's your push down.
Yep.
Here's your push down again. Here's your push down again. Here's your push down again. 90s. I'll get one right here. Yeah, something's. Where's the strength? Show me some strength. Nope. I'm too early.
A little early.
Yep. There you go. Oh, I'm stuck in this now.
We're still ripping here, guys.
All right. Happy I took the break even. Goodness.
Yeah, I got stuck in the. I'm long for 97s. 84, 75% short.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That guy's in the money with those 76s. He sold 1,600 times.
This is where I get a little nerve-wracking. I just added this one. It's really short, and I got long at the 90s. Averaging now, I'm long from 88s.
Yeah. Oh shit.
I do not want to give away my day at all. Take one off. Take one off. Take one off. Take one off. All right, cool. I'm back to where I was. Whatever. Yeah, a little slippery right here, Matt. It rolled over. Exactly what you were saying. Didn't polish the top up to those areas that we really wanted, but it did exactly what you're saying about rolling over. A couple 5 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Is there news? That's what I'm wondering too. The sell-off feels like there's something came out.
I think it's just kind of getting back inside the IB. I mean, it's what it feels like to me. Yeah, I don't know. I think we probably want that 70s level that we kept talking about from yesterday.
I know. It just doesn't feel like it has a bid, but this is right at those times where it's just a tough trade.
Right.
Which is probably the trade to take sometimes, the toughest ones that nobody's seeing. Boy, you're talking 70s?
I don't know. I mean, that's kind of what I'm watching right now. We got yesterday's close, VWAP, all of it's just kind of right here. And we got 114 sitting at 69. And then on the bid, so I would imagine it kind of magnets us down lower.
Yeah, well, you got the return to settlement right here.
Yeah, this is right. Pretty powerful.
I mean, geez, it's literally 40 points lower from my stop out just 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, something's up.
Man, it must have ran a stop because I was working an order down there at 73 and I just got it, no problem. So that means there's a lot of sellers in here.
Yeah, we got that 100 block still at 69 here. So I imagine we flush that, and then here comes VWAP. Pretty big candle, though. We might see a little bounce here at 60. 60s.
What the fuck's going on?
I got 68s, right in front of the 69s. See, guys that are watching are like, what are you doing? You're just blah, blah, blah. I kind of dance into positions because I watch the dome and how the dome moves, order flow.
I got a bid just shy of, or just around VWAP. I don't know if I'm going to get filled.
What's VWAP?
Volume weighted average price.
Yeah, you know, but
what's it at? 60.
Oh, shit. Okay.
59.75, so.
I actually like that one better than my 68s. All right.
The problem is that if we flush, in my opinion, if we close heavy below VWAP, then we're going to have some nice moving down. But, I mean, we're at like a 100-point move off the highs in 10 minutes, so. Little pushback makes a little bit of sense, but I'm not going to be willing to, go crazy with it.
I got 58s. I got out of my 68s at 67, and then I got back in at 58s on a 2-lot this time.
Yeah, I'm along 62.5 myself.
Okay, cool. Give me a pop back up to settlement. Give me above settlement, and I'll feel pretty comfortable.
Yeah, like I would like an 80 rotation here.
Ooh, you're 80-20s.
Right. 84.5 would be nice. Kind of bottom of that range.
Give me something to the upside. All right. There you go, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Take one off. Keep this other one on. I'm going to keep these 60s.
Same.
It's been rallying all day. This first big pullback. I'll keep these 60s for break even. Oh, man. I've been dancing around this level.
I put a break even stop in as well. This candle flipped green, so it's like if it goes back down to my entry, I don't want to be a part of it anyways. And so I'll still be looking for this 84s and a half or 84s kind of interesting spot for me. A bunch of liquidity up there.
Yeah. So guys, when I did this, I was dancing around this because I watched the dome and people are like, "Why?" I don't get married to any levels, but Matt was talking about the 60s. I like the settlement now 69, so it's like I was dancing around there. And then when I felt the flush out really happen, I added a little bit more to the position. I'm going to call it a day. I'm done trading, so I'll call it $1,900 a day.
You're done. You ain't done.
I'm done. I want $2,000 days are nice, Andre.
Yeah, they are. I'm working to get there.
Unless the tilt goes crazy heavy one direction, then maybe I'll look at it again. But like, I'm not totally focused too. I'm kind of getting like tired, so to speak. And I'm ready to go skiing.
Lucky.
Matt, you get 50, what'd you get? 60?
62 and a half is my long. I'm up 15 points right now. Looking for 84s. Got to stop in at 70, so logging in 8 points.
Oh, nice.
Probably think I've just killed this, so lock in 10. I'm out. About 525. So basically all that just happened is that I took that trade and I got back exactly what I lost on the short at the high. I mean, the short at the high of the day was the right play. I just had it too tight of a stop by freaking 2, 3, 5 points or something.
Well, it's a good call. Return settlement 69s. You like the 60s?
Yeah. I mean, like literally a point of drawdown or 2 points of drawdown maybe on that trade for me.
I got caught in that one, the long around the 16,000, or sorry, 15,900. Geez, 16,000, 15,900s. That was my only really big loser of the day. That was only a one guy, one lot, one con. What do you guys call it?
Yeah. That's a good session though, for the most part.
Yeah, that's some slick trading there.
Yeah. I don't hate the movement. I thought I was going to really hate the movement with the VWAP open. The first 20 minutes, I was a little nervous on the rest of the session, but it's been decent.
So, Matt, you've been calling pretty good levels because the 60s with the low of that move was 58 even, 15,858.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel pretty proud because I got a 15,858 half.
Nice.
So I would say I'm the winner of the carve it up by a tick. No, by 2 ticks off a move. But we nailed it on the high too around there.
Dude, yeah, we called the top. We called the top at 26. Yeah. We called the bottom.
Low risk day.
Yeah, called the top on the first move, the bottom of the second move that led to a 100-point move. Mm-hmm. I tried to call the top of that move as well, but missed the exit missed my stop by 5 points, and then we grabbed the 60s.
So I'm going to pull an MP here. We have a poll up, and the poll is simply, is MP done trading today?
I mean,
that's 100% right there.
Yeah. Be honest, guys.
Will MP place another trade today?
Matt, what do you what makes you stop or call it a day? And then okay, that's one question. The second one is, what percentage of the time do you honor that?
If I'm not seeing the market cleanly, yesterday I did not see the market cleanly at all. I walked away very early on a red day. It's easy to walk away on that. If I'm seeing the market like I am right now, like I said, I'll probably leave for an hour and then come back, and then I'll be done at 1 o'clock Central. Is typically time based there. Or if I just all of a sudden have 2 strikes, 3 strikes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How many times do I honor it? 3 strikes I honor a lot, very, very well. The time of day, 1 o'clock. if I do not have something preoccupying my time, it is.
Yep. I know it.
Yeah, it can get
more.
challenging. I wish I could go skiing here. Basically, let's just leave it at that, right? I wish I could go skiing here to keep myself away from the screens, but yeah.
Well,
This is at 84. This is what I wanted to see. I could have been a little bit more patient, I guess.
Well, you got tilt guys getting long bias now. There's your
much?
Matt. There's your 84s. There's your 9. Well, there's your 84s you would have. So I mean, one of these things, like, you know, sometimes we miss a lot of like big runners,
Right.
big moves. But if you can again take those breadcrumbs off and you can manage yourself from over trading, still taking breadcrumbs, you can pull away from pull out nice days.
Right. It's a nice move off VWAP for sure.
Yeah, hell of a VWAP call. Thank you for that one.
That being said, we're getting a delta divergence here on the for the short side. So with the tilt being at 71 and a divergence here on delta, at this area, which is kind of in the bottom, 91, I would kind of like the short side. I'm on Sierra chart PBJ, but I look at Topstep X also.
Hoag, have you returned?
I'm taking a short here. Off of the divergence. I'm going to keep it very tight. 5 points. Basically new highs on this candle. I'll be out.
Okay, I think I can hear now.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think MP's frozen, though.
Yeah, and Andre looks like.
They are.
Hopefully
in the
nothing
same
happened
place.
in Snowmass.
Yeah, right.
All right.
Right. So what are you doing, Matt?
I had a long off VWAP off 60 that I grabbed for 8 points. And then now there's a delta divergence here at 90 that I'm currently short on. 90 and a quarter.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we have more of a pullback than I was looking for here.
Yeah, it was a fat pullback. 100 points or whatever. Almost on the dot, I guess.
Looks like S&Ps went right to value, TPO value low. And volume
I
value
am
low volume.
right. I'm out on that for another 5 points. So
Nice.
stack those 5 point trades. Delta divergence there played out nicely though. Still is, I guess. So I'm up 630 on the session.
Nice.
Been good. I had one break even, one loser for 8 points, and then 1, 2, 3 winners, I guess. 4 winners. So
Yeah.
little spread.
My first loss against that big offer, and then I caught a couple of nice little wins off the continuation. But I'm still with you, thinking that the highs are kind of weak, and we're likely to revisit those at some point.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens. This was a much pullback than I was looking for.
Yeah, same. I completely agree with that. Right. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, I think that those highs don't hold, but I can't imagine. Like, I personally am not trying to position into a trade where I'm going to go run those highs. So I'll keep an eye on it, but I'm not going to be, not going to be taking a trade off it.
Hoag, you have a robot voice again.
Oh my goodness. Robot voice again. Matt, you're covering the whole thing now.
I'll just leave and come back in. I'll hang out here with Matt.
Got it.
Yeah.
It's everyone's favorite show, James, Jack, and Matt.
Yeah.
That's why you all come here, right?
Right. This guy goes, I can always tell when Matt's in a trade. His legs start shaking like crazy and his eyes are laser focused. Sorry that I'm shaking my camera, probably. It's just a tick, I guess.
We need Eddie and his soundboard for our gladiator. Are you not entertained?
All right.
This is just entertaining stuff. Oh, hey, I'm on TV now.
It's fixed now.
Hey, what software are you using for your mic, Hoag?
Well, there's a Focusrite mixer that goes into the computer through.
Okay. So you're using external stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got this nasty looking microphone here. And I mean, it's all good stuff.
Right. I had a problem where I had robot voice on my streams for a little bit, and it was a bitrate issue tied with my Go XLR issue. So I don't know. I didn't know if that was going to be your problem, but it doesn't sound like it is.
See, you're lost me at the first word. I don't know that kind of stuff. I'm old and technology frightens and confuses me.
All right.
Yeah.
I think
what
it
you're
sounds-
saying, Matt. We should talk about it a little bit afterwards. I think it's a problem with the platform that we use that I don't want to badmouth on air.
Right. It's got to be software. Mine was software based when I used to get it. It would just randomly come up. And I think it was due to, I don't know if there's bitrate settings on there or whatever, but anyways.
But anyway, just wanted to check. Hoag, you're not a robot right now? Somebody
No,
tell
I'm
me to
not.
check.
Okay, good.
Okay.
All right.
I honestly don't know what happened to MP and Andre. They're both in Snowmass and they just disappeared.
Yeah, their internet just went out. Maybe they just wanted to go skiing now.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
It's called an Irish exit, right? Something like that.
Right.
Irish goodbye, yeah.
Irish goodbye.
So if that's the case, then those that answered the poll, MP will not place another trade, would probably be right.
He'll find a way, like in Jurassic Park with Ian Malcolm talking about that.
Yes.
He will find a way to
Life
trade on.
finds a way.
So, yeah, James, if we have Brett in the waiting room, there's nothing stopping us from still doing shoulder tap.
Yeah, let's do it.
So we're going to take a 2-minute break here to get Brett set up, and then we'll be right back with shoulder tap. And who knows, maybe MP and Andre will grace us with their digital presence as well.
Right
We'll
now,
see
he's
after
trading
this.
on his phone.
Bye, everybody. Thanks for the hangs.
Yeah, Matt.
Matt, thank you very much.
Cheers.
Welcome to the shoulder tap segment. Seems to be everyone's favorite segment on Topstep TV. We've got Brett with us this morning. Brett, how you feeling? Doing well?
We're doing excellent. I hear Michael is bailing out to go skiing for the day, and love hearing that shoulder tap is valued by a lot of our viewers, and it's a lot of fun to do.
Awesome. So, what's going on in the funded trader world? How are things?
A lot. I mean, a quick update on Hughes. We had Hugh yesterday. Kind of all over the place, a bit of a roller coaster day for him, but ended up making around $25,000 in his live funded account. So love seeing that. And I decided to do a theme for today as far as the trading cards and the shoulder taps.
Brett, these guys have guts of steel, don't they? Just guts of steel.
I couldn't do it. That'd be an emotional roller coaster, and I don't know how. But love to see the big winners.
A lot of Tums.
Exactly. But the theme of the shoulder tap that I had for today is, how would you like to have a job that you only have to be correct 50% of the time? And the trading cards will follow suit, because that's an age-old phrase within trading that people have always said, you only really need to be right half the time.
You could be a weatherman.
I don't know. Do they hit the 50% mark?
Who knows? Who knows?
But the trading cards that I chose today to feature all fit pretty close to the 50% winning trade category or average.
Cool.
And that's kind of what I'm going to focus on today with the shoulder tap. But the first trader that I wanted to talk about is Romaine. And Romaine has a very modest yet impressive average daily P&L. That P&L is just $287 a day, which is phenomenal, especially considering that Romaine has been in this account for 53 trading days that have been completed. And again, I know I talked about last week how it really starts stacking up even with these modest numbers. It's all about limiting the losses. And Romaine I chose right at 49%. All thought about rounding that to 50, but keeping it true.
I would have let that slide.
But Romaine at 50% winning trades, their average win-loss for each trade is a win of $599 and a loss of $273, which is stellar.
Right.
And to give everybody some idea of how that does really stack up with time, is Romaine's account has over $9,000 in it, and they've taken $6,200 in payouts just from this account. So really going well, adding up, and probably we're going to be looking deep at Romaine to see if we can bring them up to live and see what they can do in the live markets. There are still a bunch of things to consider with it, but it looks very good on paper.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. I love the reward over risk. You know, you're right half the time. You're right for twice what you're wrong. You're going to make money over time. I tell people that all the time. I mean, that's how you can build an empire, is with those kind of metrics and that kind of consistency. I'm glad he's taking a payout. He's making it real. Started out the account really kind of slow. He was really in a hole on that first day and ended up bringing it back, and then stayed really close to the bone for a few days after that. Ended up having a pretty good day. Not a really active trader, Brett. I mean, he's only taking 1 or 2 trades a day, and I love that. That's kind of me these days. I'm not trading a lot. I don't want to overtrade. I'm going to be taking, hopefully 2-to-1 rewards over risk, and just kind of building the account here over time.
Yeah, I'm really glad you said that as far as their time frames go, because the time frames for these trades being that they're just taking 1 or 2 or 3 trades a day, and their selectivity of the trades is just stellar. Their average trade time is about 30 minutes, which that can certainly be an eternity. But Romaine is doing, like you said, 1-2 average of 3 orders per day in the markets, and typically a clip size of 3 contracts. So they're just doing 9 contracts on average a day, and love to see that with the selectivity. And I mean, one thing that I had mentioned and alluded to earlier is Romaine is doing something that is extremely difficult for a lot of traders. I feel like all of them, any trader has ever struggled with it, and that's maintaining discipline as the numbers do continue to get bigger. And
he's not really sizing up yet then, is he?
Exactly. His consistency has been impeccable as far as limiting the exposure to the markets and taking winners and getting out of losers. The one thing that I would say for Romaine that you may notice in looking at their trade report, John, is, and I was hesitant to even put this, but they get caught sometimes trying to trade out of a hole. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times it has worked, which is impressive in and of itself, as it is really tricky to trade out of a hole.
It is.
And I mean, a lot of times it just gets worse. And I've said it before, and John, maybe you can give some feedback on this. It seems like in my experience, 20% of the time it works. And that's the worst thing that ever happens, because then I think about, well, 2 or 3 times ago it worked. I accidentally put a trade on and it became a good winner.
Right.
And that is not how we should be trading. Have anything that you've experienced, John, as far as, you know what? It worked.
Yeah, but I'm so aware of that. If I do something like that and I know I get paid for bad behavior, then I just slap myself on the wrist and say, don't do that again. And eventually, over time, it will probably happen again. But it seems like with Romaine, if it starts bad, it goes bad. And he's done a really good job, I think, of on a couple of days when, the things didn't go well, he walked away. He walked away down $9. He walked away down $82. To me, that's discipline. That's saying, you know what, I'm probably not seeing it this way. I'm probably not seeing it well. Maybe I should just walk away. And to me, that's one of the more difficult things to do, is to walk away on a very small losing day. And he's good at it.
Yeah.
Except for one day. One day he started out in the hole and he overdid it, and that was his biggest loss in the account.
Yeah. And his highest volume days are those days that have the highest negative P&L. One other thing about Romaine that is kind of mind-blowing, the intraday P&L high-low, the average. Mm-hmm. 457 for the high, 131 for the low. That is fantastic.
Yes.
And that is intraday.
Mm-hmm.
And Romaine's best day is just shy of $3,000 at about $2,800. And what I'm trying to get at is you don't have to make $20,000 in a day to be successful. The most successful ones do it successfully with this method.
Systematically, instead of swinging for the fences. Although, we do have some guys that are swinging for some fences and doing pretty well. But I like the guys that do it a little bit every day, build it, stay in your comfort zone as far as the risk is concerned for as long as you possibly can, and then start to add a little bit to your trading plan. And I think Romaine's done a good job. He's got some money in his account. He's not trying to over leverage right now. I think Romaine's going to do a good job moving forward.
Exactly. Romaine is kind of just a quiet trader that the guys that the traders that you were referencing, John, are the traders that the risk team does spend a lot of time and attention on because they are flying all over the place somewhat. They have found success with it, and we all hope that continues, but it's a tough emotional and financial roller coaster to
100%.
stomach, like you were saying.
That's what I was saying. Brother, they eat a lot of Tums.
Moving on, I wanted to talk about Rain also. And Rain is in a $150,000 express funded account. And again, we can offer payouts on those express funded accounts through the data that we are able to gather and trade from. Romaine, right at 55% winning trade average. And the average win-loss for Romaine is a win of $643 and a loss of just shy of $400. And again, low trade count, 6 trades per day, 2 contracts per trade. They're averaging 11 contracts a day. Rain has taken $3,000 in payouts and has 19 trading days complete.
Nice.
Did you see the hold times by chance for the winning and losing trades?
Yes. And then it's got to feel like days.
Oh, I have to imagine. And so it's funny, the positive notes that I have for Rain, as well as the areas for improvement, both are the trade times. The winners are 3 hours and 30 minutes for the average hold time of a winner.
Mm-hmm.
And that is fantastic. And again, tough thing to stomach. Get your Tums out.
Mm-hmm.
The area for improvement that I had noted is maybe consider liquidating some losing trades a little bit more quickly. The losing trade average time is an hour and a half. And certainly those could be winners that turn negative.
Right. But
that's an eternity to more often than not. It just gets worse until a trader liquidates, of course, if their trading is anything like that.
That's when I want to take the other side of that.
Exactly.
Right.
But really limited volumes, averages just 11 contracts per day. And the average winning day and losing day are very close at 1,837 winning and 1,779 losing day on average. Dollar value on average per day.
Right.
But just shy of 70% winning days, that is really added up. Rain has taken $3,000 in payouts and is really doing well in 19 days in the trading in the express funded account and really gaining some momentum.
We got a day here where he's down $2,300, just made a few bucks and then walked away. He said, "That's it, I'm done." Here's a day he's down $2,000, ended the day up 2,800. That's a really good dig out there. Not even really over trading. I mean, there were 9 trades that day. He just hit a good one or two and held it till the cows came home. 2 hours and 47 minutes on his winners that day.
Yeah, when I looked at those trade times, I thought I might be imagining something, or maybe it was 4 minutes, 50 seconds and 0.39 milliseconds. But those are some high trade times.
Here's a day, his winning trade, 6 hours and 5 minutes. Just sat there all day, just patiently waiting for a really good day to pan out. That's awesome. Just great.
Yeah, and as a trader gains momentum, it is so difficult not to, you know what, I'll double my position size and really increase that risk before maybe they should. And Rain has done an unbelievable job of keeping the volumes modest and limiting that risk.
He's, what was I just looking at here? Oh, No, that's, I know. Okay. His worst trading day, he took 7 straight losing trades. 7 straight losing trades. Every other day, whether it was a winner or loser, he didn't have more than 3 straight losing trades. That's my number. If I have 3 straight losing trades, I know I'm probably not going to end the day very well. Although Rahan, that's his name, right? Rahan, had a day with 3 straight losing trades. He ended up bringing it out of a $1,200 hold to have a $324 winning day. To me, depending on the order, whether he had the winners or the losses, I think it would probably be the losses first because he was down. But on that 3 straight losing days, I probably would have walked away, but he managed to dig it out. And again, another really long hold time on that day, 5 hours, 12 minutes. He found something he liked. He got into it and ended up pulling out his day. That's just really, really impressive, really good trading. Nice job, Ron.
Yeah, and actually, side note to the shoulder taps, I do see the NASDAQ is breaking through the settlement price for yesterday. At this time. It looks like it's found a sell-off in where it had plateaued from earlier in the day.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a really strong high. We've got some. I mean, you gotta take a look down here towards value low, around 850 before I would be looking to do much of anything. Value low seems to be the last support level, so we'll see what happens then, Brett. Yeah.
Last trader that I wanted to highlight today is Grant. And Grant is in a $100,000 express funded account as well. NASDAQ trader. Average daily P&L of over $3,200. And again, 49% winning trade. Average profit loss per trade is a winner of $573, a loser of $327.
Good.
And yeah, now Grant doesn't have quite the history in this account. There's 5 trading days that have been completed, but again, they're averaging just 31 trades per day. That is higher than the other 2 traders that we had talked about. And they're doing 165 contracts per day, which does add up at the end of the day.
Yes, it does.
Their best day in this account is over $12,000, and like we were talking about earlier, slow and steady. Love seeing that the slow and steady pace. Whether you're working for $500 a day or more, sometimes you're going to buck the trend, and sometimes when you're working for $500, you might make $2,500, or you might have a heck of a day, and then at that point, if you pull back $500, hang it up for the day, call it a day, hit the slopes.
Yeah, he was never down that day. I mean, that was, and he didn't overtrade. We're looking at 4 trades, but some pretty big leverage on that. He's only in winning trades for 4 minutes.
Yeah, and that was the note that I had, John, is he liquidates trades so quickly that are going against him. The losing trade times are so much lower than what we're used to seeing on a lot of the traders.
Yeah, I mean, 4 minutes on winners, less than 2 minutes on the losers.
Yeah, and I mean the one area for improvement that I have for Grant is when things are going against you, similar to what you were saying with Rahan about hanging it up and calling it quits after 3 losing trades. If that's not the route that a trader chooses to go, size down. Use smaller positions, do 1 lot, switch to the micro where you can still trade and get the activity and experience in the markets, but you also don't have that same risk exposure.
Right. This trader, Grant, bucks the trend as far as consecutive losing trades here. I mean, he's got 7 consecutive losing trades on 4 out of 5 of these trading days. And 50% of them are losses, 50% are winners. But that November 20th, good smack there for that one. I mean, how many contracts was he trading?
He was averaging in the account that I looked at, it was 165 contracts on average per day.
So with 4 trades, how many contracts is that?
I think I'm looking at something different than what you're looking at as far as accounts, so I can't really say. But
6. He was trading 15 lots that day.
That's a lot. There's a lot of traders that have never had 15 outrights on it
Right.
in the market, professional or otherwise.
Yeah. Because you have 4 trades and 60 contracts. Do the math, right?
Yeah, it adds up really quickly, and eventually it can cause a hurdle in trading that is very easy and an easy trap to fall into, really.
Mm-hmm. Has he taken any money out yet? No, not yet.
Grant only has 5 trading days in the account that I'm looking at. Hasn't taken a payout, but like I encourage so many of our traders to do, if you do have a sizable account balance,
trim it
in your express funded account or live funded account, make sure you hit the 5 winning days of $200 or more that makes you eligible for up to a 50% payout and pay yourself.
Yeah, get there, Grant. Give yourself some money. Make it real.
Yeah. Easier said than done. And
true.
Like similar to a big win or a big loss in a new account being a very difficult thing to overcome, payouts can do the same, where you try to get that money right back into the account because the bigger numbers are a lot more pleasant to look at.
Yes, they are. Positive are a lot more pleasant, right?
Absolutely. But yeah, these 3 traders really doing great. Wanted to highlight again that you only need to be right half the time with certain trading strategies, and these traders really do highlight that. And it's okay to be wrong. Just accept the fact that you're wrong and get out of it.
Right. Every trader, I don't know how, with any experience level, it's hard to take losses. You really just have to be good at taking losses. Cut them, look for the next opportunity. Yeah.
And it's similar to, if you buy something at $10 and then sell it, if you buy something at $10 and then it goes to $9 or $8, well, that's what a great deal. If it was a good deal at $10, I'll buy more at $9 and $8. That's how you cannonball. And that is known as the moron trade. As it goes against you, you put more on.
Absolutely.
Very easy pitfall to fall into. I've done it. Anybody trading long enough has done so.
Avoid the moron trades.
Absolutely.
It's kind of a thin line, however, between like accumulating an inventory in a zone and adding to a losing trade. You have to know where you're going to get out. If you're in a losing trade and you want to try and average down so you can try and, get out at a scratch, whatever, that's when you're going to run into trouble. You don't know where your point of invalidation for that trade is anymore. You're starting to get emotional. I've seen guys do it. They buy it at 8, buy more at 6, buy more at 4, buy more at 2. And as it goes through even, they're just puking out of that position. And in the pit, we used to just sit there and wait for that because we knew as soon as he capitulated, as soon as that trader got out of those positions, that was going to be the low. So we would just say, yeah, I'll take some.
Yeah.
And off it would turn. So.
Absolutely.
Right. Brett,
thanks.
Always a pleasure.
Thanks so much for having me. You have a great day and trade well.
Yeah. Stay good now. We'll see everybody soon. What do we have up here next? We have the Power Hour. Now it's going to be me and Mike E and maybe Jack, but I think Andre and Michael have taken off for the slopes at this point. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Blessings, everybody, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes after a brief coffee break. All right. Thanks for sticking around, everybody. Welcome to the Power Players segment. So we've got Dolby with us, who we all know and have seen before. We got new guy here, Mike E. Mike, tell us about yourself.
Oh, just a transplant from Maryland to sunny Arizona, and long-time trader, even longer-time loser in the trades. About this. So we out here, a golf coach. Now I am here as your team support lead. So if you guys need, I'm here for, and of course, love listening to you guys picking up the trades and obviously doing Dolby's barcode trading style. It worked yesterday, so I appreciate that, Dolby.
Oh, I'm glad someone's making money. Sure as hell's not me.
Very nice, very nice. Well, welcome to the show, Mike, and we're glad you're here.
No, I appreciate you guys having me.
You're in Arizona, huh?
Indeed,
from Maryland.
With the hoodie on.
You have a
From
hoodie on?
Maryland.
Is it 65 degrees out there?
It is a very brisk 68 degrees.
Oh, get your winter coat out, man.
Pretty much. It's chilly.
We'd be out in t-shirts and shorts if you're from Chicago.
Oh yeah.
Flip flops and a golf course is where it's at.
So you're from Maryland and you live in Arizona. How did you become a Packer fan?
Family just outside of Appleton. And so I was either a Ravens fan, or I'd basically get beat if I didn't like the Packers.
Who's that behind you?
Oh, that is my stark white husky. He's just kind of roaming around in the middle of the morning.
She's kind of hanging around. Nice. So, I'm going to kind of start with you, Mike.
Sure.
Tell me how long you've been trading.
Oh, man. Off and on for probably about 4 years. Nothing really solid. I kind of always dipped my toe into it. Wanted to really get some knowledge base. Realistically fooled around in Forex for when Topstep originally had Forex. I was a Topstep trader back then.
Okay.
And man, I tell you what, understanding that animal is a different beast. So I pretty much dropped that like a bad habit after the first year. Couldn't really wrap my mind around it, but then futures came up and loved it ever since. Had multiple funded accounts and realistically blew multiple funded accounts over and over. I mean, it's just that's the name of the game at that point for myself.
So you started with Forex, now in futures, now part of Topstep, and you're a golf pro. You said there are a lot of golf pros that are currently at Topstep, and in the chat actually, we've got somebody just showed me Mr. Owens is a golf pro. Hoop is a golf pro. You guys, and Hoop's even in Arizona, so you guys should probably meet up and trade tips.
Oh, absolutely. See, now that would be a day. You go ahead and trade for the first hour and then have 4 hours on the course. That's where the money is.
That's like the Arizona version of what MP's doing.
I was going to say, I'm waiting for them to show back up on camera with, snow gear ready to go, live streaming.
I think they're already on the chairlift.
100%.
Awesome.
Probably.
And Mr. Owens, by all means, man, fly on out to AZ. Let's have a golf round and have a couple of beers and get the trading in during the morning.
And you got Hoop, who practically lives in the neighborhood.
That's true. That is very true.
How has your experience been, with Topstep? I mean, it sounds like most of your trading experience has been through Topstep. Has it helped you? Has it helped you limit the risk at all? I mean, you had a couple of funded accounts, didn't necessarily work out, but that's just part of the process.
No, it definitely helped. I mean, granted, we've all been through the road of which prop firm do you want to go to, right? Before I started working at Topstep, I literally went through it all: Earn to Trade, Apex, Topstep. I mean, I wanted to see what actually was out there as far as rules, try out platforms, so on and so forth. I will say we have probably, even though everybody always, rules are rules, the fact that, we have the DLL that stops you out. I used to revenge trade like crazy. And for me to go ahead and say, all right, I lost $1,000. I know for a fact I can't trade anymore today. It was refreshing because there's other prop firms that don't have that. And you can just kind of go full tilt and, there's your account, unfortunately. And so that taught me a lot of restraint, a lot of patience, right? We always talk about patience in the markets.
Sure.
So I will say coming out of it, Topstep has made me a more patient trader, a more disciplined trader, just from the simple rules that we have in place.
And just for the record, there's only one company that you can get funded with, and it's the best one. That's Topstep.
Damn right.
Mike, you mentioned a 4-hour golf game. You've never played golf with me, have you?
No, I haven't had the pleasure, but we definitely need to. And is it a little longer than 4 for you?
I'd have to pick up half my balls to get through in 4 hours.
You know, that's we call that a brovisional, not a provisional. We're doing a brovisional. I'll basically give you a nice little foot wedge down the fairway there and make sure you're in a prime spot for you every single time.
Winter rules.
Hoag, we went golfing, didn't we?
Yes, yeah, we did. Yeah, we had a little 9-hole golf outing up in Wisconsin. With It was a lot of fun. I did hit one really well. I thought it might have actually been longest drive, but our risk manager Mick took me out on that.
Mick got the longest drive?
Yes, he did.
Oh,
yeah, he's a good golfer.
Yeah, there are some good golfers at Topstep. I'm not one of them, but they do exist.
So Mick cheats. It's his mustache. That's literally the only caveat there. He uses his mustache for the extra yardage.
Mike, do me a favor. I think we're getting a lot of kind of noise from your mic. If it's on the desk, try not to touch the desk.
I got you. Yeah, it was just pointed right here. It got caught in the old beard.
Ah, got it. Oh, okay. Well, I'm familiar with that problem sometimes. Yep.
I did have a short on crude finally, 73.79. Got 40 ticks on that.
Oh, so nice.
It was on sim, but I did get to break a losing streak on sim, which is okay.
Nice.
It's okay. Good. It's been a hell of a full week though. It's not been great. The discipline's been good. Like downside risk management's been really good, but like the putting on winning trades part has not been. So I'm playing like whack-a-mole. It's very frustrating.
I had a trade this morning on NQ when she started to take off, right around, what was that? Right around like 840, started to increase a little bit. As soon as she broke past, I took that for almost 600.
Nice.
That was a one and done type deal. I was like, you know what? I'm walking away with $600 in the pocket. I'm good with that.
So at 840 price wise, not time wise, right?
No, 840 time wise, my time.
Okay.
And 940 central, I believe.
Okay, so
right
you caught that pop to the top.
Yeah, a little pop. I'm not big into holding for long trades. I know we just saw a lot of our other traders up there. One guy holding it for 3.5 hours, on his winning trades. I'm in and out of the market. I have no patience whatsoever, so I'm either going to hit it and get my money and get out, or I'm going to make sure that I mitigate my losses as much as possible.
Well, nicely done. I mean, that was the trade to take, because if you fell in love with that one, it wasn't going to be around for very long, was it?
No, it was a quick boom, boom, and then she sold off pretty quickly. So I was, just take a peek at it.
Very nice. We're gonna go back to Dolby here. Dolby, you're short here in the.
Well, I was
crude. Yeah, but just kind of looking at where it was. I mean, you had some consolidation here, right? Was it up against the value high that you took that?
It was. I had 74s. I'm on Topstep X right now, so I don't have my levels up. But I had a level at 74.
Nice.
And I didn't take the short the first time, which I'm kind of pissed about, because that should have been at about like 9 o'clock Central Time. It's like literally the exact setup I wanted. You got the range, you had the level, it couldn't break it, and come failed moves, come fast moves, and it dipped like 60 cents super fast.
Yeah.
Comes back up, retests, tries to retest 74. Participants were like, well, if we're not getting above 74, then there's no point of being up here anymore. And now we've basically shaved off 80 cents in the last 15 minutes.
Right.
So, and that was something I journaled yesterday too, because I've been having a really hard time getting aligned with the market, which has been really, really frustrating, because all the other discipline pieces are there. So if I could just get in the right direction, then I would be a profitable trader. But because I'm always like on the wrong side, everything I put on, unfortunately, ends up being a loser, even if it's like the setup is okay. So yeah, that's been very frustrating, but I've only should be taking like probably 2 to 3 trades a day, but I'm down on that account. Discipline's been good. So one day it will come back.
Yeah. Comes and goes, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I've grown a lot. I was born and raised in the trading combines, and I feel like If this was like 8 or 9 years ago, I absolutely would have just blown up my account because I'm not very happy right now. But, I'm able to keep that, that emotion down and temper it a bit. So I'm switching to sim. So I'm going to sim trade.
There you go.
All right. Yeah, you've been with Topstep for 10 years now, Dolby?
2011 is my account.
2011.
Nice.
Now let me double check.
That's when I started.
Yeah, I'm probably like first 200, 300 people. I'd have to assume. Been a long time.
Yeah.
Great program. It's grown up so much, which is cool.
Yeah, and so have all of us, right? I mean, I'm a better trader now, and much more patient.
Yeah, the patience has been killing me recently. I mean, I go back, look at my journal, and like I'm doing the Jared Tendler ABC trade thing.
Right.
So if you're not familiar with, basically, when you journal, you grade all of your trades on an ABC scale, A being the best, C being the worst, and like the overall idea is work on improving your C game, so that way you can start working on your B, then A, yada yada yada. Mm-hmm. And I go back and look at all my C trades, and it's all the same stuff: patience.
Right.
It's not waiting for the entry or using a market order to get in or getting in the middle of a range instead of the bottom or the top. So that's why journaling is, in my opinion, is valuable, because if you go back and look at your journal, it's probably only like 1 or 2 decisions that you're making that are preventing you from being profitable. And if you flip that, all of a sudden you're a profitable trader. I think that's why trading is so frustrating for so many people, because the difference between a winner and a loser is like razor thin. And I think that can be really aggravating.
Do you also look at it from a standpoint of the discipline and the patience factor, but also just trusting that entry point, like as far as the journaling goes? I mean, like the full hold on to your butt, so to speak, and let's just dive in.
Yeah, I mean, I think with trading, and like Hoag says this all the time, it's like the best trades are the one that scare you the most. And it's like you want to lean into that, but it's hard to do because you're running towards the bear instead of running away from it. So you have to, like that old, human intuition is kind of counterproductive when it comes to trading, because when others are fearful, you want to be optimistic.
Right.
It's like, you want to short 74, even though it looks like it's going up a bunch, or get long 72.20 at, some level, whatever it is.
And by the way, I think the right thing to do if you're ever faced with a bear is to face him, not run away.
Actually, that's true. Yeah, I mean, that actually is the best advice, I believe. I think it's either that or curling up into a ball.
I was gonna say, there's one of the bears that you just want to play dead on, but I forget which one it is.
That'd probably be the grizzly.
Yeah, I think black bears are like the most lethal
because they can climb trees.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, actually, they like hunt to like, I don't want to get into like Animal Planet stuff, but they are like their percentage, like if they do attack, their chance of like ending that person is much higher, I think, than like grizzlies or something. There's actually a really funny saying about bears. It's like black bear, brown bear, polar bear, and polar bear, like you're like insta dead. I wonder if one of the producers can find that quote. It's pretty funny. I live in Chicago, so there are no bears.
Mike, tell me about your journaling. Are you an avid journaler?
I used to not be, and I wholeheartedly got really into it. I don't do it like on pen and paper or anything like that. I use something called Stonk, Stonk. Okay. Literally, it was a free service, so you can pretty much put in every single price point that you entered in, long, short, your commissions, the whole nine. Gives you a good overall take on that. So I've been doing that quite often now, as far as really diving back into my trading journey.
That's kind of the details of the trade. Does it allow you to add any kind of personal notes on it, feelings?
It does. It has a detail section for every single trade that you put in just below the actual trade portion of it, and it'll also give you a area for that day, how you were feeling, what trade emotions you had, things like that. So it gives you the whole nine.
So it's kind of like, well, I mean, I know I've heard a lot of people use edgewonk, kind of something similar.
Kind of very similar to that.
And can we get a link for what is the link for that? That sounds cool.
Yeah, sure. It is.
Maybe we can get it posted in chat so other people can reference it.
Yeah.
So I'm still stuck on paper and pencil. I got my coach's clipboard here, and I'm constantly just kind of writing stuff down and reviewing it at the end of the day. I mean, if you're not reviewing what you've written down throughout the day, you're missing part of the picture. You know, if you get the chance to kind of think about the trades and live through them twice, you're gonna, I think, do a good thing about to kind of shorten your learning curve, if you will.
Absolutely.
Dolby, this crude oil is getting really close to that opening range, which remains the low of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's come failed moves, come fast moves. If no one wants to buy above 74, what are we doing? Well, anyone who was long is like, well, time to flip.
What do you think of the weekly kickoff low here? I mean, it's been rejected twice before. Is it going to accept this time?
I don't know. I'm kind of bearish in general on crude, and it put in a lot of work overnight, and I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up going down to 72 eventually.
72 even. Okay, I can see that. You know, I know we got swings. We got swing lows all the way down to 67.30. That would be a nice move.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of surprised we got so much movement in crude overnight, but it went exactly down to the top of that consolidation that I was talking about. I think it was in like over the summer it consolidated with the top of the range around like 70 or 71.
Yeah,
and it hit it overnight, which was pretty cool.
That was when the government told us they were going to start buying crude oil at 75.
Great.
Very nice, right? Mike, what do you trade?
I do, let me see, I'm in NAS as I'll dabble into ES, and I recently got turned over to gold. I've been dipping my toe in gold.
Nice.
Was it cold in there?
It was, it is a bit chilly. I've had some really hot days, and I've had some bitter chilly days. Just trying to figure that out.
Now, what kind of time frames, tools? Are you a profile, market, volume, tick charts? What are you using?
Sure. So I do quite a bit of volume profile. I dabble mostly in range charts.
Okay.
For whatever reason, that just appears to my eye a little bit better. I still do time charts, but range charts for me just gives me a good indication of easy levels, so to speak. In my mind, like if I put it on a 60 range, you know, I can just draw a dotted line all the way across and give myself a good section of where some highs, lows, supply, demand, all that fun jazz.
Okay.
And I'll throw in a VWAP here and there just to kind of get just generic average, get a good weighted average on that.
For sure. Do you? What am I looking for? I was looking for VWAP right there in the NASDAQ, but how did you learn? I mean, did you learn from a mentor online, point and click?
For the first year of it, when I was in Forex, it was literally a trial by fire. Threw myself into the markets and just dabbled in it. A lot of screen time. I mean, if I'm going to preach to anybody, it's screen time, right? You're never going to know as much as just watching how the movements, excuse me, go. Definitely more so TradesByMatt, honestly. I partake in his stream quite a bit. Obviously, we got Patrick, so he's always awesome to watch. I love his energy every single time, man. He's better than a cup of coffee. So he'll get you wired up for the day for sure. But no, TradesByMatt. Matt's always great about how he reads the market as far as breaking it down in the most simplistic form. So for the past 2 years, I've kind of taken just bits and pieces from quite a few people and try to make it my own.
Well, that's what you have to do, is you got to pick up what works for you and incorporate that in your thoughts and ideas and strategies and all that stuff. So
there's a really good question in chat from Hallway Elvin. Can you guys talk about your first year trading futures? That's a great question. Oh, do you remember your first year trading futures?
Barely. Yeah. Excuse me. I kind of had two starts. I bought a seat at the Mid-America Commodity Exchange, which was like mini grains. So it was in the, it was just off of the main trading floor at the Board of Trade, but they traded 1,000 bushel contracts of grains. So you could kind of get in there and, feel what it was like to have risk on, and you didn't have to risk too much. And I did that for about a year and a half, and decided that I was kind of, I would make a little bit of money, lose a little bit of money, make a little bit of money, lose a little bit of money. But it was a good start because I had to learn how to hear my own voice. I had to learn how to bid, how to offer, how to handle the execution of the trades. Then I went back to the Merc, and I got hired at a proprietary trading firm. And, they just said, go in there and buy the bid, or, bid the bid, sell the offer. If you buy the bid, sell the offer. If you can't sell the offer, sell the bid. Basically, just go in there and try and scalp. And, in doing so, you get used to the execution, all that stuff. But I wasn't making any real money until mind over markets kind of came into my life. And at that point, I was no longer with the prop firm, and just started learning from there. So I mean, it was a process that took 3, 4, 5 years before I really kind of was really kind of realizing any kind of profits. I had a second job as I was a bartender at a place in Chicago it was great. It was family run. It was called the Half Shell. I don't know if any of you know the Half Shell, but
I've been there, but you've talked about it.
Yeah, I worked there for 8 years during this whole process, and then I got married and started having kids, and I had the opportunity to step up as a filling broker. So I became a filling broker, as well as traded the NASDAQ through text messages, and that's really how it started. And I really didn't get any traction in trading until I started learning about the market profiles.
What about you?
That's fair. First year as a futures trader. Yeah, it was a rocky road, to say the least. Going from Forex to futures, right? I mean, you're having big spreads that you're having to cover in Forex, now down to pretty much nothing, right? I mean,
right.
You're going in exactly what it is. So kind of re-triggering that mindset. Granted, once that mindset was re-triggered, it was fantastic. I would probably say beginner's luck on the first bit of it. Still utilizing same principles, from trading Forex to trading futures. So it did kind of blanket a little bit. Granted, trading at midnight where Forex can be volatile as can be,
right.
And then, kind of getting into futures where you're looking at midnight and you're like, okay, I'm going to twiddle my thumbs a little bit depending on what product I'm actually trading on, and then actually having to just, I guess, retool yourself, so to speak. Beginner success for like the first couple of months, and then the hard truths came out of trading futures, of over leveraging or, revenge trading like crazy. So I had a very up and down first year.
I mean, that's just the way it is. I had lots of ups and downs. I was a trader, back to a clerk, back to a trader, filling broker. I mean, it's never a straight line.
Right.
Dolby, what about you?
It was tough, man. It was really tough. Like, I think Mike's right. You end up learning just like an incredible amount about yourself. And, you typically, I think in my opinion, if I were a therapist or a psychologist, I would make all of my clients trade. And within the first 2 months, we would figure out exactly what is wrong with the person. Because I think trading is just like a mirror of who you are. And if you're trading alone and you're putting negative energy into your monitor, you'll end up getting it back, and then it will just keep on like reverberating. So one, have a trading buddy. I think that helps a lot. Keep a trading journal, get something to pull you out of that headspace. And obviously trying to stay positive really helps, but I think it's a very hard job to do alone, especially if you're trying to learn. It really is, and you're going to end up getting into some probably thought patterns that you probably didn't think even existed. And all of a sudden, trading is just going to bring them out. And so I think it catches a lot of new traders off guard. I think traders want to get into trading for the money, for the excitement, and what they end up getting themselves into is, you know, therapy, involuntary therapy, but you're going to have to do it. You know what I mean? It's like, if you don't, you know, kind of wrangle in your demons, they're going to manifest themselves in trading, and you can use trading to self-destruct.
Back in the late 80s and early 90s, trading psychology wasn't really even a thing. I mean, people would go to therapy for personal reasons, and I believe that was kind of proven then to kind of improve their trading. So there's a question here, and I'm going to ask both of you guys. Let's start with Mike. How long did it take you to succeed in your first trading combine?
I would probably say a good 2.5 months. My first trading combine was a good 2.5 months, and that was including quite a few resets, because my mentality of it was wrong. I was so quick to try to pass the combine as fast as I possibly could, rather than looking at it as a long-term investment in myself, right? Look at it as if it was a $3,000 profit target, for instance. Make $100 a day for 30 days.
Right.
Don't try to go ahead and nail out 1,500 one day, 1,500 another day, and pass it, because that ultimately leads to sometimes poor decision making. And that's what I was doing on my very first combine that I ever did. I was trying to go ahead and knock it out because I'm like, oh man, I want to grab that bag and just get the money and try to go ahead and make a different life. And you got to treat it like an actual career. Right, you just take small little chunks at it, and it definitely helps knowing that now. But yeah, I'd probably say about 2.5 months on my first one.
So I love the way you put that, is instead of just focusing on the money, which is probably going to screw up your decision making process, you started to look at it as an investment in yourself, and that's when you started to be more successful, at least in getting through the trading combine. Dolby, how about you?
I'm sorry, what was the question, Hoag?
How long did it take for you to get to
2 years.
2 years.
About 2 years. Yeah. But this was when
the rules were a little different.
Oh boy, they were way different. I mean, I think we had, 10 minimum trading days?
Yeah.
And then it was 15 because it was a 2-step process. So it did take a lot longer to get funded. However, I do think that the reward of getting funded back then meant a lot more because it is a lot harder. Whereas now you can get into a funded account easier, which I think is a lot more exciting for newer traders because there's an opportunity to actually make money. Whereas before it was like this really long slog, almost probably like 6 weeks to 2 months to pass, right? If you're doing it like as fast as possible. And then you get into a funded account, and then you got to trade live. And then if you lose the funded account, then you're back in the wash again for another like 15, 25, 30 days. So it was a lot. It was a lot different. It was harder. Really rewarding though to pass. I mean, I was really emotional when I finally did it because I put so much energy and effort into it.
Do you think you're a better trader?
Did the trading combine make me a better trader?
Yes.
Oh, 100%. Just risk management alone. Like if you're a new trader and you don't know what your goals should be, or if you just feel lost in general, set a personal daily loss limit and just have that be your goal. That's it. Because if I was, and you guys, can disagree with me on this, but I would sooner invest in a trader who could stick with their personal daily loss limit for a full year than someone who is bouncing up and down with their personal daily loss limit. Maybe they're up 5,000, down 5,000. Like, I don't think that's really sustainable. But if you could just stick to the daily like your personal daily loss limit, like that is what's going to help you build your account. That's what's going to help you stay live. You know, that's going to help you scale up. It's going to help you enjoy your winners, because if you're risking too much, then your winning days are going to suck, because relative to your big ass loss you just had, you know, you just made a couple bucks, but it's not enough. And so any success you have in trading is going to revolve around your personal daily loss limit. And that's how you end up enjoying trading. But you have to get to that point. You have to wait like that 2-hour period where it's like, oh yeah, I didn't have that bad of a losing day. But you're not going to feel that until like 5 o'clock.
You also have to look at, to piggyback off of you, you also have to look at, you know, you guys touched base on it, Hoag, earlier today with Matt, when to stay away, right? Like you have your daily loss limit, but you know, you take your profits. Do you come back in later on because you're feeling good? Or do you say, hey, you know, enough's enough? And I think that also secures what you're saying, Dolby, is, you know, you take your bad with your good, but know when to get out on both ends.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really hard. I mean, for a long time, I thought that the hardest thing in trading was closing out a winning trade. However, my mind has now changed. I do think the hardest thing in trading now, at least for me, is taking a small loss on the day. Like, it's easy to make a lot of money. It's easy to lose a lot of money. But the hardest thing to do is just lose a little bit and leave. Like almost no one can do that. And you work customer service, and I used to work customer service, and I've probably looked at thousands of accounts, and I know of one account in which they kind of softly crash landed their account and stuck with a personal daily loss limit. So it was like maybe like $400, and they did it. You know, it took them like 2 or 3 weeks, but they kept their personal daily loss limit. They ended up blowing up out of the account. But I've never seen that before. I've never seen an account actually just slowly lose money. 95% of the time, it is a daily loss limit violation. People don't want to they can't handle the risk. Data, like in the moment, not in general, but in that specific moment, they end up going on tilt. And I've done it. I've made literally every mistake, which is why I can talk about this so confidently, because I've confidently made all these mistakes.
What percentage of traders do you think are actually able to stick to their personal daily loss limit every time?
The same amount of traders that can stay profitable.
I like it.
Yeah, if you can't manage, so here's the thing, like the market is big enough to take all of your money. It doesn't matter if you're trading a $2,000 account or if you're, you know, like long-term capital management. If you over leverage and don't manage your risk, the market is big enough to take $1,000 or $1 billion. It does not care. And it will take all of your money. So might as well start practicing now, everybody. What are you waiting for? Because you're going to need this skill now, and you're going to need it 5 years from now. If your account's 5,000 or if it's 100,000, it's going to be the same skill set.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But it's hard. It's so hard.
It changes your mindset with more contracts, more money, more problems.
And more money, more problems.
And I've had accounts that I was just able to bleed out little by little and not hit a daily loss limit.
It's hard. Like, it's almost no one does it. Like I said, I've seen one account and working Topstep customer service for 2 years. Saw one account, and it stuck out to me like a sore thumb. I was like, holy cow, this guy did not hit the daily loss limit. You just slowly.
It's that tendency to try by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, but like I said, I bet that trader, if they're still trading with us, I bet they're doing pretty good, or at least breaking even. Because if they can still have that risk management, then you're golden. That's, I think, the hardest part. The hardest part for me now is just getting in the right direction of the market. But you know, as long as my discipline's good, eventually it will all come out fine.
Exactly. Mike, a lot of folks are asking, what are range charts?
So range charts, I mean, basic form, there is a certain amount of movement, right, within the market, every bar. A range bar is going to go ahead and, let's say if there's a 10 range, there's a certain amount of price movement within that bar, and then it starts a new one. So it's not necessarily a timed bar, it is literally a price driven bar. Kind of gives you a good idea of directional area. So I know, like, if I start to see a bunch of red 10 range bars, so I know 10 ticks, 10 ticks, 10 ticks, it's not really fighting it so to speak, so I can actually see where that movement's going. I know TradingView unfortunately doesn't have, or they have some sort of a range bar. Looks a little funky, but I know Tradeovate does, and I normally hop on that pretty good.
All right, thank you for that. We're getting pretty short on time here. Dolby, do you have any last comments?
I don't think so. Hope everyone's trading well and having a good time. Most importantly, hope everyone's managing their risk, not getting too stressed out, treating themselves fairly, enjoying the journey that is trading. Don't waste it. Improve yourself. Use it as a way to improve yourself.
It is a never-ending journey. There is no destination. It's just till the last day, the last time you take a trade. It's always
every day is equally as hard, whether it's the beginning or the very end. There is no end, really. Every day is just hard.
Absolutely.
It doesn't, I'm sorry, chat. It doesn't get any easier ever. It's just always hard.
Yeah, because when we get the right answers, the market changes the questions. Mike, any last question? Any last comments, thoughts? It's been great to have you on here.
No, I appreciate you guys having me on here. A lot of fun. Always love hearing everybody's thoughts. Love reading the chat comments and things like that. But yeah, to piggyback what you guys said, I know we always say trade for tomorrow, but man, make a career out of it. Don't try to rush it. Just nice, smooth sailing. You know, trade for Taco Tuesday. Shoot, get yourself some tacos. You know, make money to go ahead and do that. Let's have some fun with it. But yeah, no, that's my best advice: is slow, patient, let it come to you.
Yeah, no rush. Market's not going anywhere, and if it does, we all have bigger problems.
Exactly.
Great thought, and I am ready for some tacos right now.
Ain't that?
Oh yeah.
Sweet. All right. Thanks, guys. Dolby, always a pleasure. Mike, pleasure having you. We'll be seeing you again, I'm sure, very, very soon.
Indeed.
And trade well, everyone. We are going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to get ready for the Top Step quiz, Top Quiz, everybody's favorite quiz show. And we'll look forward to group coaching with Dakota just after that. So sit tight. More coming at you.
See y'all.
See you guys.
Hello, friends and traders, and welcome to Top Quiz, which is, to my knowledge, the most popular futures daytime trivia competition on YouTube. If there's another one, let me know. I'm Jack. I'm joined by Bonnie for 2 straight days. Bonnie, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Filling in for Alyssa. She's on vacation.
She certainly is. But no rest for the Pels, man. I'm still here doing my thing. So if this is your first time playing, 4 multiple choice questions with 4 options each. If you get 3 or 4 correct, you enter a random drawing for one of 20 free resets I'll give out. And guess what, folks? I finally got the new codes. So if you won on Friday, yesterday, or today, you're all going to be getting an email this afternoon as soon as the stream ends. So that is my deal to you. Most of y'all know how this works. Click the link to enter Kahoot or go to kahoot.it, enter the passcode. There's a 6-second delay. So keep your eye on your device. That's where the questions will come. There has been one perfect score by a guest, and it was Bonnie last Wednesday. So Bonnie, once again, congrats to you.
Thank you.
All right. Got Mick mustache. Needs patience. All right. Seems like most people are in. We'll get this started in just a few seconds. I'll wait till it gets to 800 people in there. Here they come. Remember, you should only enter once. Do not enter more than once. All right, that looks like 800 to me. Banana is the last person in. Let's start this, Bonnie.
I'm ready.
Okay, starting. The Kahoot. Today's date, 3, 2, 1. Question 1. What does PMI stand for as in the S&P PMI number released this morning? Is it producer manufacturer inflation, price movement index, purchasing managers index, or prime mortgage indicator? Any ideas here?
Would it be price movement index?
That would be a good one to know, but it is in fact the purchasing managers index. So for all you economic release heads, that's something that you now know. All right. Top, I won Black Swan. I believe Danielle's told me that we're going to get Black Swan on the show next week, so I can do a Turing test to see if they're an Android or not. Okay.
I don't think Black Swan was on the list yesterday for the quiz. I didn't see.
G-Pow, J-Lo, Black Swan, I won. All right. Next question. What type of order is used to buy or sell a contract at the best available price? Or buy the low, sell the high order?
Buy the low, sell the high.
That's a good strategy, but what we're describing is a market order is when you buy or sell at the best available price through the market, as they say. Okay. IRS pay your taxes. Don't hit my stop. Black Swan, Parafiel, and G-Pow. Okay. Are you? Oh, here come the lurkers. By the way, I had JD write 2 of these questions today, so if you have issues with them, not my problem.
Maybe I should write questions.
Yeah, you want to do it reverse sometime? You can.
Yeah, maybe I should write the questions and you will be the guest. How's that?
I'm down. Let's do it. All right. Next question. What is the best-selling flavor of Gatorade? Is it Cool Blue, Lemon Lime, Glacier Freeze, or Fruit Punch?
It has to be the cool blue. Cool blue.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
You know, this one shocked me. It is indeed cool blue.
Oh,
you are
okay.
correct. Which really surprised me. I would have thought for sure that it was the lemon lime, right?
Really? I don't know why I've always thought cool blue would be the popular one.
I like some of these other ones. Cool blue, to me, it tastes almost like you're drinking a bottle of radiation or something. It's like blue and has this sort of like
it makes
off-putting, metallic tang or something like that. Anyway, all my cool blue heads, tell me why. All right, with one question remaining, don't hit my stop, no stop loss, Mr. Alico. Okay, you ready for this final question?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do it to it. What does it mean to lean? We talked about this earlier. 30 seconds because these are long. Buy into a big offer or sell into a big bid. Get in the market a tick in front of a big order. Put a stop loss order above a big offer or below a big bid. Max out your position size and hope to quickly double your account value. You're going to say A, B.
Questions really making me.
You can thank John Doherty. Yes, it is getting in the market in front of a big order, is leaning on an order. MP did that to some success today. So Bonnie, thank you very much. Always a pleasure playing. Let's see the bragging podium.
I need to learn how to trade so I can answer all these questions.
Yeah. Well, there's always time. We could start a seminar.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Some guy. City short NQ. I will be contacting the winners later. I might by the end of today have be able to show what the winners are. I think at some point I've kind of pitched the idea that I would maybe on Thursday afternoon, since we have this more time now, is like teaching my wife how to trade, or like any beginner traders. I think that could be kind of fun. So
yeah, I would love to learn how to trade because I want to get all the questions right.
Indeed. All right. Well, I am very close to coughing right now, so I'm going to try and finish this before I do. So Bonnie, thank you very much. We'll be back with Dakota and Hoag for group coaching after this quick break. See you then.
All right. Good afternoon and welcome to the lunch hour here. It's time for group coaching. My name's John Hoagland. We have Coach Dakota with us this afternoon. Coach Dakota is going to be going over part 3 of his stats information. We're looking forward to that, of course. And if you don't know me, my name is John Hoagland, the senior performance coach here at Topstep. 40 years experience in the futures industry, 31 years as an active trader. I've been with Topstep since 1921, no, 2011. And it is one of my favorite times of the day is when we get to have the opportunity to talk to everybody and answer your questions. Looking forward to it. Dakota, how are you? Who are you?
How are you, Hoag? You guys have been to any of my slow markets class or been here before? I'm Coach Dakota. I've been trading professionally for just over 13 years. I started out with, penny stocks. I started to trade stock options. I trade stock options full-time. That's my full-time income. And then I've dabbled in, Forex. I was a trader coach at a couple different trading prop firms. And then futures. I fell in love with futures, started here at Topstep in July, went through the combine, got funded in a few weeks and had a funded payout. Been trading here with Topstep, fell in love with your guys' community here in Discord, started to become a coach, and I've enjoyed it ever since.
Awesome. Well, we're glad to have you here. And one thing, get a little business out of the way here. Everything we're talking about here is, of course, for educational purposes only. We're not going to be discussing the purchase or sale of any product or security. Just to remind yourself that there's considerable risk in futures. We should only be using risk capital, and to me, that's capital we can afford to lose. Topstep's going to put that up for you when you're successful in the trading combine. It also states that hypothetical performance results have certain limitations, and to me, the biggest one is the fact that there's no risk, no rules, no accountability, and no consequences. It's not until you've got a little bit of skin in the game until you're going to know how you're going to respond with a little duress in your decision-making process. So without further ado, I'm going to pretty much hand it over to Dakota here for the first half of the session today to talk about his stats. And then I'll be kind of keeping an eye on the chat. So if you have questions, make sure you put them in the chat and we will try and do our best to get through all of them. I did get a couple of emailed in questions that I'm going to try and address. Just noticed them just now. But we will see. We will see how it goes here. Dakota, again, very excited to have you here. Very excited to see the information you're going to bring to us. Well, let's get going.
Yeah, so I already see some questions coming in on the chat. Hi, Robert. 13 years. I just turned 30 years old, if you guys could believe that or not. I've been trading since I was 14. And of course, as you guys know, you cannot actually have your own account until you turn 18. And so basically I had my mom sign me on to her brokerage account in order to trade, old Scott trade account. And then I started from there. And so that's why I have to say about 13 years. But I've been in the markets for a lot longer, learning them, understanding them since, junior high. But yeah, let's dive into it. I think a lot of us know who have been at Topstep or has seen our Topstep dashboard. I don't think traders utilize it as much as they should at Hoag.
I agree with that. I would agree with that. You should be leaning on that.
100%. I love it. I review my statistics every week. Some traders like to review it every day. As you can see, I have my slideshow here. It's Statistics 103. If you've missed Statistics 101 or Statistics 102, Topstep has the live recordings on YouTube, and always suggest hopping over to our Discord. And you could ask any questions in our individual coaching channel. I'm always going to push traders over to Discord. It's such a great tool and such a great resource for us traders. And we're able to answer these questions that you might not be able to get anywhere else. So a deeper understanding of trading statistics using risk reward or reward to risk. You can hear it both ways. And then POP, probability of profit. And of course, our Topstep trader dashboard. Let's do a brief summary. Statistics 101, I did it, I believe, last Thursday. We talked about POP, probability of profit. And there's a lot of different definitions for that. But overall, it's the likelihood of a trade being profitable. An example, pretend you flip a coin, you have a 50% chance of being correct. Close your eyes and click buy, click sell. You have a 50% chance of being correct if you have the same amount of risk to reward. You say you're going for 5 handles and you have a risk of 5 handles. And then we have reward to risk, risk reward. You'll hear me say both. I'm used to saying risk reward, but the statistics on the dashboard, it has reward to risk. And it's the amount of money you are risking compared to what you would make. For example, for every $1 of reward, you have $1 of risk. So if you're looking to make $300 and you're risking $300, then you would have a 1-to-1 risk reward. Next, I've had some examples. We went through a fun activity, I guess, here on Thursday, where I have 3 charts in front of us, and I have chart A, chart B, and chart C. Now, this is assuming that the market's moving completely random, and we don't have a strategy. We don't have any other edge in the market, Hoag, where it tilts are the favor in one direction or the other. But over on the left, chart A, we have a 1-to-1 risk reward. And we also have a probability of profit of 50%, where we have a take profit that you can see up here to the top. And we have a stop loss down here at the bottom. And of course, our entry is right in the middle. And I see someone say the random walk. Yes, there's a random walk is what we're basing this off of. In the middle, we have chart B. This is a really good risk reward, and it's a 5-to-1 reward to risk. And this has a 20% probability of profit. You can see the take profits all the way up here. With every time you are making $5, you are risking $1. You can see the stop loss right here, just below that bullish candle. And on the opposite side, the flip side over here on the right, chart C, you have a 1 in 5 reward or risk reward on the trade, or reward to risk. So for every $5 that we're risking, we're only going to be making $1. You can see the take profit is up here. It's really close to our entry, and then we have our stop loss all the way down here. And so the probability of profit is 80%, or these should be reversed, where probability of profit is 80% over here.
80%.
Yep, and 80%. So it's based off of 100%, and you can imagine how these statistics are going to change as you're placing trades, as you're changing your strategy, and as we evaluate our different strategies. And it also changes per market. So the number one question I get all the time, Hoag, and maybe you could help answer this, and I'm going to open this question up to the chat room. If you guys want to answer this question, let me know what you guys believe. What is the most important statistic based on our trades and our trading that I've went over? We have risk reward, we have probability of profit. There's some other ones on our Topstep dashboard. So let me know in the chat what you guys believe the single most important statistic is.
Dakota, can we go back to that slide for 1 second? The one with the charts on it.
Yeah, let's see if I can do this.
Here we go. Okay. So I've been trying to change this since the beginning of Topstep. Is the risk reward ratio is always given upside down, right? Like this on chart B, that's a 5-to-1 risk reward ratio, but the 5 is the reward in that particular case. The 1 is the risk. So I've been trying to kind of get everybody to say that's a 5-to-1 reward over risk instead of risk reward. It's kind of confusing if you do it the other way. So I like the 5-to-1 reward over risk. First one's 1-to-1 reward over risk. The third one is 1-to-5 reward over risk. It says I'm risking 5 to make 1. I'm making 1 and risking 5, right? 1-to-5 reward over risk. Just wanted to get out there and say that because it's always been confusing to me. And when you're having a conversation with somebody, I think it just makes it easier for everybody to kind of absorb the idea that 5-to-1 is a reward over risk, 5 reward, 1 risk, right? All right.
Yeah, I think you heard me kind of struggle with that a moment ago, where I've always learned at risk reward, but when we're talking about our statistics here and the way that we're seeing it, it is reward over risk. So yeah, when we look at our statistics, then yeah, it is having that understanding which one's first, which one's last, but the overall concept's the same, regardless of whether we have it one in front of the other. And I think this visual helps because as new traders are starting to learn, we want the statistics to be in our favor, and that's why I ask this next question is, which one's the most important? And I see a lot of you guys here in the chat. I think we're getting a lot of risk reward or reward to risk here. I do see one, and I think I'm going to go with this one. I see polka dotted Vulcan expectancy. So I'm going to share my statistics on one of these accounts that I've been trading. Can you guys see that? Let me make sure that we could put it up here on the screen.
Do it.
I only have a few trading days on this. 4. I just finished up 5 and pushed this one over to a funded account. And I've been trading this during my slow markets class. But I think for me personally, and what I'm going to be leaning towards is our average profitability per trade. That's the statistics here on our trading dashboard. You can hover over this. You probably can't read it because my screen is a little bit small. Let me see if I could zoom in actually. So that way we can make it a little bit more viewable for everyone. But essentially, the average profit per trade, APPT, is the average amount you can expect to win or lose per trade based on your average winning trade, average losing trade, and winning trade percentage, average profit or loss included all fees and commissions. So this is taking into consideration a bunch of these different statistics and seeing your overall profitability, right? Where you have traders, and Topstep is so big, and we have traders around the world. We have so many traders. I trade differently than you, Hoag. You trade differently than Michael, and everyone in this room trades differently. I did a study probably about 6 years ago where I developed a trading plan. I outlined it extremely detailed. It was about 6 pages long, and I gave it to 100 traders, and I told them, trade this for 1 month, and the winner gets a big reward. And every single trader traded it differently.
Of course.
They all had different statistics. Most of them was not successful, of course, and some of them were, but they all had different trading statistics. The risk reward was different. Their profitability per trade was different. And it was just so interesting to see because nobody trades exactly the same. And then the next question we always have to ask ourselves as we're going through this is there a right way to trade? And then is there a wrong way to trade? And my answer to that is that the only wrong way to trade is bad risk management. I've seen traders successful with different risk rewards where maybe, and I have some equity curves I was going to show, but just in terms of just time, I'm going to keep it short where yes, it's nice to have 80-90% winning trades. It makes us feel good. In general, we like to win. We like to be correct. However, you can have the opposite too. In my slow markets class and in my trading in general, I only win about 20% of my trades. But my risk reward is favorable so that when I am profitable, it does balance out and I have a positive expectancy. So I've only been trading this for 4 days. And as you can see, we have our equity curve up here. But then when you scroll down a little bit lower, you have these statistics, Coach T, beta. We have the overview. So this is the overview of all of our trading on gold, Nikkei, the E-mini, and crude oil. You can see our average winning trade, our winning trade percentage, and then our average losing trade. And right here down below, you can see reward to risk. It clearly outlines it. The one on the left is the reward. The one on the right is the risk. So this is saying for every $1 I'm risking, I'm looking to make $2.51. And this is on average for every trade. Every single day will be different. And every week will be different. Every month could be different. But overall, when you're evaluating your strategy, it's good to take into consideration that some days I might have a really horrible day and it's going to look really ugly. Some days I'm going to have a really amazing day and it's going to look good. I do know for myself, and when I analyze my statistics, I can kind of judge how I'm trading. Should I stop for the day? Should I continue? How am I doing this week? Is it a good week? Is it a bad week? And I think I heard you say it one day, Hoag, where if you have 3 losing trades in a row, you stop for the day. I'm not sure. Is that right?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. I at least have to take a break.
Yeah, and I think that's a good way for a trader to evaluate how they're doing. For myself and the way that I trade, I could have 9, 10, 11 losing trades in a row, and I'm perfectly fine placing the very next one because I know that in order for me to hit my daily loss limit, it would take me 19 or 20 losing trades in a row, which, to be honest, I have. But these are just like when you're driving your car, you can think of these as your gauges, right? When you're driving the car and something's not right, maybe the temperature on your car starts to really be hot. And you're like, well, that seems a little off.
You get
I better go get
check engine light.
Yeah, I better evaluate that to see what's wrong. And it's the same here. Like you said, as soon as you lose 3 trades in a row, you stop. Something's wrong. You're not reading the market. And that could go for me too. If I see that my risk reward is a little bit off, or my winning trade percent is a little bit off, then something's wrong. And so right now, even though these are some really good statistics, this is only a small sample size over 4 days. I could tell something's wrong on my statistics because my risk reward should be closer to 5 to 1. And my winning trade percentage should be lower. My winning trade percentage should be closer to 30%. And I know exactly.
You get a really small sample size there. So with consistency, you should get closer to what you're looking for, right?
Correct. Yeah. And just saying, like, over a month, over 2 or 3 more months, it should start going back to average, right? Just as if you flip a coin, you might get 2 or 3 tails in a row, or you might get 2 or 3 heads in a row, but you have that confidence knowing that it's going to balance out to 50%. The more sample and the more times you do it. It's the same for trading. 4 days, 1 week, it's not going to show you exactly how your strategy or your trading is performing. You need a lot more time. And so sometimes I'll get traders hop over into Discord and say, I'm struggling, I'm having a hard time. My risk reward is really ugly this week or today. I'm struggling. I just need to go back to the basics and do everything. And my answer is always, are you confident in your strategy? And sometimes I get, yeah, I'm good. I've tested this for a month and I'm profitable. I'm like, okay, well, maybe it's not you. Maybe it's not your strategy. Maybe it's just the market. Continue trading it. Maybe see how it goes for another week or 2, and then evaluate. The worst thing we could do is over-analysis, right? Paralysis by over-analysis. Every day you look at your statistics, and then you make an adjustment, and then you trade it the next day. You look at your statistics, and you make another adjustment. And then it gets to this point to where your statistics are so messed up, and you're over-adjusting every single day. You're lost. You don't know whether it's you being emotional. You don't know whether it's your strategy. You don't know whether it's the market. You have no idea what the heck is going on because you don't have any consistent, solid results. Where trade for 2-3 weeks, then look at your statistics and say, okay, well, this is how I performed this month. And then determine, was it me that needs to adjust? Maybe I was emotional. That's why maybe keeping a trading journal is important to know that, maybe this data point, it was just me and I was able to identify it so I could exclude that day or that trade. Or is it my trading strategy? And, maybe you see that your statistics aren't exactly where you want it. Maybe you want a higher winning percentage. And then you look at your trading strategy for the month and you say, well, if I increase my stop loss just a little bit, or increase my take profit, or adjust something, then I trade that for a month. and then I evaluate it again. And just like any sports, right? You perform, you adjust, then you perform again and you adjust, and you continue that process of improvement and self-improvement until you get to where you want to be. It's not a complete jump from A to B. There's a lot of dirty work behind the scenes, and understanding these statistics is the number one important thing for me and myself. But before I finish up here, because we're coming close on time before we jump to Q&A, right, Hoag?
Yep.
Here's one of my favorite things about the TopStep dashboard. We have the overview, but we have the ability to click on the individual instrument that we're trading and see the statistics. I love that, to where we could see, how is my performance on gold? Well, you could see, well, my average winning trade on gold is about where I'm expected, 33%. However, my risk reward is a little bit off. Okay, then I'll jump to the Nikkei. Nikkei is one of my favorites as of late, because I'm a slow markets trader and it's been really good for me. Well, the Nikkei, that's about, I go through and I see my winning trade percentage, my risk reward, and I could go through each instrument that I'm trading and I could evaluate how's my performance on these instruments. And then I can make a decision. Maybe I'm doing better on the NASDAQ compared to gold, so I should stop trading gold, or something's going on with my strategy for gold. Maybe I'm not reading gold right, and we can make these decisions where, maybe I should stop trading gold because I'm not reading gold correctly, but I'm performing really well on the NASDAQ. So then I know where to focus my time, what I'm doing right, where I'm doing wrong. So I love that, to where we could see the overall view of our trading statistics here at TopStep, but then we could granularize that and we could see how we're performing on each of our individual instruments. So more traders here at TopStep, and I'm going to always continue to direct, how are you performing? Use our TopStep dashboard. It takes your statistics, it puts it here in front of you for a very easy visual way, and we can analyze that.
Very good. Very good. Yes, all those statistics are very important, but I think one of the most important things that you mentioned, Coach Dakota, was you're going to need consistency in performance in order to get the consistent data with which to review and to make changes to your strategy. The most important thing is to do things consistently. Traders tell me all the time, I want to be a consistent trader, and then I will always answer that with another question. What are you doing consistently in preparation? What are you doing consistently in your execution? Very important. I've got a question here I just want to pop in. Patient Trader is asking, is there an amount of cumulative profit that a trader would have no choice and be moved out of the Express account? No, there is no specific number. It's more of a performance, and some of these metrics that we were just talking about are going to be involved in that. Now, a lot of folks are calling you the wonder trader because you're so young, and very nice of them. You asked a question. What was the question you were talking about? What was the most important metric that you were asking? So I've got a whole list of them here. Chad, risk reward, Raymond, Pop, average winner versus average loser, risk reward, average P&L per trade, risk reward, P&L, risk reward, gains to loss, risk reward, expectancy is always, of course, good, risk reward, Lambos, that's not an answer for that. Risk reward, I think the resounding thing is the risk to reward, but don't forget, and tell me if you agree here, Dakota, risk reward is important. Of course, you want a positive reward over risk ratio. It's also directly related to your winning trade percentage. You can have a winning trade percentage of 40%, but if your reward over risk is 3-to-1 consistently, you can build an empire that way.
Correct, 100%. You can't have one without the other. They're not independent, right? Where you can have a risk reward that's really bad, but your winning percent, the probability is really, really high and you're profitable. And vice versa. You could have a extremely high risk reward, say, just taking, for example, how I trade during the Asian and London markets, I like to have a 5-to-1, which means that 21% you'll be profitable. If you win on only 21% of your trades, that's a profitable strategy. So you can't have one without the other, and there's just a wide range everywhere in between, right? It's the expectancy, your average profitability per trade that you can see on your trader's dashboard, and it's what's your P&L over the long run, and it's about consistency, being able to be consistent and evaluate your statistics over a long run and be profitable, because you can have a wide range, and I've seen it with thousands and thousands of traders, from having 10 to 15% win rate with a really high risk reward, and then the opposite, where traders are trying to get 90, 95% winning trades, but then when they have maybe an upside down win percentage, where they're only the risk reward, where they're risking $5 to make one, but then their win rate's so high they're still profitable. That one's a little bit scary though, because you'd have two losing trades or days in a row, and
that's hard to maintain.
Then you get in trouble, and that goes back to maybe human psychology, Hoag, where we like to win as traders, and so having winning trade percentage less than 50% can be very difficult. So most traders like to have a high winning trade percent, and they're willing to sacrifice the risk reward a little bit to get that, which is not wrong. It's just a human psychology thing, and that's okay. It's okay to win more than you lose. It's just making sure that when you are doing that, you have that risk reward in mind, because you can't have one without the other.
Don't you think we're all kind of wired the wrong way? Nobody likes to take losses. So we have a tendency to default to, well, I'll wait, or I'll just hang on and it'll come back, or whatever. So we end up creating big losses. And, and on the other coin is, when we have a winning trade, it's very tempting. You want to take that winning trade. You don't want it to go away. So, as a professional trader, or I'm sure, professional traders have to change the way that's wired in their brain. You want to cut losses quickly, and you want to let winners run. And it's so cliche that everybody says that, but it's so true. And everybody that I've known in trading has initially been wired the wrong way. We get hopeful when we're down money, and we get fearful when we're up money. It should be the opposite.
Yeah, it's so interesting how that works. Bobby, you said Richard Dennis has a win rate less than 10%, yet he's made a fortune on letting the profits run. Yep, I agree 100%. It's a competitive nature that we have, right? Very competitive. We're competing in a market, and whether it's with sports, within life, whatever we do, we just want to win. It feels good, right? And we like that satisfaction. But sometimes that is a weakness, and that's what can lead to us blowing accounts and struggling to become profitable and successful in trading.
Briefly, question: what is a slow market strategy?
So my best recommendation for that, to understand, it's not really a strategy. We're talking about slow markets, just like you guys talk about fast markets during the New York session. The markets are moving really fast, and you're in and out of trades, and you're scalping and talking. I do slow markets. It's typically around 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Sometimes I'll push it to the London Open. But we talk about the same thing. We talk about analyzing the markets. We talk about risk reward. For myself, throughout college, throughout high school, and before having trading as my full-time income, I was busy during the New York session. I was always in school. I had a part-time job, and I had so many.
So you kind of learned on the overnight session.
Yeah, I had to. I fell in love with the markets, and I didn't have a choice. It was either I need to learn how to trade at this time, the only time I had available, or I don't trade at all. And I realize there's a lot of traders here at Topstep who is in a similar situation. We have traders around the world, and I talked to some that's in China, Japan, London, and overseas, where they say, I'm sleeping during the New York session open, so I can't trade that.
How do you sleep?
And I don't get too much sleep. I woke up probably 30 minutes to an hour before this class. I still get a good 7 to 8 hours of sleep. But the question I do get is, how do you sleep with trades that are open? And that's having that confidence, making sure you have that confidence in the tools that you're using, because, and I go over this all the time in my slow markets class in Discord. All of them are recorded. So if you want to look and watch them, hop over onto Discord, go through our coaches library, and you could watch as many of them as you want. But we set trades up using, maybe most of the time I don't even get triggered into a trade until I'm sleeping. Using stop orders, right? Buy stop, sell stop to trigger me into a position as the market goes in my favor. Sometimes I'll use limit orders, and it's normal trading, right? Same way you guys do here. Breakout trades, reversal trades, and then I'm able to set my trades up. I know my risk reward, and before I turn off my computer and go to bed, and then when I wake up, there's only 3 things that happen where the market goes up and it hits my take profit, it goes down, it hits my stop loss, or it doesn't even trigger me in. And I don't have to sit there in front of my computer screen. I don't have to stress. I wake up, I review the statistics, and what's done is done.
Seems very healthy not to have to worry about all that.
At first, no. As you can imagine, how much it could have an issue with your sleep, right? Where when I first started doing it, then I would wake up in the middle of the night to check the markets. I would be checking my phone. And yes, there was a point, and that was probably one of the biggest hurdles for me, was making sure that when I turn my computer off, I go to sleep and I don't wake up at like 3, 4 a.m. Turn my computer on, just check. So having the confidence in my tools and having the confidence in my strategy to be able to just turn my computer off and then go to sleep. And pretty much the opposite for some of our traders that are around the world, where they're going, instead of going to sleep, they're going to work. Where we do have traders around the world, it's like, I can't trade during the New York session, but I want to trade. And they're either at work, they're busy taking care of a family, whatever it is in life, where they can't trade during the fast market, and they could only have a few hours during the either the Asian or the London session, where they can do something similar, and then they could go to work and have that confidence where they're not at work and trying to check their phone or trying to catch something, or they're trying to stay up late to catch the New York session. So there's opportunities. The market and the futures market is open 23 hours, depending on what instrument that you're trading. And we have these opportunities during the Asian and London sessions that there's ways to take advantage of it. And I know I hear sometimes, you guys talking on the fast markets or during the open, where you have the huge move in gold overnight, and you're like, man, if I was awake, that would have been a great trade. Well, if you put yourself in position and you have that capability of putting yourself in position to take advantage over some of those moves, there are times that I do catch moves like that. And sometimes some of the biggest moves can come while the New York session and New York traders are sleeping.
And you probably do a lot less over managing of those trades because you're sleeping.
Yeah, that is the advantage. That's one thing that I do like, that where if you're sitting in front of your computer screen, you're watching the P&L fluctuate, you try and make, and that leads to emotional decisions, right? Maybe you move your stop loss a little bit lower, maybe you change, maybe you adjust, maybe you just close that trade, and you get nervous, maybe you start to overmanage, maybe you start looking at every single opportunity, you overtrade. This is just pure statistics, understanding like, hey, I'm placing this trade, I know exactly what my risk is, I know exactly what my reward is, and when I wake up in the morning, or if you're overseas, when you get done with work, or by anything, right, you have just those 3 results. It hits your take profit, hits your stop loss, or you don't get triggered. And to me, that's easier to understand my statistics, and I know whether it's me or my strategy that I need to adjust. And it's not as easy to get emotional and let your motions play a role in your trading that way. However, I do love the New York session. I do trade the New York session. I do have strategies for the New York session. I think tomorrow I'm going to be on here. You guys here at Topstep has extended it from bell to bell, and then we have some opportunities for doing that. And yeah, I love it. There is more opportunities, and volatility brings opportunity. And even though there are opportunities in the overnight session, I do love fast markets. I do love the New York session and that volatility.
All right. I got to answer a couple of questions. Joe Drennan has been asking, and Joe, hopefully you're still here for an explanation of what is a failed auction in the definition that I use and that Deanna uses. And if you'll put it on the charts, on my charts, JD, real quick here, I can kind of show an example. We have the NASDAQ here, okay? The initial balance, we had a breakout above it. We had D period to kind of try and take out the high. This is a weak high. This is, by definition, a failed auction, but it's kind of a weak high. We had Matt talk about the idea that he kind of thinks like we're going to sweep this high and clean this up a little bit by the end of the day, and we'll see that by the end of the day, of course. This is more of a failed auction in the S&Ps. The initial balance is extended. The first extension is extended even further, creating excess. You know, this is initially a failed auction. It doesn't mean it has to continue to fail. It doesn't mean it has to continue to hold. The excess at the top here indicates price got too expensive at the time, and the sellers came in and took over. One thing we're going to be watching, and hopefully we'll have the chance to see it during the power hour today from 2 to 3, we've got some pretty negative delta here, and the market has been struggling to try and push lower. I mean, we haven't been able to take out the low of the day. We've hardly been able to take out the opening range. The market keeps coming up, so we'll get an opportunity to see if this failed auction remains at the end of the day or if it gets taken out. But that's really the definition of a failed auction. And I mean, when this auction did fail, price did come all the way back down below value. So that failed auction provided opportunity. All right. Dakota, hang with me for just a minute. There was an emailed in question that I just want to touch on. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I see some questions in the chat. If you want to find that, I'm going to answer a couple of them.
Well, I've got it here. So This is from Fred. He was talking about the delta divergence that we saw last Thursday. His question is, I noticed a short-term inventory balance from time to time. The market either gets too short to break or too long to rally. Short-term traders seem to be taking profit near extremes of the day. When I see an inventory imbalance developing at 230, a good time to look for an inventory correction? Yes, Fred. That's what we were looking at yesterday. If you'll go back to the charts here, JD. So a lot of delta divergences will create opportunities at the end of the day. When the market's too short and getting shorter on this situation, you know, both Andre and I were watching this, and when it started to move, and we were just kind of looking forward to take out the high. It wasn't a very big inventory adjustment. As a matter of fact, they all didn't get out. We still ended the day with about 9,000 negative delta, where it was, I forget what it was down here, but this was a really deep one. This one. So here was the high of the session. We kept getting more and more negative delta. Price was struggling to push lower. 130, we had the first inventory adjustment. 230, we had the second inventory adjustment, which created a late spike. Yesterday, it didn't create a late spike, but it still offered opportunity. So usually, and Fred's question is, are there any other conditions that cause you to wait until 2:30 p.m. to look for a counter auction or on any delta divergence? Most of the time, I find that that's when it happens. we could be at the low of the day, and all of a sudden the short sellers, the weak short time frame shorts, will decide they've had it. They'll get out, and then we'll push price even higher. So that's really a good question, Fred. Okay, go ahead.
Awesome. Yeah, I have a question for you, Eddie, but let me answer some of these questions in the chat, where I posted the link to Discord here in the YouTube chat. So just click on it, join us in Discord. And, Discord could be a little bit overwhelming because it is, our community is growing really big, and there's a lot of places to be in that Discord, but everyone's really nice. We have an amazing group there. We have some amazing ambassadors. So ask the question, they'll be able to direct you. Those slow market recordings is in somewhere called the Coaches Library. So go to Discord, go through there, and you could join that class. And then Sam, yes, I do trade the Asian and London sessions. And then I think I seen one more. Nope, I think that's it. But yeah, that's about my average risk reward there that you're talking about, Keegan, where on average I risk $300, and on average my take profit has been about $1,300. But my question for you, Hoag, is, have you ever heard of a banker's close trade?
Banker's close? No.
Yeah. And I'm curious because I don't trade Delta, and I've learned a lot watching you, Hoag, for volume profile and everything that you do. But I traded Forex for some time, and if we, for example, on the euro dollar, we sell off, and it's just a really negative day, right at the London close, there's usually a bounce in the opposite direction. And that's very similar to, I think, what you were talking about, where maybe we have a really negative delta. And I think we've seen this last week. We had like a $9 billion imbalance, and the NASDAQ had like a $100 rally at the end of the close. Is that something that you trade or something that you look at?
Well, yeah, 100%. I mean, when you think about it, a directional day can kind of rat hole short time frame traders in that direction, right? So let's say there's a directional day. I'm trying to find a good example of that here. Hang on one second. I prefer the S&Ps. So let's say there's a directional day, and I miss the whole way up. Here's a directional day. If we go back to the charts. So here's a directional day. If I miss the whole way up, at some point, I'm probably going to be looking for some sort of contrary move. Now, this contrary move occurred at noon. This wouldn't have been one that I would have been able to catch, but see if we can find. So without divergence, without delta divergence, I'm probably not going to try and fight it. So I think we're getting a pretty decent divergence here. I'm trying to find a good example of it, but it's just basically kind of when the short time frame traders who've ridden the rally up or they've just paid the high, they want to get out before the close. So that's where you kind of get that opposite reaction at the end of the day.
Okay, that makes sense. Because I was just thinking, because I started to get some questions now that TopstepTV is going to be bell to bell, and maybe we'll be able to get some opportunities to see how some of our coaches and traders here at Topstep is able to watch that and review it and see the big old power hour at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's something that's new, and we're going to be doing it every day. So we had a good trade yesterday. I think a few traders kind of joined us on that. And again, remember, we're not suggesting the purchase or sale of anything we're doing. If you made money on it, great. But, there's going to be opportunities that you might see us take that you might want to take that aren't going to be very good trades. So, just keep in mind, we're all trading at our own risk. We are not suggesting the purchase or sale of anything we're doing. It's all about just camaraderie, friendship, and entertainment, really. And I'm having a blast with it. I'm having fun, and hopefully everybody is. So going back and looking for some questions here. Coach D, will you change anything about your trades now that you have an XFA account?
No. So yeah, that's one of the things that the statistics that I just showed you was something I had a combine. I've been trading it on my slow markets and, went through getting express funded accounts. But this, something I was talking about last night during class is it's so boring. To be honest, good trading, consistent trading is very, very boring. And I went through and I watched some of my classes because sometimes I do like to watch my class to see, how's my audio, how's my body language, what am I saying something, and trying to improve as a coach, and get better in that sense. And I've noticed that I'm repeating a lot in most of my classes. I'm just repeating the same concepts. I'm repeating a lot of my trades, and I've noticed that it really is boring. Especially during slow markets where the markets are really slow. There's not as much to talk about, and it's the same trade setups. It's the same strategy. It's the same markets, and repeating it over and over again. So if you've watched a couple of my slow markets class, you've pretty much watched them all, minus some of the conversation and that camaraderie that you're talking about, Hoag, where we'll be talking, then we'll start talking about one thing, and one thing leads to another, and it gets to some in-depth conversations. Mm-hmm. And yeah, market stalkers, that's why we crack jokes, we have fun with each other, and we have that. We're trading buddies, and we're talking about the markets. But overall trading and strategy, it's boring. It's the same, it's consistent. And it should be, right? If you're trading and you're having fun and it's getting your adrenaline going, and then there might be something wrong. When I go to Las Vegas, that can get my adrenaline going. That's fun. I go to Las Vegas almost every other weekend to play poker. I'm a poker player, and that's fun. That's exciting. But
have you read Jared Tendler's Mental Game of Poker?
No, I haven't.
He's got two of them.
I've read a few of them. You know what? Maybe I've read one of them. I'll have to go back. It's been a while since I read a poker book.
So where do you live that you're in Vegas every other weekend?
I live here in Utah. I live in Utah. It's about a 5.5 hour drive. I usually just catch a flight. It's a 1 hour flight there. Spend the weekend, fly back. I'm back home.
Can you do me a favor?
What's that?
Take that coffee cup off your computer tower.
So this is empty. It's a display thing. I got it as a gift.
Okay.
Let's see if I can see this. There's some technical analysis there.
Oh, cool.
Dakota's trading mug. I got it as a gift. I got that a lot. Like, that's making people nervous.
I'm thinking if you spill that, you're going to need a new computer.
There goes my computer. Yeah.
What's your computer?
Yep, that and that poster. I bought that poster online, and I've got a lot of questions on that poster. And I don't know if it was a mistake, but I mentioned it during TopstepTV last week. And I checked their website, and they sold out. And I did all that without being an affiliate or out any kickback. I'm like, man, everybody here loved that poster. But yeah, I always have references and fun things like that around my desk. I tried memorizing so many things in trading, and I've learned that you don't need to memorize it, but it's good to have references. It's good to have some of those things just in case you see something and you could refer back to it.
I think I've forgotten more than I've memorized.
You sound like my dad, my grandpa, where they tell me I've forgotten more than you know.
Did you just call me your grandpa?
Your wisdom, Hoag.
My goodness. I have a grand dog, but no grandkids just yet. But so EH is asking, what does Dakota look for in a trade? Who uses market profile? What does Dakota use? You were talking about We haven't really talked about your time frames and tools.
We all kind of look at the same thing, to be honest. It's the same data. It's just displayed differently, and we look at it differently. I'm a strong believer of the concept that you use multiple time frames and you use multiple, I guess, charts, because 90% of my trading, I do my analysis on higher time frames, like a daily or a 60-minute, and then I'll start to zoom in. And I think Michael was talking about it like Google Maps, where I'm using a daily and a 60-minute chart. I get the overall trend, where we're at, doing my technical analysis, support and resistance, trend lines. And then I start to zoom in, and I'll zoom in sometimes to a 5-minute. Sometimes I'll zoom into a 100-tick chart. It depends on the market I'm trading. For example, if I'm trading the Nikkei, I'll zoom and I'll use a 100-tick chart, because it's a very slow market. It has a thin order book. And if you do a time frame, like a 1-minute or a 5-minute, it looks ugly, and there's a lot of gaps everywhere. If I'm trading the NASDAQ, then of course a 100-tick chart is going to be extremely fast. I'd prefer a 5-minute. And then sometimes I'll jump down to a 100-tick just to do my executions and to be accurate with where I'm getting into the market. But my setups and everything that I'm trading is based off of an hourly chart or a daily chart. And then I'll zoom in just to get accurate with my executions. Because as you know, and as you can imagine, if you're on a 1-hour chart and you see a very basic breakout and then a pullback to retest, then on the hourly, maybe we start to consolidate around support. It's hard to know exactly where you're going to get in. And so if I'm zooming into a 5-minute or a 1-minute or a tick chart, then I can get in as we start to break, say, support or resistance, and the market starts to increase and go in my favor. And that gives me an opportunity to be more accurate and get in as the probabilities are increasing in my favor. Same thing with slow markets, right? I don't always get in during the time I'm in front of my computer screen. I'll set up orders, like a buy stop, saying that if we break out of this range, I want to be triggered into a buy. And it's very, very basic. Keep it super simple, like you guys say in TopstepTV. For me, I'm a firm believer of that. I'm also a firm believer that the more simple you can make your trading, regardless of how educated you are and how much knowledge you have, the easier it's going to be. And that's it. Just keeping it really simple. And during slow markets, we talk about those things. We talk about, here's my strategy, and it's so simple. It's almost like it's a joke, right? To where good trading, it can be really easy. And then the moment you can overcomplicate it and make things hard, then you're only damaging yourself.
And we have such a tendency to do that as humans. The more things we can look at, the more confident we are, but the less likely we are to be able to digest all that information into something we can actually use. Crazy.
Yep, it is. We see it all the time. There's one trader, I'll always remember this, when I first started out trading, and he thought he was, God's gift to trading. He thought he was just this amazing trader.
I love those.
He showed me his chart. He had so many indicators on it that I couldn't even see a candlestick. I didn't even know which one was the right price, and it drove me crazy. I don't know how he's doing, what he's doing. Like I said, everyone has their own trading strategy, but I will always recommend the simpler you can make it, the better it is for you in the long run, because you have less variables, you have less moving parts, and it's a lot easier to adjust.
Very nice. KISS. Keep it super simple.
Yep. That's the way you guys word it here at TopstepTV.
Yep. All right. So, Dakota, thanks for joining us today. Thanks for the data. Thanks for the information. Thanks for being you. And we've got the Back to the Future segment coming up. We got JD's dad, Dolby, Tyler. It's going to be an interesting session. And again, Dakota, it was great to hang out a little while. Looking forward to doing it again soon.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you, Hoag. It's nice. I'm a Green Bay Packers fan. Where's Eddie with his Packers hat?
Well, he had to cut out early today, but he'll be back. And I don't know if he's ever going to wear that again, but
he's going to go burn it after. But yeah, I think I'm on here for tomorrow. Do some trading. We'll do some. I don't know.
Like tomorrow.
Sometime tomorrow. So I'll catch you then. Thank you, everybody. Thanks in the chat, and I hope to see you guys in Discord. I sent that link in the chat. Let me see if I could send it again. So if not, I'm sure they could put it in there somewhere. And I will catch you over there. Thanks, guys.
Awesome, Dakota. Thank you. And thank you all for joining. Again, stay tuned for Back to the Futures in just a few minutes. Stick around.
Hello. This thing on?
I think it is, JD.
Hey,
Yeah.
there we go. There we go. This is awesome. Everybody, welcome to this session. I think this is a first. We have a family here. A Doherty family on my left and on my right. Look at this.
Great start. Great start.
Yeah, Coach Jack, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, hello, everybody. I'm Jack Doherty, and I'm an old-time trader. I started down at the Merc in the 70s and was an order filler in lumber for many years and worked in the cattle and hog pits. My background was with Heino Commodities and with some of the biggest corn and cattle and hog traders in the world. And after my career was over down there, I just kept trading, corn and beans on my own. I've been doing that ever since, to sometimes successfully, sometimes not so successfully. But it's been a good career. I enjoy trading the eggs because I understand how they move, not necessarily when, but how. And I found that NASDAQ's way too fast for me. And the S&Ps, I just rather be in the eggs than the indexes, so that's what I do. If there's nothing going on in the index, I'll trade S&P. I might even trade a Russell.
RTY does not get a lot of love here, just so you know that.
What's that?
So the RTY does not get a lot of love here.
Oh, it doesn't? No.
No.
Yeah, I don't know anybody that's been trading Russell.
I tried it. It's not bad.
I could talk to the risk guys. Mike and Brett are sitting right behind me.
Slow,
It's a nice mix. I think it's faster than ES and slower than NQ. I just know how he trades it.
Yeah.
We got one. James Slade trades RTY.
There we go. Is he in a combine?
I would assume so, yeah. Russell options. Okay, we got some people coming in doing some Russell stuff. That's cool. Some Russell options. I haven't messed with the options.
But I think anything you trade here is fun, though. It should be, or you're in the wrong business. But you got to weigh that. Part of when I came in here, they asked me, because they had a lot of guys who were good and experienced traders, just were having a hard time getting through the combine. And we came up, they asked me to do a little coaching to see if we could figure out why and how to change that. And the why is it's all psychological. Most of these people I was talking to were traders, pretty good traders, but they forget their first thing. What's their objective every day? Their objective is every day was not to make the maximum possible amount a human being could make in a day. Their objective was to make 300 or 400 or 500 a day, so they could pass the combine, get through the combine, and get funded. And once most of them figured that out, that they just have to set a goal every day. Most of them pretty much knew how to get done what they needed to do. They had a system, a method, charting system. It was just putting on the brakes when they got to a certain point and walking away so that they could come back the next morning and say, wow, I did it. I succeeded yesterday. I didn't make $2,000, but I did make $400. And I got a 50,000 combine only, so it's not like I got to make $1 million to be successful here. I just got to do this every day for 8, 9, 10 days, whatever it turns out to move on to the next level. seems so easy, but that determination has to be tempered with the wisdom that you need to reach a daily goal and be able to walk away when you've reached it. And no matter how hot you are, no matter how bad you want to be there, and that's how you succeed in this. This is a job. It's something that we do every day. I differ from most people in that when people say, if you don't feel good, don't trade. But I'm of the exact, it's a generational thing, I think. When you don't feel good, put on a position. If you're hungover, if your kids think you're the dumbest guy in the world, go along with them. You probably are. But the fact of the matter is, this is a job, and no matter how bad you feel and how distant you feel from the market every morning, you turn your computer on, you go through your steps that you do every day, and if you don't know what to do something. Put in a bracket order that has a possibility of getting filled. It's like a fish being in the water. You're going to get the temperature, the depth, and the current. You'll figure out the market after 2 or 3 maybe bad trades. But the thing about the bad trades is they're going to cost you $50, not $500, because you're not risking $500 on every trade, because you'd be out of business in just a matter of, you'd all be out of business in a matter of a few days if it wasn't for micros. And I think they're the greatest thing to ever come down the pike. It gives you a chance to get in the market, to get a feel for it, to understand the direction it's going, to understand some nuances in the marketplace. And so that's who I am. I'm not the greatest trader in the world by a long shot, but I don't take big losses. I very rarely, although I do sometimes, say, I'm going to miss this trade, I got to get in. Kiss of death. You're going to lose. You're buying the low, and it's going to turn immediately on you, and you're just too egocentric to just get out of it and say, I made a mistake there. You're going to take your whole loss.
Yeah, Jack, I want to pick your brain here a little bit. JD, what was it like learning futures with your father? Was he your main mentor, and does most of your trading revolved around similar strategies that you used?
Oh, I gotta say, I remember early days growing up. We'd pack up the car. I have a bunch of siblings also. We dropped Dad off at the train station, and there was always a freight train on the way. And he would say something along the lines of, all right, if we don't see a car of lumber on this train, it's going limit up today. And then that's about the extent of the trading education I got growing up.
Yeah. So did you get into trading because he was a trader? Did he get you into the field then?
Yeah, nepotism was a real thing on the trading floor for sure. My dad got me my first job.
I will tell you though, I advised John not to go into it, because at that stage of my life, when John was getting to that age where he wanted to do this, to me the futures was pretty much going to be a dead industry. I never had the foresight to look at what was going to happen, except that it was going to go on computer. And to me, that was a bad thing, not a good thing. But once one door closes, another one opens, and it turns out it was the greatest thing that ever happened to the futures industry. But I told John, you're going into a job with no future. And he turned it into something really wonderful for himself. He got a job with O'Brien and some guys in the pits like him. They gave him a chance to work in the pit. And he worked for years and years and years, and always liked it, never complained, and learned. And I got to hand it to you, John. You're smart as could be.
Well, Well, thanks, Dad. I appreciate it.
You know more than I
Mom, I
do.
love it too.
I'm sure.
Well, you should have seen him run the box earlier, but that was behind the scenes, so might be a good trader though. So, JD, what are
he still bets on the Bears every week, so there's a lot of room for improvement.
Yeah, so do I. JD, what lessons did you learn from your dad?
I would say growing up, we would pour over some charts every once in a while. Not a whole lot. Maybe when we get together on a weekend, we look at a bond chart or something. But really, it was all trading psychology that Dad liked to preach growing up. Basic, simple rules. Know when you're getting in before you're getting out. You know, there's a textbook with all these rules in it, and you know, those are the basics, the foundation for, you know, a good trading career, which is what we're trying to teach here at Topstep also. But yeah, Dad got me my first job as a runner at RJ O'Brien. I spent 2 years there in the grain room at the Chicago Board of Trade, just like he said, and you pick up a lot just being on the floor, listening, and watching what other people are
were
doing.
great teachers, weren't they, John?
Oh, they were the best, yeah. A few years later, after I went strictly electronic trading, I was there I witnessed the end of the trading pits, and I moved off the floor and progressed further in the career from there. And it was a little difficult, you know, trying to unlearn everything that you'd learned over those years, because they simply just didn't apply to electronic trading anymore, you know.
What are some of those things what are some habits that people would pick up in the pit that maybe wouldn't translate to the screen? That's probably a question for both of you, because I think you both went through it.
Oh, sure. Well, we were doing a different kind of trading in the pit, you know. It was the dawn of electronic trading. The group I worked for, we were basically the guinea pigs for TT, Trading Technologies. We were one of the first groups in the bond complex doing the arbitrage, scalping the pit off the screen. So we weren't position trading by any means, you know. We were waiting for Goldman to come in with a 100 lot or a 500 lot, and we just try and get in front of it, hit the screen, clip the order in the pit, pick up a tick or two, you know, and that's just a different way to do it. And that did not translate well to electronic trading. My first year, I lost a lot of money. I'd go in there, I would try and do the same thing that we were doing in the pit. I would load up the dome, I forgot how we're saying it now. I'd load up the screen, you know, with 5 or 10 lots on every single price, bids and offers, and just hope for a decent fill, try and either scratch it or get out for a tick, you know. And it worked for a little bit, not long though, and then I just got crushed, because once algorithmic trading took over those screens, it was just not a viable option. So now you're really unlearning everything that you had learned in the 6 previous years of trading and trying to, you know, start from scratch. You're reading books on chart patterns. You're looking at all kinds of different fundamental things. It's just a different way to do it. And that's what I had to basically relearn after leaving the trading floor.
And then, Jack, did you have a similar experience from switching?
Yeah, I had to, when I started back with the Topstep thing, it had been a little bit since I traded, but this was all new to me, and I had to basically tear everything down to its base, you know, you know, as simple as the first day that I ever came on the floor. What am I here to do? Buy low and sell high. Okay. That's simple to say, but it's so hard to do. And how are you going to determine how is it you're going to buy low and sell high? You got to develop a process. You have to develop certain disciplines. It's not easy. But I find I came up with my way of doing things without reading 15 books and learning all new chart methods and everything, because back in the old days, there weren't a whole lot of books to read about it. And the methods were basically paying attention, reading your keys. We used to say, you got to know how to read your keys. And you'd watch who was bringing an order in, to what broker they were giving it to which pocket he put the order in. You had a guy's deck set up in your mind long before the close, you know, just by watching what they were all doing. And that's how you trade it. So how do you transfer that over into this? The concepts, the basics are the same, but the movements are a little different. You gotta, algorithms are great. You just gotta understand they're the biggest trader in the pit. They want to be on both sides of every order. They want to be on the sell of every buy and the buy of every sale. And that's how they make their money. And much farther than that about them, I don't know, but I know they cost you a couple of ticks to get in, a couple of ticks to get out. It's hidden. They hide it very well. You think you're getting a wonderful trade, but you're paying for every trade you go into because the algorithms are so complete and thorough. But what they do, they don't go after you. They're just trying to let you in and let you out. And they don't care where you get in or where you get out. That's your decision. And that brings you to order placement, market position. You can do the things that people like me who are pit traders, sometimes we had to go after highs, and it translates to what I'm doing now. And I still find myself sometimes, I'll buy the high, it turns around immediately, and I just say to myself, maybe I'm not ever going to figure that simple rule out, but I only do it once a week or so it's not the end of the world.
Did you all find it hard to go from the pit to the screen and miss out on like that maybe like emotional connection to other traders, or maybe you utilized other people's fear to get yourself into trades? And was it difficult? Was that part of the challenge of switching from pit to screen?
Yes, 100%. Yeah, it's a big part of it. You see things. You see things developing, as far as you watch the DOM, of course, and you watch the market breathe. Markets have to breathe. That's another thing people have a hard time understanding. Why doesn't the market go straight up? Why doesn't it go straight down? Why doesn't it do what I want it to do? Well, in this business, nothing's going to happen the way you want it. You might get the result you want, but you rarely, if ever, get a result because it acted a certain way, then that's when you got to realize there's more than one way to skin a cat. You might be right in your process, but the market's not going to agree with you and you're going to lose money. Does that mean you're a bad guy or did a stupid thing? No, you followed your process, and that's where the success comes in this business, by mastering that process. And win, lose, or draw, you stick with it. And maybe I'm wrong when I say win, lose, or draw, you stick with it. I do. Even when I do the stupid thing I do sometimes of buying a high or selling a low, that's it. I don't get out of it. I'm going to take my loss, and that's how you learn. And that's how it just sticks in your mind more and more that some things never change, and you have to be very vigilant and determined and disciplined, and you have to manage what you're doing. It's not, I always say, the young people coming in here, the world we're coming into is going to be the worst in the world for humanity. There's not going to be jobs, and it's not going to be the fun and games that I had when I was a kid. You guys got a different reality to look forward to, and you gotta have a little streak of meanness in you to survive in here. And you gotta
can't
have
be mad to yourself, though. You have to be nice to yourself, but like aggressive in the markets. JD, did you have a hard time with that transition, just like the social aspect of just staring at a screen all day and not having
absolutely
feedback? It was for like, I feel like I would have like actually enjoyed pit trading, even though I'm kind of a midget. Like, I love reading people and like seeing people sweat. I think it's easy to pick that stuff up, and you just don't get that in the screen.
Yeah, like Hoag said, you'd see the whites of their eyes, right?
Oh yeah. That sounds like a lot more fun to me to trade someone else's emotions rather than my own.
Yeah, and
I think you made it great. Guys like you make great pit traders because you're you're disciplined, you have a plan before you go in, you know your numbers, and you play it out. You know,
I'm on like an eight trade losing streak, so we can chill on saying I know what I'm doing. I'm on sim right now. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to be able to have maybe we can develop an indicator that simulates the yelling and screaming of a pit when it gets to like a high or something, or like a level. Right.
Well, you could just have your wife call you 2-3 times a day on the phone.
Oh yeah, that'll get your blood pumping for sure.
But this is such a great business, and for young people and for people in other countries, you know, other parts of the world. This thing's a miracle because they're all very bright. They're all good at their numbers, and they all listen, and they all want to be successful, and they're all used to thinking $30 a day is about the most I'm ever going to make in my life, you know, and they come here and they make $200 a day. A whole new world opens up. Their eyes open up. It's a bright, new, fun world for them instead of a place with no opportunity. This is such a great opportunity that all of us got to remember we can't squander this. This is such a beautiful thing. No matter where you are in the industry, every day, a guy like me, okay, my future goes to the end of the day. If I wake up or not tomorrow, who knows? You guys got all these years ahead of you, and it can make your life such a wonderful, happy place because you don't have to get up every day and take a train to the factory and work on a punch press all day long and go home. On Friday, thank God you made 50 or 60 or $100, whatever it is. Here, if you keep your head on straight and you make your $300 in a day, and your goal is to get funded, walk away, because that's more than most people in the world make. So if it takes you 10 days, so what? But it's something that if you don't approach it the right way and you keep making the same mistakes and you don't have that edge about you to where you're going to be a little tough on yourself, you'll have a hard time surviving. And after some years in this, you'll find the joy you'll have in your heart. So when I come in, I don't have to make $1 million in a day. You know, I don't have to make 1,000. I don't have to make 100 if I don't want to. But when I come in, I know I'm not going to get beat up. I just know it. I don't paint myself in the corners anymore. And when you learn, it's just to learn to do by doing. Adventure that if the world grasps this thing like I think the world will, this type of thing we're doing now, futures is going to be so big and so exciting, and every contract we have listed, there's going to be thousands of people all over the world who are going to be interested in different things. They'll be different in agricultures. They'll like indexes. They'll like interest rates. They'll like precious metals. There's so many things that so many people can get involved in. And it just and the rules are pretty much the same, no matter what you like. It's all knowing yourself.
Yeah, Jack, that's great advice. I mean, just. I think being able to have something out there that is greater than yourself, to have gratitude, it makes those losing days, not so bad. Losing $40 or losing 3 trades, it's not that big of a deal. But actually, I have a really nice question from chat here. Let me find it. Oh, here it is. How was it maintaining relationships while being in a full-time trader? I'm not sure if that is familial relationships, or what is it like trying to date while you are trading? I have to assume the dating life is probably fairly exciting, whereas the family stuff is probably a little bit more stressful.
Well, it really depends on if you're making money or not, right? I know Michael talks about how he had a job bartending after the close just to have some type of supplemental income. My supplemental income personally was going to the bar across the street and hustling pool and dart games, you know. There was a year there I made more money playing darts than I did actually trading, you know.
JD, apparently your robo voice.
I'll be right back. This is my first time with robot voice.
It gotcha. It gotcha. All right, he'll be back. Jack, what was it like raising a family while trading? I know we have someone at Topstep who's we actually have a lot of people who have parents who are traders, and they were talking about how sometimes maybe Christmas wasn't going to be as bright and shiny because maybe they didn't do as well in the markets. Like, was there any sort of pressure like that you had, or that was like palpable in the family, or did you try hiding that type of stuff because you don't have a guaranteed income? You know what I mean?
In my day, guys like me who went into this business didn't know they were successful till they had about 10 years behind them and saw what they had accomplished, because we all had jobs or went to school after work. And that was all of us, and we learned the business in such a way that we were way better than we thought we were. And we were that way because we listened to our mentors, and our mentors were a bunch of old timers, who just wanted to leave this business in the right hands, because in those days they could see the business changing and that it was going to be very big. Wasn't just going to be the meat and the egg and the butter dealers who got up at 3 every morning and delivered their routes and then came to the exchange and did the work they had to do there. And it was a different world back then. And it was fun.
It was fun. I visited a couple times. Oh,
yeah.
I even tried getting like a runner gig, but I was right out of, I think, like high school, and only had one loose connection. I never actually ended up going through, but there's a lot of excitement on the floor, and unfortunately there's not a whole lot going on there right now. I think there's one or two.
There's a couple option pits open.
Hey, he's back.
Hey, how are we? Yeah, there's still a few options pits open. We're in the Board of Trade building right now, Chicago Board of Trade building, and we see a handful of guys every morning still going to the 4th floor, getting ready to fill some option paper. But it's not anywhere near what it used to be, obviously.
This is actually a fairly recent story. So we have an office in the Chicago Board of Trade. It was my first time going there, and it's a beautiful building, but I haven't left my house in a year because I'm pretty much work from home. And so I'm downtown, get into this building, and I get up to the fourth floor, and I'm like, damn, it smells bad. And I'm on the pit floor, and I'm lost as hell. And I go and talk to these two traders, and they look looking at me like, what are you doing here? And I'm like, how do you get to the 41st floor? And they just point to the elevators. So I go over to the elevators, I press the up button, and it only goes up to 41. Our floor is on 42. And I'm like, am I lost? Do I go back out and talk to the traders who just looked at me like I'm an idiot? And I'm like, absolutely not. And so I just got in the elevator, went to 41, and then it was like, I'm just going to get out here and hopefully that there is a staircase up to 42. And thankfully there was.
Yeah, there's only one elevator that goes all the way up, and it's rare that you get that one. There is a bit of an algorithm, though. If you're standing by the bank of elevators, there's 6 of them. One of them goes to the 42nd floor. So when you hit the call button, the first elevator that opens, you walk in, press a random button, and get out right away. And then if you hit the call button again, the elevator to 42 should open right up.
Look at that.
That's the trader in me.
That is a sneaky little trick. Yeah, I do feel like those traders, though, in the who are still there, definitely have a different personality. You can just feel their energy, and it's like we're not the same person. I don't know what the difference is, but we're not the same. They just look at you different. They know you're not one of them. Was it like that as a trader? He's like, get on the floor and look at somebody, you're like, you're not going to make it. There's no way.
Well, it's hard to tell. Hard to tell. Some of the greatest traders in the world, you would just never in a million years know it.
Well, yeah, I'm sure all the great traders, we don't even know who they are, don't even know their names. They're just silent killers out there just making trades.
Yeah.
And they don't want to be known.
There were 1-lot traders that could blow a 20-lot trader out of the water every single day,
Yeah.
It's just a matter of consistency. That's it.
Yeah. Everybody was different. It was all how they process things in their own mind and regurgitated it back up on the floor. But they were either real fast or they were real deliberate or they knew something nobody else did. But everybody, there was a little mystery about him. Everybody always wondered, where did this guy come from? How did he know how to do it?
Who's his dad? Who's his mom? How did he get here?
Some guys who were the second generation traders, they were so sharp. They were so far ahead of the rest of us, and they got big very quickly because they understood how to put a deck together when they were 8 years old, because their father had them down there teaching them.
Exactly. It's a massive shortcut as far as the learning curve goes, being able to, have a parent who trades. Like, they can tell you, they can justify your emotions, whereas you can't. Because like when I first started trading, I was just doing it by myself. And so everything I felt, I just assumed was real, which is not how trading works. Because most of the time your feelings are most likely going to deceive you. So it's really nice to be able to have a father or a mentor be like, yeah, you shouldn't feel like that, or maybe you shouldn't feel like that.
Well, when you think back, Nick, when you think back to the first day you come into the business and somebody says, well, are you long or short? You go, what do you mean, am I long or short? Well, do you like the market? Well, as opposed to not liking the market? What do you mean? Well, then they say, no, if you like the market, it means you want to be long. If you don't like the market, you want to sell it, and there's all the different terminology, and it takes years to pick it up, and if you do it at home at the kitchen table with your father every night, it's a lot easier. But when you come into the business because you want to get into the business, and you want to learn it the right way, you want to learn it a certain way, which is the way you have to learn it, by being a runner, a clerk, a trader, a broker.
That's the thing. Someone said this a while ago, and I think it might have been Jared Tendler. He said, like, trading is the only job in which you can have no experience and immediately start competing against world-class professionals.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, if you're going to become, like, an athlete, you got to go through grade school, you got to go through high school, college, and, like, you gradually build up. Whereas in trading, you're just thrown into the fire. Like, you are going against Goldman, you're going against hedge funds, all the tricks of the trade, they do not care about you. Very different game.
Yeah, you're in an immediate disadvantage. Like you said, companies like Goldman, they spend millions and millions and millions of dollars a year on the brightest people on the planet. And those are the people that you are trading against on day one. It can be intimidating.
Well, I used to love when the guys would come in with the gold cufflinks and the shirts and the $100 ties, back in 1960. And these old timers and young guys who were city guys, who were just people who one day went to the market for some reason and never left. But they would pick these guys clean. And, these guys would be from Harvard or they'd be representatives from Pillsbury or Archer Daniels Midland or something like that, or Cargill. And they come into the pit, and, with no experience. And their companies would think, well, our guys are real smart. They're not going to have any problem. Well, they'd send them home in about 3 weeks. And these guys would take the train home because they didn't want anybody to recognize them. And they never come back because they got cleaned out so quickly. And it wasn't anything intentional. It's just that the guys on the floor were so sharp And if you gave them any kind of edge at all, they took advantage of it. And that's why I say that you have to have a little bit of an edge to you. And you have to come to work every day to work. You have to, whether you want to make a trade or not, in my case, I got to put a trade on with no idea whether it's going to go up, down. I had to be indifferent, put the trade on, take my little loss once, take my little loss twice, take my little loss maybe 3 times. But then I got a feel for what I'm doing, and all the rest of the world is out there. Now I'm compartmentalized. I know I can concentrate on what I'm doing, and I forget how I feel. I start feeling good, especially if I make a good trade. And those are just things, those are life things. Those are things you really can't, nobody's going to tell you that in a book. And in my case, most of the stuff I say, a lot of people don't agree with me. And they won't put it in a book. I don't blame them. But they worked for me. They had the way that I had to do things to survive. And everybody's different. But when I tell the young people, any success I've had in this coaching thing has been kind of on a one-to-one thing. And I tell these people, this isn't a joke. It's that thing gone school. You come to work to work. That means you don't come to work to say, oh, I got a hangover. I can't work today. You got to work today because the world's changing and there's going to be no mercy shown.
I think it's
guys like us.
Maybe like an amateur thought, but I think it happens a lot for like screen traders. It's like, oh, I want to trade because I don't want to work or I want to quit my job. It's like, I mean, trading is probably the hardest thing you could possibly do.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily sure that, you know, doing that is the answer. Not the answer. It should be your motivation, let's say. You want to work really hard and do something different. It's like you don't want to work at all.
Yeah.
Chuck, was there a moment in time in which you feel like that you kind of like made it? Like you feel like you made like a concrete step towards getting better as a trader, like a eureka moment, light bulb moment, anything like that you kind of experienced where it was like, I think I know what I'm doing?
Well, there were moments like that all along, and those don't stop, you know, because this thing never stops changing. Because something worked great for me yesterday or 5 years ago or 50 years ago, it doesn't mean it's going to work for me anymore. I change and the market changes. We're not necessarily changing the same way. Sometimes I get a little too far from it, or it's getting too far from me. It's like watching a feeder cattle spread. It gets far apart, you know, it's got to come in, you know. That's how everything in this business works. It's all a series of relationships, you know. Price of corn in South Africa is way different than the price of corn in Minneapolis, but there's different interest rates, there's different costs to carry, there's different political, economics. All these things all come to a head when they get to the Florida mark. And you get one guy saying, I'll sell it here, another guy saying, I'll buy it here. So many things have to happen to get it to that point. And you can't know them all, but you can know how to watch a market and see how it's moving and see every year around this time it seems to get a little more expensive. Then every year around this time it seems to get a little cheaper. But nothing is 100%. Nothing is always. When beans went to $14 and corn went to $8, it just broke every rule that existed, you know. Things like that won't stop happening. But the guys who are pros, they're going to get in there and take their little piece on the way up. They're going to take their little piece on the way down. And the guys like Richard Dennis, they're going to catch the big move because they think and study and they're just real good at what they do. And that's what we all are. But we all do things a different way. We're all different. So change, like Albert Einstein said, the only constant on this planet is change. And that certainly applies to the futures market, and it applies to you and me. We're going to change, and we have to adapt, and we have to get to a point where we can say, okay, let's shake hands and make a deal.
Yeah. So,
without painting yourself into a corner, you know.
Yeah, so speaking of small and large here, Dante has a question. What does Jack, and I'll say JD too, what does Jack and JD think about some people believing trading small and consistently versus other believing getting larger positions when you're right to take advantage? I think the question is, do you trade one lots and base hits, or do you find a nice trend and maybe average up into it and really try to take a big chunk? I mean, what are your thoughts? JD, do you want to start?
I think it all depends on your appetite for risk. They do say if you can't trade small, then you can't trade big, and that's pretty true. Also, your entire emotional state changes when you're putting on size compared to trading small, especially if you're trading your own money. When you're looking, let's just say, for example, you have a $10,000 brokerage account, and all of a sudden you're trading 20 lots in the S&P, and every single tick is a large percentage of that account value going up or down. It changes the way you're looking at the market. It changes the way you're thinking about the market. It changes the way you're feeling physically. Your palms might start sweating, you might start panicking, thinking, what am I doing? I got to get out of this trade. Even though it's a good trade, you're just thinking, I can't take any more heat than this. I'm going to get out before it gets really bad, or I got a little bit of profit. I'm going to take some now. Maybe I'll leave one or two for a runner. It's a total mental game, going from trading small to going to trading big. But another fundamental reality is when you're trading small, you learn how should I say, your process develops better trading small because you're not so worried about losing that huge chunk of money right away.
You're not pissing your pants in like a 5 lot and you've never traded a 5 lot before, and all of a sudden you're up like $5,000 and your mind is racing.
Right.
In there.
So yeah, starting off trading small, building that base, building your account value, and then slowly increasing size, I think is the way to do it.
Yeah. And then Jack, what are your thoughts? You've probably seen some stuff on the floor with guys making plenty of money doing 1 lots, and you've probably seen some guys making a boatload with 10 or 100.
Absolutely, and there's a lot involved in it. Where you come from, you can never forget who you are. When I was being raised in the business, if you blew up your account, you didn't pay $50 and get another account. You got thrown out. You're done. Don't come back unless you got $25,000. 1965, $25,000, you go buy a house. So you were finished. Here, the way things are set up in this particular business we're in, you could take a shot with a 15 lot because they say you can. So chances are you're going to get blown up and you're out. And so you put up another $100 or so and you're back in, okay? But in the real world, if you're a 1 lot trader and you trade 2 lots and you shouldn't be trading that 2 lot, the market's going to tell you and you're finished. You're done. You lose the money. You can't come back until you can replace the money. If you corn, I always like corn because you always trade 5 lots because everybody traded 5 lots. Because the way the orders came into the pit, the brokers are all selling 20, 25, 50, 100. You can't buy a 1 or a 2 lot. You slow the game up. You had to say, I'll take 10, I'll take 20. So you'd be a bigger trader, but that was by necessity. But if you're a guy sitting there trading big numbers and you shouldn't be, in the old days, you were out. In the new day, you keep putting up more money and more money and more money, but that defeats the purpose of this whole thing. The reason you get to open an account for $50 is they figure, well, you don't have any way to learn this business like you used to in the old days. So in order to keep you, we got to give you a little bit of an edge so you can come back. But if you keep coming back and keep saying, I got to trade 50, I got to trade big numbers, I got to make big money. Some people, there's a mental deficiency there, they just can't realize that you can't be a big shot if you're not a big shot. If you're a one-card trader and you're good at it, you'll make more money than 99% of the people in the world. So I never had the problem. Did I trade numbers during my career? Sure. But when I had to, as a trader in the pit, but I knew pretty much where I could get out. But sitting here, it's a much more difficult situation because.
Yeah. And I do think there's a lot of traders, especially who are getting into like trading combines, like there's a lot of focus on the end goal, which is getting funded. But if that's all you're focused on, by the time you get funded, you're no longer going to have like a purpose. And so you end up getting into a live account. Now all of a sudden you're kind of floundering because my goal was to get funded and that's all I wanted to do. But now you are funded. So now you have to spend time redeveloping what your actual goal is while you're trying to trade real money. Whereas what you're supposed to be doing in the trading combine and what it's supposed to be used for is developing your skills, your discipline, and doing it in like a cost-effective way. Like practicing trading now has literally never been cheaper. I mean, like the screen time, dollar to screen time ratio is like insanely cheap. I remember you to put up like 20 grand, 25 grand, and that's just to get your foot in the door. Like that's a very, very heavy price to pay for a new trader, and you pay full price for all your mistakes, which sucks. Like, why not get into a trading combine and pay $50 and you can make 20 mistakes?
Yeah,
it's great. So we're coming up on our time. One last thing, Jack, and then I have a question for you.
Okay.
Here's my question for you. Over your back left shoulder, there is a drawing. Did JD draw that?
This is actually great. This is a great story, Dad. The picture behind you, the drawing. You have to tell the story about where that came from. This is a great one.
Benjamin?
Back. Your back left. The one on the far right. My far right.
Those caricature drawings right behind you.
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah.
That's my wife. This is in 1969 at the Heinel Christmas party, and they had guys. They had about 10 people painting everybody's picture. And that was us.
That was a mercantile. It was a mercantile exchange Christmas party.
Well, I was never really handsome. That's my father. He was a policeman. That's at the corner of Grand and Ogden in 1938. He was a motorcycle cop. You see he wore these things on his ankles so that he didn't get burned. They were called puttees. And he used to drive around on Harley all day. He loved the three-wheeler,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the three-wheeler. Yeah, those are. I got some pictures, some old school pictures my dad gave me of his, deep Dolby lineage. I think they were actually toppings, not Dolbys at that point. But they're facing me, so I can't show them right now. But that was it. That was the end of the session. It was an absolute pleasure. I think a lot of people really, really enjoyed this family moment, and you're definitely welcome back. And a lot of people want you back. They like this perspective of having someone who's actually done it for a long time, who's gone from the pits, who's gone to the screen. You have a lot of super unique and valuable insight. So thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. Hope to see you all later. And then, Jack, you do some coaching, correct, in the Discord?
I do, and most of it, I was successful in coaching as far as one-on-one goes. I'm not too great on all the computer things, but I'm trying. I'm working on it.
Well, maybe you
I gotta tell you, we got some of the smartest people here I ever met in my life. I mean, I just can't believe these other coaches I work with. I mean, they're brilliant guys, and we're going to get some ladies in here coaching too.
Deanna's
just as brilliant as we are, and not only are they more brilliant than us, they're a little better looking than us too. So good for ratings.
Well, thank you all so much. JD, any last words before we wrap it up?
I'm good. I felt like I was sitting at the dinner table when I was 10 years old again. It was
Thank you,
never
Danny.
interrupt your father.
I really like talking to you. You know, most I'm very proud of you. You're a great guy. And Nick,
thanks,
thank
Bob.
you. You've been very good to me, figuring out what this is going. I'm so bad on a computer that mother has to come in and help me, and Nick talks to mom. So I said, I'm sure you're not going out for a cup of coffee with that Nick guy now before I
have done a screen share too to help you out. But that is all the time we have. Thank you all so much. That was awesome. But I think we're good.
Thank you.
Good. Thanks for having us, Nick.
Thanks.
Have a good one.
Welcome to the Power Hour. 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, the last hour of trading for equities. Everything else is pretty much closed. I'm John. That's Andre. That's Nick. And this is Tyler. Tyler, how you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Good.
Awesome.
All right. So Tyler's going to come up with all our trade ideas.
Yep.
I like the sound of that, Tyler. No pressure, Tyler.
Yeah. They better be good. They better be good.
So,
right. Andre, you're back.
I am back. Thanks for having me back this morning. I'm not going to lie. Went for a walk, got a couple laps in on the mountain. That kind of refreshed me, recharged me. Now I'm getting
you did? You did go skiing then?
I just got done. I got about a half hour in right before this close here.
Nice.
So,
nice. Got your internet back.
I see. I'm looking at ES. I'm trading ES for those that are watching. Looks like we've been pretty range bound a little bit.
Yeah, at least you got some exercise in. I went downstairs twice.
There you go.
That counts. Exercise. Yeah, it's been pretty range bound. I mean, S&Ps are basically bouncing between value high and value low. Okay. If you were expecting that, you can print money. Been busy doing other things though, so now we're really kind of focusing again, Andre, on the Delta negative 24,000.
Oh, that's bigger than yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll watch, see if we start to see this thing start creeping up. Maybe we can catch another sweep to the upside, another short squeeze perhaps, but we don't know yet here. It's still early. We got to wait till after 2:30 for that.
Johnny.
Hey, what's up?
Who we got? We know that one.
He's showing off his ski stats right now.
56 miles an hour, Andre 52.
No, I went faster than that.
We're as long as MD didn't place any trades. That's all that matters.
Who let that guy in?
We had some bets on whether or not he was going to keep on trading.
Yeah, I don't think he has made a trade. He's in meetings right now, actually.
Oh, good.
Does that mean he can trade?
But he is watching in that office. They do have TopstepTV up on a big screen playing all day. So it's pretty
really?
Oh, do they? Okay, cool.
I'll take a picture and send it in after this.
Yeah. Look, Mom on TV.
Yeah, look, Mom on TV. Hey, so Dolby, you gonna be trading ES today with us?
Well, I don't know what market you're talking about, actually. I don't even know what that is.
Let's rip the altar.
I don't know. There's a really good question in here. That wasn't even a question, but I'm going to make it one. It was True Ace. I just passed 3 150K trading combines. Congratulations. Nice. I'm so scared I'm going to lose them. I will do whatever it takes not to, but it will probably hinder my trading.
Yes,
any advice, boys? Let's start with Tyler because you deal with a lot of traders.
Yeah, and I've got a couple of Express accounts myself, so I kind of know what that feels like to get those jitters out, when you first get the account. But size down right out the gate. That way, at least you give yourself as many chances as you can, and you'll take that load off your psychology. And I like to risk 0.25% on each trade at most, and that way it gives me 6 trades before I blow the account. If I lose 3, I'll size down. I'll cut my size in half, give myself another 6 trades. So you can really make it work for you just as long as you size down right out the gate.
Yeah, and with 3 accounts, you don't have to trade all 3 at the same time. You could just do micros in one, and you could keep those accounts. Damn, a long time. I'm
trading 1 micro in my 150K right now. So,
and that's a good idea because you don't know how the change in going from the trading combine to the XFA or a funded account is going to affect your trading decisions. So you got to get your head wrapped around where you are before you jump in.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, just gotta.
It's a much different experience. It's like going from a true trial account where that's nothing's real. Then you get into a trading combine, you have a little bit of skin in the game. And then you get an XFA or into funded, and now you got a lot of skin in the game. So it slowly ramps up the pressure and the heat. But just start small and start slow. There's no rush. No one's watching you trade.
Right.
It's gonna be real hard to blow an account with 1 micro.
That's the one you brung.
Yeah, just keep on doing what you've been doing.
Here, I can throw this up here. This is kind of how I like in going from sim to a trading combine to a funded account.
Let's see that.
So this, right down here on the floor, would be like trading sim. An able-bodied person could probably dance across this without falling off. Trading combine, it's now 2 feet off the ground. It's the same process, just greater risk of twisting an ankle. Funded, now it's 4 feet off the floor. You fall off, to greater probability of injury, but it's the same process. Going from one end to the other is the same as going from one end to the other on this one. It's just the fact that you're adding risk and the possibility of injury that makes it more difficult. So I feel the pain. I honestly do. I mean, we've been here for a long time. I still get that feeling of pain. Sometimes it's just a fact of kind of taking your time, again, getting your head wrapped around where you are, and then making sure you're in process, dancing with the one you brung, and then engage. You know, you're engaging, Tyler, in micros right now, just because you're probably getting your head wrapped around where you are, but you get more comfortable, then you'll probably go back up to my minis or more micros or whatever you're going to do.
Yeah, and Blake had a good question. He asked if I was risking 0.25% of my balance or 0.25% of my drawdown. So that's 0.25% of my account size. So if I'm in a 50K, that's $250 at most per trade.
Per trade.
So I've got $3,000 worth of drawdown, and $250 per trade is going to give me a lot of trades.
Yeah. So what's your personal loss limit then?
I really only take probably 1 to 2 trades in the morning to start out, and if I lose that first trade, I might not even take a second trade. It just depends on what my risk was on the first trade and what the market gave me, because I like to size down on that second trade, and if I can make some or all of my profits back on that second trade, then I'll just leave it at that. If I get a good run going in the morning, then I'll just kind of let it ride. I'll keep trying to play with my profits so I don't lose those. Sizing down is sometimes a good idea, but sometimes I'll continue to play with that $250 per trade. It's really got to fit into the risk that NQ gives me. I trade NQ, so it's pretty volatile at times. If the spread's too big, then I might risk less than 250.
So is 250 kind of a static stop limit, or is that just a daily or a max loss limit for each trade?
That's kind of my max loss limit for each trade. So I've tried doing a fixed 150 tick stop, and
$150 stop, you mean?
Yeah.
150 tick.
150 ticks?
Yeah. Once I size down, once I size down, I tried to go 2 micros with 150 tick stop loss.
Oh, okay.
And just 2 micros, trying that out, and it worked really well, almost too well. Sometimes, I'd get like 2-3 ticks from being stopped out, and then it'd go back in my direction. But those trades are pretty long, so I've now started trying to just wait for the market structure shift. Before I was buying at levels, buying and selling at good levels, and then just kind of letting the trade play out. Now I'm waiting for that confirmation a little bit more. So I'll get the market structure shift. Once I see that, then I know how to place my risk, and it helps me limit that for sure.
Okay. All right. Yeah, just, I always feel like stops need to be kind of placed based on market generated information, not some sort of static.
Yeah, I like to do the static stops only because I could typically frame it. I could give myself halfway up to the next level or halfway down to the level below. Okay. And then I feel like it would give me some room to play while still allowing me the chance of trading that up to the next level from there.
Okay. So a couple questions.
Yeah, so the question in the chat from our good friend Fred Decker.
Yeah, and Adam above that. So Adam is saying, so Delta would suggest a rally at the end of the hour, and Fred is asking, what are you looking for with the negative delta and the S&P's failing to break? It's to me, it's looking like Another delta divergence. I mean, the delta divergence was what popped us above the range from the regular trading hour session range yesterday. Up here, is it going to do it today? I mean, it doesn't seem to be wanting to pull back very far. We're getting pretty close to that 2:30 bewitching hour. So I'm not looking to short it if that's what you're saying. Which might be the right thing to do. Just the negative delta, and we're holding at the high of value, says to me that there's buyers here. Look at all the Andre. Look at all the long wicks down here.
Yep.
Every time the market has come down there, it's been bought.
Yep. Hey, am I robot right now, or am I good?
I don't know.
I don't hear robot, but
I think you're fine. I just put on a short and NQ at 76 even.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, I like
Problem
the
with the
short.
range. Yeah, go ahead.
So, John, all those wicks you're saying to the downside, all got bought right back up, Robo.
Yes.
I got it. Hold on, I'm out.
Got you now. Yes, that's how it's about. We're not going lower.
Well, I mean, it decreases the probabilities.
Yeah.
Of going lower.
All right, I'm back.
I'm robot. I'll be back.
All right.
Contagious.
Right.
Tyler, you're next. Buckle up, buddy.
It's been crazy today.
A lot of robots. Yeah.
So you're out of your position, Dolby.
No, I'm still in. I'm short 76 evens in NQ. I like the range. Hopefully it just goes back down.
76. You mean 96 evens?
I'm in ES. Sorry. No, I'm short ES at 76 evens.
Oh, okay. You did say NASDAQ, right? Am I going crazy?
This is what happens when you take a crude oil trader and put him in equities. I have no idea.
Well, just make sure crude doesn't catch you.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't care.
My dad always said, if you get caught, deny.
I'm a terrible liar. I can't look crude oil in the face and tell a lie.
So you're going to tell it.
I probably already knows. It's way smarter than I am.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, Mike, who's robot voice now?
What? Again?
I don't know.
Dude, what a day I'm having.
I think you're all right now.
Who is it? Is it me?
What a day.
So many robots. Robots everywhere.
A couple bucks.
Yeah,
we never should have gone AI.
I've got a question for you about market profile and volume profile. I used to use those a while ago. I removed it from my studies because I found myself getting short or long, like trending days. And so I always like, oh, look, it looks so cheap on the volume profile because we're at this node, then all of a sudden it just rallies a bunch. How do you use the volume profile or market profile in a way that you align yourself with the trend and that you're not just getting cheap prices because it looks cheap?
Okay, so first you have to establish that it's a trend day, right?
Okay.
So let's look at a trend day. All right, so this was last Friday. Market open, looked below the opening range, and then rallied. If we determine that this is going to be a directional day, a trend type day, the last thing we want to do is to try and fight it, right? But the volume profile is probably going to be telling us a couple of different things. Let me bring this platform up because I think it's going to be a little bit more clear here. So this was Friday.
T4 that we're
Yes.
right now? Okay, just so everybody knows. They've always got questions.
Right. So the market it opened, traded both sides of the initial balance, and then started to roll higher. This was initially a failed auction to the upside that when it got taken out, removed the idea that that's a failed auction. Now we've got license to continue the move to the upside. The last thing I want to do in this situation is to start looking for cheap or levels to look for shorts, right? So what I would be trying to find are low volume nodes for price to come back to for me to look for longs.
Okay. And you could use volume profile for that too, right?
Yes. As a matter of fact, that's the only time I prefer volume profile is to try and find levels of rejection in very short time frame to look for entries for continuation moves in a trend type day. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Watching fast markets, that's something that Michael and I have been looking at a lot, right? He's like, where are your levels here? I'm like, well, you got a low volume node here that could be support. So he's made some money off of those, but it's got to be the right day. Other than the volume profile looking for entries into directional markets, I don't really look at it that much.
So it's more for like, well, how do you even try to define what the day is going to be if you don't know what the day is going to be yet?
It's a good question.
Well, that's part of the problem, isn't it? Well, once it becomes directional, and maybe it's just a series of one time framing bars before the market opens. Look at yesterday, one time framing bars before the market opens. So, if we're looking for that, then if we believe that's going to continue, then we let the market continue, come back to a low volume node, and then try and catch that low volume node for continuation. We got to watch what's going on here, Andre.
Yeah, I'm watching. We're at the high end of this range here in the S&Ps.
Yeah, we're right at the high of value. We got negative 23,800 in Delta, and it's kind of happening earlier
than I'd like.
Yeah.
But it's happening. If it's happening, it's going to happen.
But I don't want it to happen. I don't want it to happen without me.
David Roseberry says, "Why are you guys shorting?" It's not you guys. It's just me.
No, we're actually looking for longs.
Yeah, they're looking for longs.
So Dolby, did you see on the Cryon it said Dolby short for 76s ... he thinks. So good, man.
That's awesome.
So good.
That's
Good
awesome.
production.
Yeah. You gotta be able to take it if you're gonna be on TV.
For sure.
We've got a little bit of liquidity up here. We've got that. We've got 45.80. Even the dog is barking. Buy him.
Well, I'm doing okay right now.
All right, I'm in. I'll buy one. You convinced me.
You're okay. All right.
I'm short. I'm long beneath you though. Long from 75 half. 75 half.
Oh, okay, good. Good. Tyler, do you normally trade this? You don't trade
location.
It just depends. It depends if I was able to trade in the morning and I did bad or poorly, then no, I won't trade the evenings. But if I did good in the morning time, then I might come back for power hour. I definitely expect there to be volatility during this time for sure.
3 parts from Lacey's a bison. That's on fire right now.
3 barks from Lacey is a buy signal. That's really funny. That is really funny.
You're sitting in profit. You got nothing to worry about right here.
Both of us are, huh?
I'm probably going to be slow to the party.
Definitely some little wiggle in the ladder here on the ES. Always like seeing some wiggle in the crude oil ladder.
Yep.
Typically, it means something's about to happen if it starts just going up and down real fast. I don't know why it's the thing.
That means people are watching it. That means that there's interest here.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
One of us will be right. Right?
And I'll be so happy for whoever that is.
Same. Oh, you're so gracious.
Well, crude oil is sitting there thinking if he's going to trade ES, he'd better make money.
We'll see. Yeah, a bit of a losing streak. How do you guys feel about losing streaks? I know Roberts doesn't even believe in streaks. He just says everything is 1.
They suck.
On 1. Yeah, they're stupid.
Yeah, they're the worst.
What do you do to get out of it? Just put on like a trade and try to get like 2 ticks and just call it a winner and
I size up,
rebuild
put
the
50
ego?
on, and wish.
Okay, MP, calm down.
No,
okay, Andre, can we get a real answer?
I'm just kidding.
Just like that. Try to take a full tick out of a market or out of a trade. Try to take a tick and a half out of a trade and try to get back to what it's like to have some winners, I would say. But yeah, it sucks. Like John said, it's the worst. And you get in your own head and you you question yourself, and I'm still doing 20 years into this. John's been doing it for a lot longer than that, and you still get in your own head. But you just keep in mind, you will come out of it. You will break out of the slump. But
yeah,
you will go into a couple slumps a year. It's inevitable.
That's what the math says, right?
That's what the math says.
You don't get to pick.
Point, click, and pray. PCP, Deanna says.
I highly recommend everyone follows Market Stalker on YouTube. It's a really good YouTube channel, and the videos are actually really funny and educational.
Yeah.
So if you want to see Deanna's personality pop, go watch her YouTube videos. They're awesome. We'll chase 10x your way out of it. Yeah, let's not 10x.
Right. No.
My way out of it. No. But people do that. That's what cannonballing is called, right? You just double down.
Mm-hmm.
Don't recommend it.
So our buddy that sold 1,600 at 76 is pretty much scratch on the day. Or how's that guy been doing today?
Who knows? I mean,
who knows?
He could have been the guy buying all these on these long wicks down here.
That's true.
I'm trying to stay so patient until after 2:30 here.
Yeah.
But Andre, you got good location. I mean, you haven't been down at all on this trade.
I haven't.
Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
It's all good, man. Hey,
market's listening.
We got to trade the close. If we're gonna do the close, we got to trade this sucker. Oops.
Losing streaks are awful. I would agree, Suzanne.
Yeah.
I would agree. Not fun. It's actually kind of interesting. I mean, this is like an interesting level in the ES. We could probably get some action.
Hope so. There's got to be some orders that have to get executed on the close, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah. Or like a stop run. Just something. I gotta say, I'm on Topstep X right now, and it is sweet. It is real sweet. This dome with 100 up and 100 down is bananas. Absolutely bananas, and it's included for free. Yeah, I'm on like another platform. They want to charge me for volume. It's like, why do that when I can just open up Topstep X on the side?
Well said.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I still got to figure out this tilt. You guys have any good strategies with this tilt? Are we still trying to figure this out?
I would say you watch it when it gets heavy one way or another. Start trying to pay attention which way the market goes. A lot of times, if you see the market gets too tilted one direction or another, you'll see that it'll whipsaw or it'll reverse on them.
Yeah,
it's not always. It's not by no means is it 100% play, but you'll see that every now and then when it gets way too tilty one way or another, then the market will counterbalance it and whipsaw the other way at times. At least that's the working theory, at least.
Tilty.
I named the tilt, by the way. Don't know if you guys know that. That was me. That was my little piece of marketing right there.
Well done. I like
the tilt.
520 on the offer, up at 94.
94.
520 on the offer up there.
47.94.
45.94.
Gotcha.
94, right? That's way up there, right?
That is way up there.
We still have 300. We almost have 400 at 95.80. That's liquidity. Above that, there's a little bit of a break in liquidity till we get up to that 94 level.
What do you? How's Delta looking, John?
Negative 24,000.
Okay, well, we're breaking. Here we go.
Still negative.
Yes. Winner. I might have to buy another one.
Yeah, do the moron trade.
Yeah, right.
JDay Trades has a question. Explain like I'm 5, the bid and the offer.
Well, I'll give it a whirl, like a 5-year-old. All right, so the bid, if you look at the S&Ps right now, you see the number 150147. Trade. That is how many contracts. How do you say it, John? How many contracts want to be bought at that price?
Right.
Want to be bought at that price.
Right. So I think expand.
John's better at this than I am.
You can expand this a little bit. All right. So this is the price ladder. These are all the prices that are available to be traded. On the left side, you see all these numbers that are to the left of the price ladder. Mm-hmm. These are actual contracts that are posted there for bid. They are bids at or below the market. So these are all orders that are waiting to get executed if somebody sells them. These are offers. These are all contracts that are on the books to be sold if price gets there and enough buyers take them out. So bid is an order basically to purchase the market at a specific price. An offer is an order to sell a product at a specific price.
Yep.
Does that sound right?
Yeah,
Sounds perfect.
Can't
It's
go
almost
up.
like you've done. It's almost like you've done that before, John. That was perfectly said.
Yeah, and price can't go up until there's no more there. So that's just how it works.
Right.
Bids are buyers. Yes. JD Trades. Bids are buyers.
Bids are buyers, offers are sellers. Correct.
Yep. And when there's no more inventory at a certain price, it goes up or down.
Correct.
Two-sided auction. Yeah, it's
Good question.
Very good
It's a
question.
very good question. Yeah. There's gotta be some good questions in here.
Our chat kicks ass, man.
Who? Chat's great. I love chat. Man, I spent so much time in Discord. I only have a little bit of PTSD, but love chat.
Is Discord earlier?
Oh man, back in like July and August.
Oh god.
Yeah, if there's any support reps right now who are watching YouTube, they can chime in. Yeah, like when we first launched One Step One Rule, we funneled a lot of people into Discord, and it was exciting. At one point in time, I think we were getting hundreds of messages per minute. So
that's crazy.
Yeah, I think we're up to like 35, maybe even 40,000, like people who are a part of the server. And then I'm not sure what the online member count is recently. Maybe someone in chat can say what that is. But it's a couple thousand, like live and online. I mean, this Discord literally never sleeps. I remember the first time Discord actually went a full 24 hours with chat, and I was like, I think Discord's going to be a thing.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and now we got coaching in there. Like, I mean, Topstep has content from 8 a.m. to almost 12, whenever Dakota stops, because he streams at 8 p.m. Central.
Right.
And I think he goes for an hour or two. So Topstep is offering content in some form or fashion for like 12 hours a day, if not longer.
All right, I'm with
Pretty
you.
incredible. I'm looking at your chart. I should look at my chart. I'm doing okay so far. We're doing okay. Lisa, how do you pick a good price location when the market you are looking at is already high? Oh man, we can talk about this one. That's probably one of the hardest things to do. Is
very difficult to do. But sometimes buying begets more buying.
Yeah, that's probably one of the hardest things to do in trading. It's just like believing it's going to keep on going up, and it keeps on going up because you're so fearful of that pullback. That's going to stop you out.
I mean,
Johnny says fibs. I haven't heard about fibs. Actually, it's kind of crazy that no one has said or mentioned Fibonacci, I think, the entire time.
Yeah, somebody was asking
And on
earlier.
TopstepTV.
Somebody was asking earlier. I'm not the fib guy.
I'm not a fib guy either, but I know a lot of people really use them. It's like really, really popular. Maybe it's like, was it falling out of fashion?
I mean, it's fashion is what you like.
Who's in charge of marketing at Fibonacci headquarters? Because I haven't really heard a lot of Need to work on that. Yeah, we should try to find somebody who does fibs because they were really popular for a while.
I use a fib every now and then, but I like to use it as confluence. So if I have a level that I'm looking at, I like to validate that level with the fib. If I can get it between the 62 and the 79% retracement area, if my level fits right inside that, then it gives me that much more conviction.
I like that.
Yeah,
so it's a tool in the shed, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I don't think I trade or have ever traded solely on the Fibonacci tool, but it does
lines up with something.
Yeah, it's great. It's great with hindsight. So if you can use it to confirm a level that you're already looking at, I think that's the best way.
Yeah, I love range bound trades until they go against me. It's a great system.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Dolby you're short inside of value, and that's technically, what we probably should be looking at.
Agree.
According to profile. But with the delta divergence, if all of those shorts decide they're going to flatten out by the end of the day, it's what we saw yesterday, saw it last Thursday. I don't know if it's going to happen today, but it's what we're counting on. So, you're in good trade location, Dolby. We're in bad trade location.
You get in, John?
Yeah.
Well, what price did you get? You must have got a better price.
5/4.
Okay. Yep.
Honestly, it does sound really nice to have Hoag be like, yeah, you have a good trade location. I just got the warm and fuzzies, Hoag. Thank you so much.
Well, good. And I hope that they don't turn into cold pricklies anytime soon.
I hope not. Maybe that's just like my leg going numb. I don't know. So Therese, another question. Can you all explain what happened earlier with the 1600 contract sitting, leaning on the trade? So what's that mean? What's it mean to lean on a trade?
John, you want this, or John? You're better at explaining this shit.
Sure.
You just do it better. You're much more succinct than I am.
So back in the day in the pit, if there was a broker that had like an order to sell 1,000 at even, all the locals in front of them would sell 90s. They'd sell 100 90s. So the broker would have his evens. He can't even offer them because we're all selling 90s. We're offering 90s. I get 100 sold. A couple other guys get 100 sold. If the 90s never get taken out and we never trade out the evens above us, we're probably going to make money on 100 contracts. Now it goes 85 offer, 70, 80 offer, 75 offer. And then we can like make a few ticks on that 100 contracts because we were leaning on the fact that we knew that huge order was right behind us and we were going to lose one tick if the market turned.
Yep.
So when we had that 1,600 contract offer in the dome, what Michael did was he leaned on it. He sold ahead of it and then put his stop on the other side of it. So the first time it worked, he took 8 points off that?
Yeah.
The next time it didn't work and it ran through it and then ran way through it. But it allows you, it lets you know where you can get out.
Right. And that second loser, he literally lost a quarter tick.
Right.
So it was the ultimate risk reward trade. It worked the first time, didn't work the second time, net made money.
Right.
Right. So it seems like a really simple example. So let's say we're trading at 100 and there's 1,600 sitting at 100 even. So MP went short at 98, and then his stop was at 102.
Went one tick below it.
Okay. So he theoretically shorted 99s because he wanted to get ahead of the 1,600 at 100.
Correct.
And then his
stop pressure on the market.
What was his stop at?
Literally a quarter tick above it.
Yeah, just the other side of it.
Okay, so he framed his trade around that one person's.
So if all 1,600 of those traded out, which they did, traded through, he was going to have to buy or puke 76 quarters.
Right.
That's what he did. So he lost.
That's what he did. So he
That's a
literally
very,
lost 2 ticks on it.
move. I feel like other screen shaders probably wouldn't have recognized that.
No, and we got tipped off by one of our
Jake Cook told us.
Yeah, that was so sick, man. That was so cool.
Yeah, just to have that's experience speaking from MP, just to know that. Because I never would have saw it. I never would have made that trade. It's pretty cool. That's cool stuff. I like having so many different people bringing in different experiences into TopstepTV. You get to see the whole buffet of trading styles and markets. Like Dakota trading the Nikkei, I think was pretty cool. I would agree. Caleb's pop trades. And then someone had a question about Lost Coast Kids. Do you guys look for gap fills? I keep hearing about fair value gaps from a guy named ICT. Is that a strategy anyone uses? Yeah, it's super popular. As far as I think gap fills and fair value gap might be two different things, but I'm not entirely sure. But if you are interested in learning more about that stuff, there's actually 2 partners that I represent that I would recommend. One is Cami Capital, and then the other, who's been on the show before, and the other one is Casper. Casper Trades, aka Jesse Rogers. He's awesome too. Both YouTube guys. You can look them up, follow them on social. They have really good content. I think Cami actually live streams around 1 or 2 o'clock p.m. Central Time. He's from New Zealand.
Cool.
Yeah. We have great resources, great partners, all different trading styles. But anything works as long as you manage your risk, right? You could trade a moving average crossover. Yeah. If you can do a moving average crossover and manage your risk, like, it's probably going to be fine. Might not work every time.
Getting impatient here, Andre.
NQ's flushing down. Like it wants to.
Just took out the previous bar here in the S&Ps. I've got to stop in. I'm not going to risk a shitload on this because I can always catch it. You can always try and catch it if it runs later.
Yeah. Hoag, watch out. They're telling us to watch out.
What's that?
They're telling us to watch out with our loans.
Yeah, I hear that a lot.
Got a question from John D. Does anyone think CL will break today's lows?
I think CL is over. Are you talking about today or tomorrow?
Today, it might make a run. Every now and then, if you have patience, crude can like do a dumb flush the very last second.
At the end of the day?
Yeah, it's pretty rare. You got to be super patient. Like if you're already in a trade, you can kind of hang on to it, but
it's kind of a weak low, but
yeah, I could see it roll over.
What's Delta, John?
Negative 25,000.
Okay.
Like this little ES short's hanging in there pretty good.
Yeah,
Good trade location. Didn't take a ton of heat on it, but there's still a lot of trade left. A lot of day left. Market Soccer D says CL is done. Yeah, Anna is a fantabulous crude oil trader.
I would agree. I would be much inclined to agree with Market Stalker D.
Yeah, I'm maybe to sign myself up for some sessions or something. Get my head on straight. A lot of value from Deanna's YouTube. Great stuff over there. Grant sees no reason to trade this.
No reason.
Not wrong.
Well,
you're not wrong.
If you weren't on TV, you probably have no reason to trade this. You got to definitely watch, though. You got to watch for opportunity because there's typically opportunity on the close. But right now, no real reason to trade. There's nothing showing.
Ainge has a question here. When you're doing a lean-in method, are you maxing out on contracts since you're only risking?
I mean,
you can.
Yeah, you can. If you're going to, that would be the time to do it.
You've got to be careful that you're not
You got
going
to
to
make sure that 1,600 lot's legit, though.
Yeah, you don't really know.
You don't. But
They
this
make
time,
you just
you
drink it.
sure.
And you got to wonder how much slippage you're going to get.
That too. That's why I was shocked that Patak got only lost a tick or 2 ticks in the trade.
Right. He had to stop in early.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, slippage is no joke if you're trading 15 contracts. That can, man, I've definitely. Tyler, have you ever been caught in some slippage before?
Yeah, for sure. Even with minimal size, if the market's really volatile or if you're trying to trade those news events, they'll get you.
Oh yeah. The worst one is like the like that random news event.
Yeah.
The one you don't see coming. You're just like sitting in a trade and it's just like flashes and it's like, oh, I'm down how much more than my stop loss? Like what just happened? And you're just like, well, guess I'm done for the day. That was some BS. Yeah, market is not fair. Market is not fair. Yep, been there before. And yeah, especially in crude oil. That used to happen quite a bit. Just OPEC all of a sudden decides to chirp up and you get a quick move, volume just like evaporates from the ladder and your stop just gets blown through. I've had up to like 10 to 15 ticks of slippage in crude oil before.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah, especially if you're, trying to risk 15 to 18 ticks per trade, and then you get 10 ticks of slippage. It puts your account in a really awkward spot because now you don't have enough to really do that extra trade. So it's like, I guess I'm done one trade, and it sucks. It's not great.
Are you still in, Andre?
Yeah, I am.
I'm out.
It's okay.
I'm still holding.
You should.
Yeah. Let's see what happens when we get down to 45.70. Otherwise, I'm going to move my profit target down to like 45.57.50, which is super far away.
My stop was at 70. Now I'm moving it down to 69. Nice.
Moving your stops already, Andre.
Well, dude, I've always told me his profit target's at 70. We gotta trade this. We gotta see this trade out to the end.
Oh yeah,
my profit target isn't 70. I just want to see what happens at 70.
yeah.
Because it might just keep on going. Like, here's the thing with like if you're going to trade a range, the meat of that comes when you get out of the range.
Your stop is going to attract the market to Dolby's profit target.
Yes, it will.
Yeah. Goldman watches my sim account.
Yes. Yes, they do.
They're so annoying. They're so annoying. Just trying to get after these sim traders and get them stopped out. I always thought that was funny.
Right, 245. So if it's gonna happen now, John.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't know. Joe D, are you seeing liquidity above in the S&Ps or are you seeing liquidity below in the S&P? Looks to me like the liquidity's above, Joe D. I saw you here earlier. I don't know if you're still here.
Aaron Korn says Tilt is rotating. Korn, spelled like the band. Life is Peachy. One of my favorite albums, actually. It's really good. I'd recommend it. If you're into early 2000s new metal. It's a classic. I'm like, who didn't listen to Life is Peachy? Is it angsty?
If you're from Chicago, you listen to Q101. And it was
hell yeah. Hell yeah. I love Q101.
Q101, oh my God.
Yep.
And we had 94.9 as well. I was like their competitor for a while, I think. Yeah, those are great. Memories. Flies It Dies. Eventually, the tilt will, I think, have actual like indicator status on the screen. So if you want to have like the average positive price, I think that's going to be available eventually. It's going to be super cool. Tyler, have you messed around with the tilt at all?
I've looked at it. I'm kind of on the same theory as you. I think once it kind of gets leaned one side or the other, I kind of think that it's going to reverse and go the other direction.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what other people start discovering with the tilt as it starts getting out into the public, like in mass,
big time,
and see what kind of strategies pop up on YouTube. And like, because you were like writing down those levels, which I thought was really interesting. Like, oh, here's where 80% of people got long,
right?
And then the market reversed. Like that is really interesting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's more spots to annotate, but I'm kind of slow with it. So
yeah, I think it's gonna be a great little tool to have.
But I'm seeing NASDAQ is 50-50 right now.
Sure is. Yes, 57% short. Gold long, crude oil short. It's all pretty much break even. I wouldn't say it's tilty one way or another.
Yeah, we're back to point of control. You don't like trading at point of control, but
here we go. Here come the buyers.
Go away, buyers. Go get out.
That was the entry. Go away, buyers. Man, I like trading with you, man. You're fun.
I'm not nearly as fun off stream. I'm way more angsty, and it's really annoying. I hate it. I almost like.
There you go, John. So.
Yeah.
Really wanted to rip a journal in half today, but I was like, I don't want to do it. I got my cat here. I don't want to be a bad cat dad in front of the cat. I gotta have good behavior.
Yeah, I didn't want to get in on the point of control. I mean, I'm back in, Andre, but
yeah, Johnny. Can't keep a good trader down, man.
Right.
What's Delta?
Negative 25.9.
Wow, it's growing.
Negative 25.9. I mean, if they bail, it's gotta.
It has to be higher.
He doesn't have to do anything, but if it bails,
I got
it's gonna pay us.
Emo Dolby D.
I don't have enough hair to do like the emo haircut. Also, don't have any tattoos. I'm like the worst rock guy ever.
Rock drummer.
Rock drummer. Yeah, metal drummer. No tattoos. I don't own any leather jackets. I don't have any patches.
I know. God forbid you just actually like the music for the music, you know?
Yeah, it's just fun to play. You know? You can play music and you get to work out at the same time.
God forbid, yeah.
I mean, yeah. Is there any like trader fashion? Or is it pretty bad?
Right? All the cool jacket. I remember first starting seeing all the cool guys like John with all their jackets walking around LaSalle and Jackson over there by the border track.
Yeah, with the badge on, right?
I thought that was the coolest shit ever, man.
The coats are super cool. Do you think people would buy a coat?
These guys are here.
How much? We're gonna poll question. How much do people pay for a Topstep coat? You could buy one, like a trading coat.
Holy crap! What the hell's going on here?
What in this clothes?
What do we have here as far as MOCs?
Yeah.
So,
hey, I got
197 million sell side. 197 million sell side.
Where are you seeing that?
What is it? Financial Juice. Imbalance 2 billion sell side.
Head candle.
What? 2 billion?
Imbalanced. What's going on?
I've never been able to figure out what makes it happen. What makes it go which way?
What does that mean?
It means there's an order. There's an imbalance that they've got to invest 2 billion into to the sell side.
That's not good for us.
Well, but it doesn't always mean that it's going to go that way.
Okay, yeah, no, unbalanced does. I'm confused now.
Yeah, nothing means anything unless it actually does it.
Yeah.
That's the hard part about trading. It's like you want something that works 100% of the time, but it doesn't exist, right? Because you don't have an indicator that's in the minds of all the people who are a part of the market, right? So if they want it to go up,
it does not exist.
It happens in real time. Yeah, it's very, very tricky. But this is an exciting time. Last what? 10 minutes?
Yep.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Heart rate's like just
flatline.
How are you in a trade right now?
I was looking at the shorts on NQ, and as soon as we got that push back up, that big green candle just a few moments ago, I got stopped out at break even.
Oh yeah, look at that.
I thought about going long, and then I decided against it. We're just too late.
Yeah,
it's in a nice little range.
There's no divergence in the NASDAQ either.
ES is getting a little bit heavy. Alexander up $770 on my 50K account today. Well done.
Nice job, Alexander.
Learning to control my psychology and sit on my hands to not chase more profits and end up in the negative. Been there, done that multiple times, calling it a day, Alexander. That is a wonderful thing to do.
Yep, absolutely.
Goddamn, there is nothing worse than being up $1,000 and then over trading and then being down on the day. Like, that stuff is infuriating.
Mm-hmm.
Those are some of my worst moments as a trader. Just, like having like that first trade or two just absolutely crush, and then you feel like you're doing a good job, and then you try to get back in the market, and now you're like grinding to try to get that initial money you had back. And it's like, I should have just stopped. I had the money in my hand.
Mm-hmm.
And now you spend the next like 2 hours trying to get back to that point. It's just the worst.
That's the worst kind of tilt.
Yeah, that is a bad. It's a unique type of tilt because you got to be up money first, right? It's not like you're just like eating losers, but it's like I'm actually doing well. Yeah,
growing. Well, we haven't seen this play.
And then we got Ale here down 1,500, but traded back to 200 loss. Well done.
That's how you do it.
Yeah, that's a nerve-wracking one. Also, good job at just stopping at negative 200 and not trying to get back to break even, because that's pretty tempting too. That's some good maturity there.
29,000.
Yeah, I think that's probably a really good decision in this market.
I would love to have $700 right now. There's always a trader somewhere that wishes they never traded today.
All right, I've established the risk, and I'm going to see what happens.
Yeah, Johnny.
Yeah, get in there.
Get in there. When in doubt, get in there.
I'm still going to be up on the day, so whatever.
Oh my! But my risk is $350 on this trade.
Where's your stop at? It's gonna be getting pretty close, right?
I'm not telling you, Dolby.
I gotta forward it to my guy.
It's getting there. Warmer.
Let's see. Negatives average price. Is that you?
Maybe.
Where is that?
Oh, it's been a day today, man. Let me tell you.
Yeah, you were part of all the issues this morning.
Topstep Patagonia vest. That would be the uniform, maybe.
I'm more of a North Face guy, but
me too.
Actually, the former head of mountaineering of North Face used to live in Aspen.
Is that true?
Oh, I'll bet he did.
Makes sense, right?
And the only reason I know that is because my parents were neighbors.
Out here?
Yeah, my mom and stepdad live in Aspen.
Wow, where?
They're off of Cemetery Lane.
No kidding. I know where that is.
Yeah, I probably should actually head out there and do some work and hang out with MP and stuff.
Yeah, Dre, while you're out there,
I wouldn't have to pay.
If you're a fan of John Denver, go visit the John Denver Memorial.
Why is he in Aspen? I know he had a ranch. He actually has his ranch is out by Patak's, or his old ranch. It's there's a memorial of his music and everything in Aspen. I will.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Did not know that. Michael Patak, why don't you tell me, man?
The other there's a lot.
I've told him 100 times.
Bass Pro Shop. I think
Johnny Morris.
I think he has a piece of property that runs up along that. Was it Copper River where all the fly fishing is? It's super good. He actually owns like private land up against that.
I believe it. He probably has water rights on that river too.
Yeah, it must be nice.
Yeah,
must be nice.
If you own water out here, that's like gold.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think he had to do a little. Probably had to pay quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Quite a bit of money.
Time we got. All right.
Doing great.
4 minutes.
4 minutes. I
Doing
will.
great.
Man, you would close it out of this trade. Great show. Thanks for watching, Suzanne.
Yeah,
You're out of it already?
No.
Let's get
start unwinding this shit.
How many people have been here since 8 a.m. who are still in
That's
chat?
a good question.
That is a great question.
Question.
I'm thinking Teresa, whatever that name was, asking about that 1,600 lot trade has been watching since the morning. That's what
maybe.
Yeah. Maybe we can get a little poll here. Who has been watching since 8 a.m.?
Me.
I have been. I watch every day. It's great.
Thanks. Awesome.
Wow.
Look at this.
Hell yeah.
Look at this.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
We got a squad.
We don't even need a poll. I don't even want to see it. This is all I need.
On and off all day is good enough too, man. We appreciate everybody. All day, baby. Adonis.
It's really an honor.
Yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah, it's very cool. That is really, really cool. Look at this. So much love just pouring through chat. This is why chat's amazing.
Well, we're gonna try to keep turning this shit. We're gonna keep turning this thing up for everyone.
Just getting started. Just getting started.
Just getting started is right. 2024 is gonna be massive. Just wait.
Yeah, it is. Just wait till Topstep X really starts getting cooking.
Yeah.
It's already badass. I haven't even gotten.
We might be
back to our entry.
Might be getting what? What'd you say?
It's back to our entry.
We might be getting a TV studio one day.
Oh, I heard. Yeah, that'd be fun.
It's a very early stage of the talks, but possibly, which would be next level, and everyone could come down and visit and say what's up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you could point and laugh at my trades through the window.
Absolutely. That's right, Martin. Turn it up to 11.
Right.
Toby. Jeez.
Gotta have a good time when you're trading.
Heck yeah.
So Savage, let's see, listen till about 11 while I'm trading, and then he puts in his AirPods while working just to get the psychology aspect of all this stuff. That's good. I like that a lot. All day, every day from Ches. Douglas PC all day, every day. That's awesome. So cool. That's so cool to see.
You guys are the best.
Yeah, really are. We got someone testing out Topstep X for the first time. They just added audio alerts today too. Someone actually recommended that yesterday, and then it appeared today.
And they're in.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Insane. Totally insane.
Andre.
Yeah, I got it. We're in the money.
Uh-oh.
Andre.
What's going on here? What do you guys do to the market?
I'm out.
You out?
Yeah.
Squeeze.
Yeah, after 3 o'clock, I'm pretty much done.
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out. I actually have a flight to catch. I'm going to be late for it. I'm coming back to Chicago. I'm coming back to Chicago. No joke.
Welcome back.
Internet issues there. I promise.
You have to go to Denver first, or are you going to flying out of Aspen directly?
Aspen to Denver, Denver to Chicago.
Yeah.
Well, we don't want you to miss your flight, Andre, but we did get this one photo we want to show before we get out of here.
What happened
when the internet goes down?
Oh, how about it? There we are.
Andre and MP.
Beautiful.
Can you guys figure out which one is which?
The one on the left looks like Patrick Weiland. One on the right looks like MP. That's weird.
The one on the right is MP. The one on the left is me. That was about an hour before we got on here. Yes. How did that make that to you guys?
Sarah sent it to us.
It had to have been. She's the one that took the picture. That's the only way you guys got that. Well, that's us. Yeah, that's the background of Snowmass Mountain. It's freaking beautiful out here. It's crazy. It's been really cool being out here. But I am looking forward to get back to sweet home Chicago.
Are you? I'll trade with you. You want to switch?
All right, let's do it right now.
Switch spots?
Yeah. So if you guys don't mind, I really do have to catch a flight. I got a flight in an hour.
We're out of here anyway. Thanks, Andre. Have a safe
that was
flight.
awesome. They tried to work again, so that's pretty cool.
Yep, we'll see you tomorrow. Now
Right,
here.
Yeah, Andre, have a good one.
Yep.
Now here it goes. What the hell? All right.
Well, yeah, you had to get out. That's the key.
Well, that's it, boys, girls,
Made it.
everyone. Hope you had a great day. Anybody else have anything they want to add?
See you tomorrow. Be here tomorrow. I mean, it was great. It was a great stream. A lot of education. We had our very first family segment on TopstepTV.
Yeah, that was cool.
I
know, that was awesome.
Super cool. That was awesome.
Cool. Yeah. All right. Well,
are we gonna have a family segment with you? Are you gonna get some of the fam on?
well, I'm the
You
only one
trade?
that. My older brother used to trade. He's in here quite a bit.
Oh, that'd be cool.
He used to come in for Make Hope Money too. So maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll get him
That'd
in
be
there.
fun. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I don't have anything else. I think that was a lovely stream.
Well,
little issues in the beginning.
Yeah, but there's always that. There's always that.
Danielle wants Rick.
Yes,
Danielle
he
is
does.
demanding. It's demanding
Yeah,
Rick.
no, we'll get him.
Market closes in 8 minutes. Make sure you're flat. Hope you managed your risk well today. Had a good trading session. Hope you learned a lot. And I guess we'll see you all tomorrow. I'll be here. Hoag will be here.
Yeah, I'll be here. I live here.
Right. That place. And with that being said, I'm gonna get out of this trade at about break even and call it a day.
All right.
Nice.
See y'all later. Oh, Shannon May says, "Hey Tyler."
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Dolby, Tyler. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to all of you. We here at Topstep love you. We are looking forward to your success. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to pray for peace. We need all the prayers we can get. Have a wonderful evening. Be kind to yourselves. Be kind to others. See you tomorrow morning for the opening call at 8 o'clock. Blessings to you all.
Good night, everyone.